they're 12. So that shows you how strong they are, because those two guys are probably walk-up starts in any other team that's playing here across the last week or so. And for Australia, Ray, probably the big one for them, which is disappointing, is Scott McIntosh, who is not come up. He's a little bit crooked with a knee injury. His left knee just hasn't recepted to some treatment that's been going on for the past couple of days. But he's been the leading light for the A-team with the bat, Peter Walsh, because he scored 172 runs from 4 innings at an average of 43 with his highest score of 127. So he will be missed up at the top of the order for the A-team today.
Very true. And look, we're into the stats. We love them, and it's worthwhile mentioning in cricket of another format. We saw the Australian women beat India after Australia clocked up over 400, and India got pretty close to the target. They got up into the high 370s. I just couldn't believe when I was seeing this score coming through about the amount of runs. It doesn't matter about the size of the ground, but some clean hitting and some magnificent stroke play by both teams for a margin of almost 800 runs in one day of cricket.
Yeah.
It's hard to put that into the right sort of context.
Yeah, two of the top countries, I think, in women's cricket, Peter Walsh, and they put on a show, didn't they? It was great to watch, caught a bit of the highlights, and that's good going in anyone's terms to knock up nearly 800 runs in a day's play. As we just wait for the Australians to make their way out into the middle. The Australian A batsmen are looking set and ready to go.
And the one snippet of information that we can pass on, and there's a lot of them that we get that we can't pass on, but we can about Andrew Kratzmann, who's one of the good guys, and there's plenty of those. When Andrew was doing the warm-ups, he came out with long black socks on. And I said to him on the way through, all the best, etc., etc., I said, are you cold? He said, I'm a bit fresh. Yeah. And I said, well, the question that I could perhaps pose to you is, you've got shorts on and really long black socks. Could I ask why? And he said, I can't find any store in Mildura where they've got tracksuit pants long enough to fit my legs. And he laughed.
Yeah.
And I said, are you serious? And he said, yeah, and he laughed about it. But he is such a tall man, and there it was, he had the black socks. So I mentioned it to a couple of guys who threw some store names at me, and I said, excuse me, I know where the TAB is in the RSL, but so we're working on it.
Okay.
Working on it. I'm not going to say that it's an absolute dead set, that a certainty, but he's in that little cluster of Australians, and when he breaks clear, he wears number 71, and we'll be calling him fairly frequently, as is number 54, Mace, who took some catches and knows about what to do with the bat. So that's a good cluster. What do you reckon would be the message now, just before they go out, and being realistic, because we'll hit our viewers with the bits and pieces of stats, but do they deserve to be the red-hot favourites for this game?
I think based on their form, and early in the competition they had a very big victory over the A-boys by almost in excess of 150 runs, so they'd be super confident coming in. I guess from their mindset point of view, it's going to be a case of let's not take anything for granted. Let's start well. Let's get some early wickets and put the pressure back on the A-team.
Well, let's have a look and see who is going to be opening. That looks like Dawes out there. Leith Dawes and number 19, and that's Adnan Khawaja. So they're the two that are out there in the middle having a look. Would they see any demons out there in the track?
There's not much grass on the wicket. It's pretty firm. I think it's going to play pretty true, so they'll want to get on the front foot, I reckon, and just play through the line of the ball. And we know the Australians will pose some problems with their variation of that new ball attack.
Yes, they certainly will. There's the man that we love to call Waranga. I'm just working out. Has he got any pads on?
He's got the shin guards on
He
again
has
for the equipment,
too,
as he did over in Gold on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. And we'll be at this venue. We should have bought our bed and our leg and lodge.
We'll be here for the next week or so, aren't we?
Yeah. So we're going to see the attacking slips called, in which is one of the reasons why, and it's not going to be us referring back to the disappointment of Canada being knocked over very cheaply indeed, but the Australian opening bowlers were so spot on in that game, and as Billy's scratching out bits and pieces, we hope it's going to be a competitive match, that's for sure.
There's plenty of rivalry between both teams and, of course, players from both sides. I want to impress ahead of the World Cup next year. And, of course, we've got Nationals in November, so I'll be keen to put their name up in lights, I reckon, Walshy.
Yep. Yeah, James Morris, he had some fun the other day, excuse me, as soon as he got into the attack. When he started with the ball, that was it, away you go. Hallelujah. Didn't he bowl well?
I'm getting, looks like we're starting from the 16th Street end, is the way that Morris is going to be in operation, bowling with that breeze, as that's a pretty decent start from the Australian A team.
Wide of the off stump and hit, sparkling shot wide of Mark Wade, who's fielding out there, but no way known he was going to be able to pick up that ball. A wide delivery, and that was hit with significant strength, straight out to the boundary for 4. And really, from Morris's point of view, he'd bowled so well in the previous game and hadn't been knocked around at all, and he's been taken for a boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, great start, isn't it, for Australia Ray, as Morris comes in again. That one angling into the left-hander and deals with it reasonably comfortably as he knocks it out into the onside. So as mentioned, Walshy, a nice breeze which is coming in straight through the wicket there from the 16th Street and pushing out to Deakin Avenue. So there was never going to be any doubt, I reckon, the big guy was going to say, I'm going to take this end, fellas, and everybody else can work their way uphill into the breeze.
No, that's a good call.
Oh, that's a good line and length, just nibbling away there outside the off stump of Khawaja, who was committed to the strike. He might, in retrospect, think that he left that one, but I'm pretty certain he had a good look at it as it came through.
Khawaja and Dawes are the two at the track in the middle of this magnificent complex at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. This ball is hit down the ground very well indeed, straight back past the bowler, and that'll go all the way for 4, or will it? We're watching. It's gone past where we've got our little, what would you call them, little cones.
Yep.
And that was hit very well indeed, along the ground all the way. So in the first over, Khawaja with 2 boundaries, he's 8. Dawes at the opposite end, well, he hasn't had to strike a ball or at least do anything yet, and it's none for 8 in the first over.
They're showing their intent right from the jump, aren't they, Walsh? They want to get on with it, they want to get a decent score on the board. And Khawaja's going to be important here with the loss of McIntosh today at the top of the order. This one banged into the track this time by Morris as it's defended out to the offside. And this is going to blow his average out a little bit. Pete, let's just have a look at his details. Coming into the game, he's taken 8 wickets at 6.75, only going at 2.8 per over.
No, it's surprising what can happen in a couple of days of cricket. And it's all about averages, isn't it? Cricket, you look at who's doing what with bat and ball. And that's the end of the first over. And can you believe it? Khawaja, 2 boundaries, he's 8. Dawes hasn't faced a ball. And winning the toss and batting, Ashley Hardy calling correctly. And the Australians are playing the Australians, but the Australians who are in Australia over 50s are at the end of 1 over, none for 8.
It looks like Craig Trindle's going to have the task, is he, of pushing up into the breeze. As here we go for over number 2. As we just wait for Skipper Sharp to set his field. He likes to be close to the action, doesn't he? Normally just parks himself there at mid-off so he can have good communication with the bowler. He's got a good view of what's going on from that end.
Yes, and that's what it is. It's the let's talk and let's get our information shared as best we can and as quick as we can. As Craig Trindle measuring meticulously the steps that need to be taken before he gets himself organised. And I wonder what the umpire's writing down in the notepad there. There wouldn't be too much to snip into the system, would there?
Just keeping a track of the bowler's name and how many overs. Of course, they've got a limitation of 9 overs in this 45 over format of the game.
Well, that's true.
If you ever needed someone to push into a thick breeze, this is the guy that's going to do it for you. Because he bowls a heavy ball. I'm sure it's not going to concern him whatsoever. He's been in pretty decent form across the competition so far. And that's been the key, I think, to the Australian success. Early breakthroughs, the first couple of overs. So let's see what Trindle's got here first up. And bowled at a good length on middle and off. And nicely pushed away into the onside by Leith Dawes, the South Australian.
Yes, he reminds me of someone who could appear in a movie regarding Ned Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
So?
Yeah.
Looks $1 million. He waits for this ball. Outside the off stump, cuts off the back foot. Good shot. That's going to go all the way. It's hit magnificently. Forward of point on the offside. Timed to perfection. Hit with authority. And the 3 scoring shots so far in this Let's Go 4 runs chase. Ashley Hardy setting up the total. It's none for 12 with Kawaja on 8 and Dawes on 4. And that makes 12. And if you divide 3 into 12 and it gets 4 4 4s, it's all boundaries.
Yeah, it is. And just the level today, obviously, with the 2 Australians in action, the bar's been raised, hasn't it? There's no question. As Trindle's bowling a little bit full length, and Dawes very watchful, allowing that one to go through to the keeper. But even though we've only had 9 deliveries in the game so far, Walshy, it's been pretty evident that there's very little margin for error with line and length from the bowlers. Anything that's short or wide, and the A boys are going to absolutely cash in.
Hasn't there been a look of relish with some of the balls just a little bit offline? And they've spanked them all over the place. This is well wide of the leg stump. And the wide is signalled, so the first extra's on the board. No wicket for 13. It just seems, we don't see this very often with Australia playing Australia, but just when they're warming up, and still, of course, they're good mates. Of course they are. But there's one side, and then 20 metres away, there's another side, just doing the practicing that's necessary. And it's none for 13. This ball is knocked away on the onside. Up to a man just, probably just wide of mid-on. There's no run. So a good start. Good start indeed. The run rate over 7. In the second over, it's none for 13. Kawaja 8 and Dawes on 4.
So Trindle at the top of his mark, as we can see Billy Bowden looking to be rugged up there at square leg. This one just a little bit wider outside the off stump, but Dawes is more than happy to let it go through to the keeper, Baranka. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Pete, to see what sort of total both of these teams think it will be on par with a venue like this, a hard, flat track, quick outfield. You think in 45 overs, 225, 250 is going to be probably the benchmark.
Yeah, it would be a good gettable total. No, didn't quite get myself organised. Let's do that again. And I want to get my mirth out of the way early, if that's all right.
Sure.
Because I was thinking about association of where we are and what's going on, and all I could do was I could think of whatever happens out there, I've heard it through the grapevine.
There's a few of those around the ground too, isn't there?
They look magnificent. That ball is on the leg stump and pushed away wide out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's at the completion of the over. Kawaja 8 and Dawes on 4 after winning the toss and batting. The score is no wicket for 13 after 2. And just to go a little further, we look to our right and the grapes growing. I'm not sure what stage of their growth. I don't know enough about the locals. Can you help me? They look magnificent.
They do. And of course, we're situated here in Mildura South, just south of the CBD. And there's plenty of development going on in and around this area. But, back in the day, this was a notorious great growing region here of town. But slowly but surely getting eaten up by the housing that's continuing to really thrive out here in Mildura South.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. And they're very meticulous with their planning. They're spot on. They tell you absolutely everything. And I'll embellish in a sec, but I'll tell you that with Kawaja on 8 and Dawes on 4, it's none for 13 as we start the third over. And the third over wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. When we were driving out here, and I came out with Horses a Horse, of course, the scorer, and we were having a chat. He was telling me about his life and times as a locksmith.
A locksmith?
I didn't know that.
Wouldn't have picked him for a locksmith.
No. I locked myself out of my room last night, but I didn't know how to ring him or get out of my room, so it was pretty cold in the passage during the evening. Next ball wide of the off stump and a big wind up and hit for 4.
Wow.
What a shot that was. A bullet like flashing blade off through extra cover. Billy Bowden says, yeah, let me wave my arms a few times to get the blood circulating. We won't see too many better shots than that. Kawaja 12, Dawes 4, and it's no wicket for 17. And on the way out there was a sign that said Melbourne, which is fair enough, 399. That's how many Ks.
Right.
Didn't have 400.
No.
But it had 399. And I thought, well, yeah, fair enough. Okay. Next ball. Wide of the off stump. And there was no timing in that shot as he knocked it out towards short cover, and there's no run, none for 77. But you realise coming in from different directions as to how far we go to get here, but it's well worth the drive.
It is. Yeah, it sure is. You would have made the journey pretty much down the main drag, Deakin Avenue, all the way through. As this time Morris is pushing Kawaja back into his crease as the ball's knocked around the corner. Nice bit of work in the field there by the Aussies. So they're looking to make that first breakthrough here this morning in the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale O50's final. Plenty of bragging rights up for grabs here, Pete.
Yep, absolutely. Wide of the off stump, another drive off the front foot. That's 2 in a row in this over. And that gave the fieldsman out there absolutely no chance whatsoever. That's the skipper, Sharp, who ran across and now picks it up with one of the advertising hoardings out there, and they're doing brilliantly to support this venture and support what's happening in the world of sport in Mildura. That was as good a shot as perhaps you saw the last shot through the cover region. It's none for 21, nearing the end of the third over. That's a run rate of up around the 7 mark. Kawaja 16 and Dawes 4.
Yeah, just stood to attention and just hit through the line of the ball. It was great to watch. This time it's back of a length for Morris. Not going to make the same mistake of over-pitching this time, and it goes through to the keeper. So that is the end of 3 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Australia A winning the toss and batting first. No wicket for 21. So we're ready to go here for over number 4. Ednan Kawaja is 16, Dawes is 4. And probably for the first time in the last 4 or 5 days, Peter Walsh, some questions being asked of the main Aussie team.
That's very true indeed. This has been a bold start. Trindle starts over number 2, wide of the off stump, and through it goes to Baranka. We've been very fortunate during our coverage, and we hope you've appreciated the input from the umpires just as much as we have. Billy Bowden and Suresh Budhu are the 2 today. Chilla Charlesworth is sitting beside me in the commentary box, and I'm sitting beside my good friend Patrick Silcox. And at the end of this over, we might just get Chilla in to have a quick chat with you, Patrick, as to what he thought of the track and how he's enjoying what is yet another fillip in his cup, because he's developed a reputation with all and sundry as to how easy he is to get on, and how he knows all the answers to all the curly questions.
I won't throw him any curveballs. It's too early in the game for that. As we just wait on Trindle once again, just having a look around the field, making sure he's got his men where he needs them to be. None for 21. Dawes on strike. Trindle in from the Deakin Avenue end. Just a bit of pace off, and not quite as much carry through to the keeper as what we've seen in the first couple of overs.
No, Chilla didn't know that he was coming on air, but he does now because he's sitting beside me. And just a bit of an idea from the point of view of our viewers about what the track is like. If it's got any ducks and drakes out there, the wind's blowing, is it the advantage to the bowlers now with the breeze at their back, or what? We'll just wait and see, but this will be with Patrick at the end of this over, which will be completed shortly. We're 3.4 overs down, and the score none for 21. Kawaja 16 and Dawes 4, and a very bold and a brave start too. And I don't know whether there was any discussion as to, well, should we bat or should we bowl, but it seemed to me that there was some animated looks on the faces of those that are batting.
As Dawes is rocking back and finding a gap once again through backward a point and away she goes for another boundary. And as I mentioned earlier, Walsh, any over-pitching or misdirection from the Australian bowlers has been dealt with severely by the A-team at the moment. None for 25, almost the way through 4 overs. Dawes is 8 and Kawaja is on 16.
And you mentioned with the information that we have as to what these sides have done in previous games, there's never been a real challenge for the Australian over 50s at this stage, but what a platform. Kawaja and Dawes, 1 ball to go before the end of 4. It's no wicket for 25. That one is a wide outside the off stump. gathered to about ankle height by Barenka, who had to lean across and take it in front of the first slipper man who's there. That's Paul Ryan. And I'm just wondering what goes through the thought patterns of the captain in Andrew Sharp with a ball to go and the score at none for 26 to complete this fourth over. He's in and bowls, and that's pushed away in defence up towards mid-off. That's the completion of the over. I'll give you the score and then hand over to you, Patrick. And Chiller's been kind enough to pop in for a minute or two. It's none for 26, Kawaja 16 and Dawes 8.
Thanks, Welchie. As we'll look to get Jeff Charlesworth to just pop in here alongside of me for a bit of a bird's eye view of proceedings from the warm-up this morning, toss of the coin, and just a general overview of the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Morning, Chiller.
Morning, Pat.
Bit breezy out there this morning. That was one thing I noticed when I walked out and had a look at the square. It's almost howling down through from the 16th Street end straight down the line of the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a southerly, yeah.
So no doubt we mentioned in the pre-match that big fella James Morris was going to be keen to bowl downwind, and he's probably maybe got the bit of pecking order as opposed to the two opening bowlers himself and, of course, Tricky Trindle, but he hasn't quite got his line and length right. He's over-pitched on a couple of occasions, and Kawaja's cashed in, hasn't he?
100%. Yeah, no, the track looks beautiful.
It's quite remarkable when you think we only just played our local football grand final here about a week and a half ago. So it's a great job by the local curators to get this up, isn't it?
Definitely it is, yep. It looks beautiful out there.
So we're just waiting on some field adjustments here from skipper Andrew Sharp. Keeper Barenka is also marshalling the troops from behind the stumps as we wait on Morris. Bringing that one back in, but nicely worked away by Kawaja for another single. And the score goes to none for 27. So we're just mentioning, Chiller, that the Aussies really haven't faced any peril so far in the competition, but this will make them take a bit of stock, won't it, this great start from the A-team?
Ash was definitely happy to win the toss, and I just heard that Sharpie hasn't won one in, I think it's 4 games now.
Is
so
that right?
5 games, he hasn't won a toss.
Oh, goodness. No pressure, but certain captains have just got a way about them. They like to get in first, get the runs on the board, and then defend in the second session. As we wait on Morris once again. Bowling from the 16th Street end here at the MSP. And a little bit of extra bounce there, but Dawes is able to negotiate as he just knocks it down towards fine leg. They'll pick up another single. We're having a look at the team lists, Chiller, before the game, and I guess as far as the A-team are concerned, probably disappointing. Scott McIntosh didn't come up today because he's been one of their form batsmen so far.
Yeah, I didn't hear. How was he injured?
I think he's got a left knee concern, which they worked on over the last 24 to 48 hours, but he just didn't think he was right enough to go. So big call to make, I guess, on final day, but the Aussies wanted to go in with a fit complement, but Dawes has been elevated up the list to get in to look at the new ball, and Kawaja's been the bit of the sheet anchor role at the top so far. This time Kawaja's reactively over the top of that one and pushing it out into the offside. They've got a man out there now, a deep third man, but he's looking to be aggressive, isn't he, Adnan? He's advancing almost at times to Morris just to try and get his line and length off.
Yeah, he's going to be a good asset next week for the Lightning Storm, so
okay,
which is part of my side, which I'm in. So yeah,
I can see you say that with a smile.
Yeah. He actually scored 150 odd last year. So
okay, look forward to seeing him in the coming days. There's a big shout, that one just angling down the leg side. James Morris pleading with umpire Bowden. There may have even been a bit of inside edge on that one as we just wait for the ball to come back in to the keeper. But, the T20s, we've got a few new franchises this year, Chillin. That's going to be exciting to see some new players in action. Yeah,
it's going to be exciting. As you know, my team isn't in there anymore, so a lot of our players have gone to the other sides, and yeah, looking forward to that on Thursday. Yeah, we'll get underway with the first game here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. At around 10 a.m. We've got the role of the fixture is that we'll broadcast the early game and then we back up for the game under lights between 6 and 9 or 6:30 and 9:30. So it's a good spread across the day. Yeah, it's going to be great. 3 games in one day. Yeah, it's going to be busy. Well, fortunately for us, Peter, who's sitting next to me, we've only got to deal with 2, so we can get through and freshen up for the following day's play. This one's banged into the deck by Morris and keenly defended into the offside there by Adnan Kawaja. So at the end of 5 overs, score is none for 30 with Kawaja 18, Dawes is 9. And the opening attack from Australia certainly have had plenty of questions thrown back at them here this morning in this opening session. Morris has bowled 3 overs, none for 18. Considering he bowled 5 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for none on Sunday against the Canadians, Chiller, it's
bit hard to get your head around.
Oh, this is a great start. 6 and over.
Trindle's bowled 2 overs, none for 10. It'd be interesting to see whether Skipper Sharp might elect to take a bit of pace off early if they're going to attack the new ball. The quicker bowlers, a bit of pace on maybe Waddington comes into play and Sharma as well.
Yeah, definitely Sharma. He's been bowling brilliantly, so took him a while to get started, but yeah, he's been bowling terrific.
Hard flat surface, so you think he might be able to extract not only a bit of spin but some extra bounce, which might make it difficult for the batsman, but we'll just wait and see. At the moment, the new ball attack is being retained as Trindle gets set for the start of his third and the 6th over of this first session, with Australia A none for 30 here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. That one just angled down the leg side, thunders into the leg guards there of Leif Dawes, who's one of the characters of this Spirit of Cricket Festivale, isn't he, Chiller? He's well liked right across the board, Leif.
He's a terrific bloke, honestly. I've never met such a character and such a good bloke. Definitely a true gentleman.
Plays his veterans cricket across in South Australia. As this time almost hitting that one back to the bowler. He took the bottom hand off and almost scooped it back, but managed to control it. Hit it back down the wicket and picks up a single. As we tick over to none for 31. Khawaja 18, Dawes is 10. What sort of score, Chiller, on a ground like this with a flat track and a pretty fast outfit? We were suggesting maybe 225, 250 might be the par.
I'm thinking 260.
Wow, okay.
Yep, 260
That's
definitely.
Going to set us up for an exciting day, isn't it? Because you know the Australians will chase that down with vigour. They'll have a crack at it. As we just wait again for some field adjustments. We can see Andrew Kratzman, who's now the sole man in the cordon, just having his say. Just a little bit wider, probably almost at second there, alongside of keeper Baranka. As Trindle still not quite settled down there at the moment. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander Khawaja. Down the leg side, just couldn't adjust his line there. And in the end, it was reasonably well stopped by the keeper Baranka, though he looks a little bit mirthed that he didn't glove it cleanly, but certainly stopped any further runs added to the tally there, Chiller.
Pat, just going back on the Leif Dawes just quickly,
yeah.
I've seen him in 3 states, and him and his wife go on that Winnebago everywhere.
It's a lifestyle for them, isn't it?
It's here again today,
yeah.
This week. So
it's a lifestyle, travelling the countryside playing cricket. This time some good seam positioning from Trindle, just angling again into the left-hander. Nicely worked by Wade there in the ring. Khawaja through for another single, none for 33. As we work our way through this, the 6th over, I'll take a brief break at the end of this one. Peter Walsh will jump on with you, Chiller, for a bit of a chat as we continue through the opening here of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale O50's final, coming to you from the Mildura Sporting Precinct this morning. That one nicely bowled outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper Baranka.
Pat, how good has the weather been? It's just been unbelievable.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky. We had a bit of rain leading up to the tournament, and then I think she was a little bit dusty and windy on one of our rest days, but so far so good. I think we're getting up close to 30 by Friday. This time Dawes again. Very cleverly works it around towards backward square, picks up another single. I guess this time of the year, you're pretty well okay, I think, weather-wise here in Sunraysia. And, of course, Telf, being a former local, knows the region pretty well. So I think he picks and chooses the right moments. We were pretty lucky last season, albeit I think one day we got a bit of rain. But so far, as I said, thumbs up on the weather front.
Yeah, it was tough to get them spot-on stumps in that pitch today. It was that hard.
I saw you really going to work with a mallet out there.
Yeah, half a bottle of water.
All right, final delivery of the 6th over. As it's again angled into the pads of Dawes. Tried to work it into the onside, but as a result, no run. So 6 overs down and the score none for 33. I'm going to jump out. You stay there, Chiller, and Peter Walsh will join you shortly.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage, and we're enjoying giving it to you. Peter Walsh and Patrick Silcox, and of course Todd and Joel, and Chris and Callum and Sonny. They're all here, and that's it. Some are under those small black umbrellas, being fending off the wind, and some of them are standing up there on what is the blue scaffolding, punching out the pictures that we hope you're enjoying looking at. This ball wide of the leg stump, and that's pulled down towards third man, or fine leg I should say, and that rolls along the boundary for a 4, and that was a poor ball, well bowled not, and in the 7th over it's none for 33. Chilla, thanks for staying on for a few minutes. I just wanted to talk to you with the score moves to none for 37 now, Kawaja 23 and Dawes 10, and we'll wait for this ball from Morris, who's been knocked about a fair bit. This ball outside the off stump, and it's pushed away to cover, and there's no run. I was watching you with the 2 umpires earlier out there today and having a good chat, but your responsibility you had to get the bails and the stumps absolutely spot on. So the practice there, you had the blue mallet out and you were going hammer and tong. I'll get you to embellish as this ball is hit away on the onside. It's hit in the air, but safe, and that's going to go all the way. Picked up crisply and lofted out into the onside, and this means the score rushes into the 40s in the 7th over. Kawaja 27, Dawes 10. In the 7th over, it's no wicket for 41. What's the setup when you get there before the stumps have been put in? What is your role as the third umpire?
Well, today, Walshy, I saw the groundsman putting the stumps in, and I said to the boys...
I'll get you to continue on in a sec, as this ball is hit away on the onside, and that's gone for another 4. Or has it? I'm just trying to pick up where the ball went in the finish. It did. So this is breathtaking. It's none for 45. Kawaja 31 and Dawes on 10. Chilla.
Yeah, the third umpire's job, or the umpires take solely responsible to put the stumps in. So
all right. We'll get this ball done. This one outside the off stump, driven down the ground, no run. Oh yes, it is. It's misfielded, and that rolls out towards the fence, and it's going to go again all the way. 4 dot ball. 4, 4, 4. 16 runs from the over so far. Breathtaking stuff. Morris none for 35 in the 4th. Kawaja 35, Dawes 10. It's none for 49.
I'm very OCD about how my stumps go in the ground and how level they are, and they've just got to be, as a pun, spot on. If the stumps don't look well, yeah, we have to fix them.
Well, that's what you do. This ball round the wicket, last ball of this over, and it's whipped away on the onside, and there'll be a couple in this. Long chase out into the open there by Craig Trindle, who'll pick it up and turn and get the flick back in the system, and they'll get back for 2. And that's the half century. That's the 50 up. It's none for 51 after 7 overs. Run rate is 7. What a start at the crease at the moment. The 2 are in total control. I've got Chilla Charlesworth with me in the commentary box. Let's have a look. 51 runs off 42 deliveries in 29 minutes. Chilla, how about that for a start?
Unbelievable. Ace Kawaja, he's on fire today.
He's batting very well. Now just give us the... Right, you fix up the stumps. You've got to have the bails in a certain spot. And this, when there's, say, a possibility of a stumping or run out or that, it's not the third umpire's responsibility to go out, but the 2 that are out there, they have to make sure it's absolutely spot on.
100%. I can see from here they look really well.
Yeah, well, they have to look well, don't they? That's part of the deal. And how have you enjoyed it from your point of view now? You're well known to everyone here. You're getting on with all the umpires, a chance to have a chat, move and shake and stir yourself up, etc.
Yeah, we had a bowls day yesterday, Walshy, at one of the local bowling clubs. One of the president let us on for free, and Billy got to sign some and sell some hats yesterday.
Oh,
so
good.
Billy Bowden, myself and Dave Schofield, we were the winning team. After 11 ends, I think we won 30-odd to 6 or something.
Oh, all right. You wanted to get that score across, didn't you? Now, how's Suresh Badhu going?
He's going well. He's difficult to adapt to the conditions. He's coming from such a cold place and a warm place, and he's just unbelievable that he thinks our winter is hotter than his summer. So.
All right. Okay, we've got a change of bowling now. First change bowler being brought into the attack is Wade, and that ball is patted away on the onside and there's no run. Now, you're not as much involved in the second half of what we're doing here. That's, of course, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. You had a team of substance last year. I'll just get you to embellish as this next ball wide of the off stump, and it's signalled a wide, then none for 52 in the 8th over.
Yeah, so the spot on strikers we've had to pull out because there's a lot of guys. Probably the right word is.
Yeah, well, you think about the right word. Could be a good word. You think?
Yeah, no, good.
This ball is driven off the front foot, hit very well, and hit very well indeed, but good fielding in the covers. That ball was speeding off, and it went in a hurry out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
I wanted a couple of the other blokes to actually help out, so not on myself, and there was a few interested, but unfortunately they pulled out.
Couldn't get enough. Dawes will face the next ball, and outside the off stump, it fends and misses. Through it goes to Barranca. Dawes stays on 10. Khawaja, 37 of 23 deliveries. Midway through the 8th over. Have a look at it. 7.3 overs down. None for 52. Khawaja, 37. Dawes, 10. Can Wade do anything? Outside the off stump, a little bit of movement away from the bat of Dawes. And through it goes to Barranca. Is it hard to get to know all the umpires when you've got such a busy schedule as you?
Every morning at 8 o'clock we've had breakfast together for the last 8 days, and we've just become all best mates. So
yeah, that's good. Good to hear. Next ball outside the off stump, cut hard behind point. No, is it in the air? Yes. Is it a wicket? Yes. We've got the breakthrough. Wade takes the wicket. The ball outside the off stump. Dawes cutting. He had plenty on it, but the ball flying out towards the gully region, and they pick up the first run. Wade picks up the wicket. Dawes out for 10. It's 1 for 52. Caught by Waddington off the bowling of Wade. A quick comment from you, Chiller. I know you've got lots to do. We'll just have a look at the replay. Let's just see what Wade did with that ball. Wide of the off stump and hit fairly low, and a good catch too. Well picked up there. And Dawes, who did what was required, he stayed there for a period of time. He'll go now and sit in his Winnebago and find his wife, and they'll be fine, won't they, for the rest of the competition, Chiller?
He'll be okay.
He'll be okay, righto. Thanks for popping up and saying hello at very short notice. We like to mix and match with our voices, etc. And Chiller Charlesworth, one of the best umpires doing the rounds, speaking to us on our coverage here. And the score is 1 wicket down, and I'll get Pat to jump back in and have a chat to us now with that first wicket falling, and the partnership was... I'll get it up on the scoreboard in a second. It was over the half century, over 50, and a very good start indeed after Ashley Hardy won the toss and elected to bat here at the Mildura Sports Precinct.
Okay, so let's see what Wade can do here. He's made the opening breakthrough, as well she suggested, picking up the wicket of Leith Dawes, caught Waddington. This score on 10, 1 for 52, almost completed the 8th over. And new man out there is Anthony Maguire, batting at number 3 here for the A team. As we can see, Skipper Sharp just looking to bolster the offside ring at the moment. And Wade has been a steady wicket taker through the competition so far. Of course, he picked up 4 on Sunday over in Golgol, Walshy.
Yes, that was a good performance by him. He'd be happy.
One full, and it's nicely taken onto the onside, and not quite timed as well as what Anthony would have liked, but he'll get through for a couple, and that will take us up to the end of the 8th over. So 1 for 54, Australia A. They're batting first after winning the toss. Ash Hardy was really keen to get amongst it first, looking at the surroundings and the wicket. Wants to post a really decent tally, Walshy, and ask the questions the Aussies at the crease in the second session.
Well, when you're coming off bowling a side out for 22 in the second over, and that is not throwing any negatives in the direction of the Canadian team, they're learning a lot. But the Australians would have hoped to have perhaps sharpened up their match a bit more. They didn't see too much of it over just 2 overs before they reached that target. and they've been knocked about now. Those that picked up those early wickets a couple of days ago, James Morris and Craig Trindle, and now the change has been taking place there with Ashley Hardy, the captain of the team, electing for another change in the situation. Looks like Bloomfield's going to come into the attack.
Yeah, left armour, he's been solid, I think, over the last 3 or 4 days, has played his role. Just that variation coming the other side of the wicket. It'll be interesting to see how Khawaja will deal here. He's been certainly on the front shoe so far, 37 from 23. His innings including 8 boundaries, so he is leading the way as they continue to push towards a really good score here.
When you think of it, Patrick, 37 runs and 32 of those are in boundaries.
Yep.
That's extraordinary,
Well,
isn't it?
it's efficient batting, isn't it? It's saving your legs, as they say. Not having to get through for too many ones and twos. He's just letting the boundaries do the talking. So it looks like Kratzmann still parked in there in the slip cordon alongside of wicketkeeper Anthony Baranka. Still no sign of any pace off just yet, Walshy. They're keen to try and get as much as they can out of the new RJR ball. But I've got no doubt that Simon Waddington and Prashant Sharma are going to play a pretty decent role here through the middle section of this innings.
One hiccup and you're gone. If you go in as favourite and lose, you lose the competition, don't you?
It's Bloomfield quickly into stride, angles down the leg side, and tidied up by Trindle at fine leg. Just feel like a few of the boys just look a little bit stiff and sore, backing up after some consecutive days of cricket, just taking a little while to, come into the game, loosen up a bit. Bloomfield bowling with that breeze at his back from the 16th Street end here at the MSP. There's Maguire just taking his guard.
One thing I should mention too about how easy it is to get around Mildura, because you don't forget the street names, because it's 15th followed by 14th followed by 13th, and so if you get lost it's probably because you've been in the TAB far too long the night before, or the RSL. It depends, doesn't it?
I've heard a few stories on the grapevine. There's been a few winners that may have been backed by some of the crew.
Still yours.
As the ball's this time taken out through the offside, as Sharma is often pursued. He's just going to only pull that inside the rope. Fires it back into the keeper. And a nice start from Macquarie. He's away with a couple. He moves to 4 now. Score is 1 for 57 in the 9th over. Still Walshy, they got that run rate almost up around that 7 per over mark. It is.
And just on this too, we're being a bit flippant, I know, but the fact is that there are so many things that you can see in Mildura. There's a country and western festival that was on. There's fishing if you want to. There's houseboating if you want to. And you can go and see. Seriously, the harness racing was on, so a lot of people haven't seen that before. And that was on, so people could go and have a look. And just the tourism part of it, the tourism bureau here, all the information, you go in there and they're delightful people to deal with.
Yep.
And they point you in the right direction, and then you can walk away saying, well, I didn't just see a cricket game, I didn't just see the hotel we're staying in, we had a good look around.
1 for 57, Australia Ray. As there's a bit of a shout from the Aussies in the cordon, maybe pad first before it hit the bat. But the umpire's happy to let that one go through. Fairly tidy start from Bloomfield. He's got a bit of work to do. The Aussies looking to just try and claw their way back a bit here. Try and restrict the run flow that we've seen from the A-team so far, in particular Adnan Khawaja. This time a ball outside the off stump is hit out to the covers by Macquarie. Nicely done by James Morris, who's just in on the cut square there, fielding at extra cover. So 1 ball remaining of this, the 9th over. We'll slip away for a short break and then we'll load up once again.
Can't be too bad out there because no one's wearing a top. When I say top, but when the long sleeves, they look as if they're okay in the sun.
As Macquire's going to tickle that one down towards the man at fine leg. Craig Trindle, he bowls it back to the keeper. And that's the end of the 9th over with Australia Ray 1 for 58 here at the MSP. Mildura Sporting Precinct. 1 for 57, Australia A. They won the toss, batted first in this Global Spirit of Cricket Over-50's final. It's the last day of the 45 over format before we launch into the T20s, which will get underway from 10 a.m. local time on Thursday. So Mark Wade continues. He's the wicket taker, has 1 for 3. As he over pitches the ball outside the off stump, and once again the A team absolutely on the front foot and capitalising there with another boundary out into the offside.
Superb timing, and credit to those that have looked after this precinct and looked after not only the wicket but the outfield, because it looks to be good, and we had a wander out there earlier on and it's in perfect condition. A special cheerio to someone who I know is not listening, but she's 116. I'm serious.
116?
116.
It's a good dig, isn't it?
It is. I'll give you the details in a sec. How this is discovered, I have no idea, but the record books show that she was visited during the week by King Charles.
Fair enough too, I would have thought.
And King Charles is 50 years younger than she is.
Wow.
And he wished her the very best of luck for her 116th birthday. I don't know how they verify or justify all that, but that's the record that they say. But the oldest person still living at 116.
Wow.
She's probably not all that interested in the cricket that we're broadcasting, but the fact is that we'd like to give her a cheerio. I don't know any further details. All I do is I know that King Charles had the honour of going and visiting her, and the feedback that I'm getting from my sources, she was aware that she was being visited by a king at 116.
That's great, isn't it?
It's extraordinary. Extraordinary. 116. How old are you, Ben?
I don't think we disclose that information on a live broadcast, do we?
No, that's all good. And the good news is that we can send cheerios out to all and sundry that are listening. And the one thing that we want to do is, because we have to pass this message on, that if you're a bit flat and you're a bit lonely and you're struggling through some issues, and every time you watch the news someone has had, it might have been a death in the family or some sickness or illness, well, pick up the phone and ring someone and share that information. And if you can in any way be supported by that person, reciprocate. And make sure you do that, because we're all about passing on good news, and that's just wide of the off stump. Sometimes there's a reluctance for a bit of embarrassment. You don't want to talk too much about people that you don't know, and Chilla's gone through that too, because of meeting all these people for the first time, and it's hard to all of a sudden just launch into a dissertation as to what your life's all about, but if you can, that's all good.
It's Kawhi just trying to find some room outside the off stump. He couldn't get past Kratzman, who's been pretty much unstoppable in the cordon, hasn't he, over the last week or so. So that's the end of the 10th over. Australia A are 1 for 62. The partnership so far has netted 10 runs from 13 balls in 11 minutes. So good going here from Australia A. We might just quickly wash. I know you've got some details there, but we'll quickly go around the grounds and update some of the scores from the other games. In the other over 50s playoff final, the USA won the toss and have batted first at the John Hall Oval. They are 2 for 43 in the 12th over. And we have 2 over 55s games underway over at Goal, New Zealand. 3 for 39 after 9. They won the toss and batted first against Australia. And the other game, the Spirit of Cricket World 11 off to a flyer. None for 61 after 12 against Australia A.
And Chilla, there's no doubt about him. Chilla Charlesworth has come up with some details regarding Ethel Caterham, who received a card from the King on her 115th birthday. That was last year. I hope he didn't miss out this year. The oldest living person, 116. She lives in a care home in Lightwater, Surrey. Back to that in a sec. Ball outside the off stump, takes him on the pad and there's no run. The oldest living person in April following the death of the Brazilian nun, Sister Ina Cambaro Lucas, who was also at 116. Born on the 21st of August 1909, she's the last surviving subject of Edward VII. His great-great-grandson Charles III sent her a card to mark her 115th in 2024. So Ethel Caterham in a care home in Lightwater, Surrey. Wow, thanks Chilla for that. Information available on the Google network. And,
Yes.
you know, isn't it wonderful how you can find that out? And you just see things like that and you think, 116, wow, that is old. That's a lot.
Yes. As we see another tidy ball there from Bloomfield. He's got himself into some good momentum and rhythm at the moment, bowling from that 16th Street end. Another special guest set to join you shortly, Peter Walsh, to my left. Good friend of yours.
Les.
There we go.
It's lurking, Les.
Back to Bloomfield. This time he's squaring up Khawaja, who's back and across and defending into the offside. He's not far away from a 50, Walsh. He's got away quickly here, hasn't he? 43 from 31. And he's leading the way for the A team as they look to put on a really good tally here. Our man Chiller to your right suggested that 260 was potentially the par score. We were thinking 225, 250, but gee whiz, they get 260. They're right in the game, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that ball's short and wide outside the leg stump and hammered out through forward square. Runs along the ground all the way, and it's a boundary, and there's been plenty of those. The score with Khawaja out of 47 off 32, Maguire 4 off 9. The man outdoors caught Waddington bowled Wade for 10. Wicket falling in the 7th over at 1 for 52. It's now 1 for 66. With the man on strike just 3 away from a half century. And he will stay on that total of 47. Maguire 4 at the end of the over. The score here at this magnificent venue, Mildura Sporting Precinct, is 1 for 66. 66, that's correct. With Ashley Hardy, the captain, winning the toss for the Australian A over 50s, and they've got across to a flyer. We've got Les Burdett coming in and having a chat in a second. Australia A winning the toss and electing to bat here at this venue. Les, stop talking to Pat and come in here, please. Thank you. That's good. Les, just pop those on, my friend. And it's a real thrill for me to welcome a very good friend of ours, a very good friend of cricket, and a very good friend of anybody who has had the honour and glory to shake hands with the man who sits beside me in the commentary box, Les Burdett. Les, thanks for making the journey from, I would presume it was Adelaide, but it's good to have you here and welcome to cricket.
Only came up because you're here, Peter.
Now, you were here yesterday. You had a fair bit to do, didn't you?
Yeah, well, Turf took me around and we visited 10 different grounds. And apparently there's about 19 cricket pitch squares around Mildura and Wentworth. And the facilities are fantastic. I mean, to think that most of them are driven to by volunteers is quite a big pat on the back for Mildura.
Les is going to stay with us for a while just to have a chat about what's going on as Australia 1 for 66, wide of the off stump, and it is called a wide too, so it's 1 for 67. When you arrive at a ground and you know where you're going but you haven't seen the ground before, as a curator of substance with 40 odd years of experience in doing it, what do you look forward to seeing first?
The guy that's making the pitch.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, that's me included. You're very protective of your acreage, and you got pride in what you're doing. Otherwise, if you haven't got pride, you're not doing it well. So it's very important that you don't go in and start telling people what they should be doing. You just quietly listen to them, respect what they're doing, and let them talk. And my role is to try not intimidate them and just make them sort of feel easy with me, and whatever they've stuffed up, I've stuffed up. So it's all a learning curve, you know. Even when I started Adelaide Oval, Arthur Lance says, I'll allow you to stuff something up once, but don't do the same thing twice.
What did you stuff up once?
I'm not telling you.
Well, that's not helping me, is it? But you wouldn't stuff up. But look, the point of it is you would get the feedback from captains of the respective teams. If they weren't happy, would they talk to you during the game?
Look, I found it part of the job to understand and understand the players' expectation of how the pitch should perform. I'm not talking about contriving cricket pitches to help South Australia or Australia, which I never ever did do, because if you do contrive a pitch, you've still got to win the toss. Otherwise, if you lose the toss, everything's negated and it turns back the other way. So I never did that. And that was endorsed by Arthur Lance, my curator before me, and guys like Lily and the likes. Sit down, have a drink with them and say, don't compromise. But it's important to understand exactly what the players are expecting when they go out to play the game. And somehow you manage that to make it as sporting and as fair as you possibly can.
Les Burdett's our special guest here in our coverage, the coverage of a global Spirit of Cricket Festivale with Kawaja 47 and Macquarie on 5. It's 1 for 68 in the 12th over. How do you work out then, Les, that you'd like to see a pitch up and running right through until the end of 5 days in a test match, if possible? How difficult is that as something you'd like to do?
Look, I think you've got a responsibility, number one, to the athletes, the players. Number two, to, like Adelaide Oval, to the South Australian Cricket Association, to the commentaries, to the promoters, to all those people, then the spectators, the members. So if you could write the script for a test match, you'd like to see a result in the last session on the last day, provided it is an entertaining game. There's an opportunity for everybody to enjoy it, an opportunity for everybody to make a bit of money out of the game, and basically watch a game unfold. I mean, Test cricket is a game of chess to a degree, where you move things around to sort of create that result. And I think the one-day game has certainly got a place, but Test cricket is the love of mine, and I just like to see it go on to that 5th day.
When you finished at the Adelaide Oval, you're around the world. You're always hard to pin down because you went everywhere, and that was because people wanted to pick your brains. Was there anywhere you wanted to go before you were asked? Were you the sort of person that thought, I'd like to go to Lords, or I'd like to go to Karachi, or I'd like to go to Cape Town? What went through your mind?
I certainly wanted to see Lords, which I did in '93. And there's a ground called Worcester that's supposed to be compared with Adelaide Oval, so I went to Worcester in England too.
Was it what you thought?
Well, it had a cathedral.
All right, that's something.
It's a little bit where it stopped. But and then I wanted to go to Cape Town and have a look at the ground down there, and that had the brewery and the Table Mountains in the background, very pretty. But then I came back and compared it to Adelaide Oval, and call me biased, and I am. But boy, Adelaide Oval is majestic.
Is there anything that you found difficult in passing on when you might have gone to a ground and thought this is not as good as I would have hoped? And you're a person who don't likes to hurt other people, but you've got information you want to share. There might have been moments when you had to be a little bit negative.
Yeah, well, if I ever did, and I'm sure I did, I certainly made sure it was just a one-on-one, not for anybody else, and just have an opinion, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it doesn't make things right. But to discuss the same common interests with turfies out on their deck, out in their field, and just offer some encouragement and offer a new way of attacking their situation and methodology and way they construct and prepare their pitches. So, and if you're a mug if you close your ears to anybody. I mean, I learnt from so many other people. I just saw scientists in Adelaide that I lent on a lot.
Who was that?
His name was Roy Bond. He worked for the CSIRO. And he taught me so much about the cracking clays of Australia and around the world. And we did bounce tests and all sorts of soil tests on Adelaide Oval, which taught me to understand what I was looking at and playing with so much better.
Is it a difficult assignment being a curator? You've got so many things you've got to take on board, and also I'm using the Test cricket as an example. When the two captains of the two respective test teams arrive, they want to talk to you and find out what the track's going to be like.
Yeah, and it's important for them to understand the prevailing conditions, whether there've been a rain leading up to, and whether the covers have been on, and how the preparation went, and the time of the year. The bounciest pitches in Adelaide normally January, February, because the days are longer, the plant's growing more, and the plant is when it's growing, its roots are developing and it's sucking the moisture out. The cricket pitch then bounces more, comes onto the bat more, and it's more conducive to good cricket. So your October pitches are normally a little bit slow because there's a lot of moisture underneath after the rains. So they take a little bit of drying out, and as I said, those longer days give you more sunshine and give you more growth and give you more bounce and carry.
Australia A, they're batting at the moment, and 1 for 70. Kawaja 40. Maguire is on 14. And there's going to be another boundary added because that's punched away out deep just in front of where the scoreboard is. The scoreboard looks quite resplendent from where we are on the opposite side of the ground. Kawaja and Maguire now. Kawaja 40 and Maguire is on 18. Now talk to me about how much in the 5 days of, say, a test match going at the Adelaide Oval did you actually see? Do you have to sit there and watch exactly what's going on?
Wherever I am, it's where I'm in my office.
With the crayfish, of course. Don't ignore my question.
Sorry.
With a crayfish, of course.
I've done a crayfish in my office, yes, I have. But always have a TV up and I'm watching it. So I need to, just in case something is going wrong or something happens, I've carried a few guys off the Adelaide Oval that have been hit. So it's important to sort of watch the development of the game and see how the pitch is playing, watch the body language and the attitude. So always have my eye on it wherever I am, whether it be a screen or be it live.
Yeah, I hope these questions are okay. I'm just wondering about, did you have to respond to the Cricket Australia board at the end of a test match, let them know what was going on, or did they fire questions at you? Were you responsible for providing any answers to any questions?
After a game, the match referee and the two umpires plus the 2 captains normally meet. Shield games we used to always meet and just discuss it. The first item on the agenda would be how the pitch performed, and we'd talk about that, whether there was any problems or issues, and an opportunity for me to address that. So it's all about building relationships, and I'm pretty lucky to say I didn't have too many issues.
You've got plenty of friends. It wasn't hard for you to hold friendship because you like to talk and you like to be able to sit in the company of anyone, and you would have spoken to a lot of Test cricket captains in your time.
Oh, very much so. I mean, that was part of the deal. When a touring party would come to Adelaide, I'd meet them at the gate and introduce myself and make them welcome and explain to them the condition of the practice pitches and where we are with things. And from that, you build a relationship. And I can tell you, look you in the eye, Pete, and say I never lied to them. I always gave them the same answer to a touring side as I would the Australian side or the South Australian team.
We're talking about the spirit of cricket that we're here for, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Can you tell us about what you think or you thought of the behavioural patterns of cricketers when you were officiating there as, well, calling you an official, of course, the person as the curator of the Adelaide Oval. What are the body languages telling you in this day and age? How do we go with behaviour?
I think good kids come from good families, and I look around and watch my 2 daughters grow up and my grandchildren growing up, and to me life was simple when my mum told me to do unto others you want others to do unto you, and that's my creed. It's a creed that I've given to, and some kids have got that creed and some people haven't, and each to their own, but I just think good people come from good families. And sometimes kids get involved with the wrong peer group and things go sideways, but yeah, I never had any issues.
Les Burdett, our special guest, as we work through the 13.5 overs have been bowled, 1 for 78, Kawaja 41 and Maguire on 18. Any regrets about all the work that you've done as a cricket umpire? Not, but as a curator, yes, for all of the time and effort that you would have been from home, away from home too, from your beautiful wife and the girls, because you had to be there when people wanted you.
It was a labour of love. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. I had a love affair with Adelaide Oval and still do. And but I felt responsible when there was an event on. Used to set up for the event, of course, and quite often on a Sunday I'd be in there working by myself. So I'd get my family, my wife and my two girls, Zoe and Emma, and their mates to come in, and I'd open the north gate, bring them in, and have a communal barbecue, get the tennis courts going. So my kids grew up around Adelaide Oval on a Sunday when I was in there doing my work. I was on a, I was on a salary as much, so I just went home when the job was done. I mean, you can't say, well, someone's playing tomorrow and the pitch isn't finished. Well, I'll finish that tomorrow. Well, you couldn't. You had to do what you had to do when you needed to do it. So it consumed a lot of time, but it also was just a beautiful place to be. And on a Sunday, the cathedral bells would ring and the seagulls would be there, and it'd be every Sunday I'd go in there anyway, whether just to put water on. I'd wander in and just enjoy the cathedral bells and rehearsing and the seagulls, and just suck in the air and just enjoy Adelaide Oval all by myself.
Yeah, good call. 1 for 78 after 14 overs. Kawaja is on, let's have a look. Kawaja is on 4 and 41. I just flicked it over. Maguire is on 18. There is to be a bowling change now. It looks as if we've got Prasanth Sharma who's coming into the attack. It's 1 for 78. And I know you've got lots to do, but I just wanted to ask you this. You don't get on your soapbox and talk about any issues of health that you've had to work through, but the important thing is you're prepared to encourage people that they should, where possible, stay as healthy as possible. And if that means going to see a GP and being checked out for bits and pieces, and I'll let you explain what you're going through, because you've got that message across to so many people about, particularly men, knowing they have a responsibility to look after themselves and to look after their friends and their loved ones.
Yeah, well, you're alluding to 2012, where I retired in 2010 because I had a biopsy on my prostate, and I figured there's something brewing, so I retired in 2010, and that was part of the catalyst to make a decision to move on. And in 2012, after I came back from touring Italy, I had another blood test and found that things had jumped up a bit in the PSA. So yeah, and I had mine removed, my prostate removed in 2012, and since then I've been all clear. So it's 13 years ago, and I haven't had an issue with it. But my message to everybody is, especially blokes, and nowadays the finger doesn't quite happen, it's all blood tests. But if you're smart enough to keep on top of your bloods, you can follow how your body's ticking. And if you get it in time, you can save your life and do the right thing by your family. And if you go in and you become naive and silly about it and think I'm all right, and I've been to several funerals of late where guys have got their prostates checked too late, and sadly the cancer's got out of the prostate and moved through the body, through the branches and the trees of the body, and it's too late. So it's just so important to don't be in denial, get your bodies checked, and I still do now. Every 12 months I do a total bloods and see where I am, and everybody should do the same thing.
And just a final one for you, Les. You do a lot of public speaking because you want to get this message out there. Are men brave enough or sensible enough to listen to that message you're passing on about they have a responsibility and they should go and get checked? I worked with a guy, no, this is not name dropping, this is Ted Whitten. I worked with him for 6 years. Yeah. He never got tested and he died of prostate cancer at 62. Yep. And there is, just as we speak, a wicket that's fallen, 1 for 82 becomes 2 for now, with Kawaja out for 45. Kawaja out for 45. Let's just have a look at the action replay before we get you to answer that and then move on, because we appreciate your time. This is Prasanth Sharma, who went to try and knock the ball away on the onside, played over the top of it, and he's been out bowled. But what a magnificent performance by the opening batter, who was so good, batted superbly and walks away with his score. He'll show it on the board in a moment. He's just leaving us. And the second wicket falls. He's out for 45. It's 2 for 82. Just a quick comment from you, Les, regarding the importance of... they're having drinks break. That's good. So, look, we might just get you to hang on for 1 sec whilst you have a drink. The drink's on the ground now. Kawaja out for 45. Maguire is on 18. 2 for 82 is the score here at the Mildura Sports Precinct with drinks on the ground.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Lads have had a drink. Peter Walsh joined by Les Burdett. Les, one of the magnificent people I've had the pleasure of meeting in my limited time with broadcasting sport here, there and everywhere. And Les always has a story to tell. And for those that have just joined us, we can tell you that Ashley Hardy from Australia A, the over-50s, won the toss and elected to bat. 2 wickets fell, the first wicket at 52 when Dawes was caught. Waddington bowled Wade for 10. And the second, Khawaja, who was bowled by Sharma for 45, it was 2 for 82, with Hardy yet to score at Maguire on 18. And Les, talking as you always do, openly and honestly, messages to interact, have a chat to each other, pick up the phone if you haven't spoken to each other for a while, or bump into that person in a hotel foyer as we did the other day, and start a conversation and try and maintain contact.
Yeah, I mean, I try to instill my 2 girls as well. You're only as good as your friends that you've got, and you can't go down to Bunnings and buy a mate. You build that privilege to call your mates your mates. And to do that, you've got to go out of your way too to encourage the relationship. Whether it's male, female, 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 or male, male, it doesn't matter. But it's all about building a relationship. And you've got to put time into friends. If you don't put time into friends, you're off the list. So it's so important. And I watch my 2 daughters grow and the friends that they've got connections with. And I often say to them, just maintain the friendships. And you've got to go to your way to make the phone call to say, hi, how about a coffee? Or how about a beer? Or how about whatever? And if you don't do that, you lose contact. And once you lose contact, it's very hard. People move on, go in different directions, and it's hard to put it all back together again. So, I say to all, if you've got good mates, look after them.
Yeah, good call. You're very forthright too about wanting to help out with fundraisers that crop up. Your name appears, you jump in a car and you're off in the distance and you think, where's Les going? And he might be in the middle of the Nullen ball when you find him, but you're not backward and coming forward when you can put your hand up.
Oh, look, I harp on my 2 girls and my grandkids, but they all need to go, and I'm an ambassador for SA Variety, and I've done 24 variety bashes and collected a lot of money in South Australia. Broke an Australian record last year where we found $2.7 million.
That's extraordinary.
To give to kids with special needs.
Mm-hmm.
And, and it's not just the kids, it's the families. We give grants everywhere we go, and we make sure families are okay, but it's the pressure on the parents and the grandparents when you've got a kid that needs assistance. So it's a big picture. It's not just helping that child, it's helping the whole family, and to see it happen and respect and have a tear in your eye when you watch it all happen, it's rewarding. And I've always been in a position where people ask me to help, and
You
if
do?
I can help, I do.
Yeah. Maguire just hit a boundary. It's 2 now for 86, nearing the completion of the 15th over. Now, 16th heading into 2 for 86. Maguire 22 and Hardy yet to score. And I've got one final one, and this is unfair of me because I haven't given you any warning, but considering the quality of captains of differing countries who've been to the Adelaide Oval, I'd like you to give me a 3, 2 and 1 as to not the better players they are, but just the good people they are, that you would have said, oh, Ricky Ponting's walking in, I like him. And I'm not putting names into your mind because you've got your own thoughts, but can you give us your 3, 2 and 1s as to the numbers that you've seen, and who are your favourites in the time you've spent at the Adelaide Oval?
Look, I can't split them.
Yes, you can. You have to.
Well, see, David Hooks comes first.
Yeah.
We were mates, and we lost him on the 18th of January 2004 when somebody hit him from behind and he cracked his skull on the footpath.
That's 21 years ago.
Yeah, that's 21 years ago. So he was a mate, and although he went to Melbourne, if he would come into a function over here, he'd make a call and say, "Can I sit with you on the table?" So our relationship was terrific. Ricky Ponting was on my ground staff when he was going through the academy, when Rod Marsh had the academy. So I never knew Ricky Ponting was going to be the ripper he turned out to be, but he was always a kid doing a job, and did a bloody good job. He was terrific. Steve Waugh was terrific. Ian Chappell, Greg Chappell.
Now you're naming all the Australians. Yeah. What about throwing in someone international?
One guy I really did like is Dravid. I met him in Malaysia doing a 3-round competition. Australia, India, and Australia, India playing up there, and West Indies. And I just found him to be an absolute gentleman. And India were touring that year, and he said, "I must introduce you to my wife and my family." And sure enough, a couple of days before the test match, Dravid walked out on the ground with his wife and his 2 kids to say hello. I mean, and I've mentioned that to a few players, and they've always rated him also as just a great human being. There's lots.
Pretty good. The one that I liked, and I liked them all, was he was prepared to put a loud shirt on, this guy, when I walked onto the ground, and he was sitting in the heavy roller. And I thought, is he supposed to be there? I looked around and I couldn't see. You've got, your band of helpers that worked so brilliantly, and I thought I'd just creep out there, and I said, "Excuse me, sir, can you put this on?" And he did. And it was Inzamam ul Haq, who was the captain at that time of the Pakistan team, and he looked good in that. I don't think I've ever shown you that photo, but he looked good. He was a nice bloke.
He would have blended on top of the roller.
All right, Les, I know you've got a lot to do, and I really do appreciate the fact that you've been able to come up and say hello. The effort of getting to see all of those budding curators, or those who have nestled into their trade, and spotting them at all the grounds, absolutely magnificent, mate. You take care, look after yourself, and look after that health, and always good to shake your hand.
No, I'm going well, Pete, and it's always good to see good people, so I wish you all the best too, mate.
Les Burdett, what a star, yeah, absolute star, and I say that with sincerity. He's going to be sitting here for a while and then heading off to where he wants to go, and it's really thrilled that we can say hello to you and Jane and the girls. Les Burdett joining us on our coverage here of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. 2 for 88, Hardy is yet to score, and Maguire is on 22. At the end of this over, I'll make way for my good friend and co-commentator Patrick Silcox as we see Les Burdett head into the distance with no clear direction in his life. He's got plenty of direction and he's a really good man. I really mean that. Some of the stories that we could tell will remain our secrets. Les has taken off and Patrick's come in. Thanks for that, Patrick, because, you have your favourites, and Les is just a champion man. He's been a wonderful man in my life for lots of reasons, in assisting me with wanting to work through some health issues and being there to help. And sometimes we just sit there and I don't stop talking, but he can stop talking, which is one of the elements that I'd like to be able to cope with, but that's never going to happen, so why worry about it? So anyway, let's have a look. Now we've got some information. A Wollongong junior, Anthony Maguire, ventured to Canberra in time for the 98-99 season, and that's him who's batting out there at the moment after his further representative career was blocked with New South Wales, with many other batsmen ahead of him. He's an opening batter who can back in the middle order, and he's not a bad guy, and he's out there now and he's on 23. Harder yet to score. 1 run remaining in this over. Then I can hand it over to my friend who sits beside me, Patrick Silcox, as this ball is a full toss outside the off stump. A tricky ball to deal with because it dropped onto Hardy quickly, and he took it on the full and punched it behind point, and there's no run. 2 for 89. Hardy yet to score, and Maguire was on 23. It's off the board now, but we'll pick it up. This is coming to you. This is the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Peter Walsh, joined by Patrick Silcox, and that is the voice of this particular gentleman you're going to hear right now. Thanks for coming back, Patrick.
Thank you, Walshy. Had a good chance to get around and have a chat to a few people and take in the surrounds here at the MSP. The breeze, it sort of feels like has just changed somewhat from what we had earlier this morning. It was coming straight down the wicket towards the Deakin Avenue end from the 16th Street end, but I feel like it's coming across the ground now, so that's allowed the bowlers to really settle into some good momentum and some really good work being done by Mark Wade and also Anthony Bloomfield to reel in that run rate. And now Prashant Sharma, who's in operation from that 16th Street end, has 1 for 5 from his 2 overs, so they've got the run rate back to under 5.5, Pete, which is a great effort.
Just as well, because they were being tonked around all over the place. It's a good game though. 2 for 89. That's plenty of runs in the bank at this moment. But once the ball breaks through the infield, not too many have been stopped. There's no threes that have been run. Most of those solid shots have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, full value for your shots here at the MSP. We certainly mentioned that in our pre-match. There's Wade just having a quick chat with his skipper.
And just on Khawaja too with 45, 9 fours. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah,
not bad at all.
He didn't have to do too much running. He was hitting the boundary with great freedom earlier this morning. This one's banged into the pitch by Wade, but Maguire takes it down the ground. Bit of a fumble down there. Steve Macy's patrolling that long on boundary, so they'll get back for a couple. We saw a fair bit of Ash Hardy last year while she in the inaugural Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, and he looked like a very busy operator. Likes to turn the scoreboard over, doesn't he, while he's out there?
He does. Yes. They're all busy. They've all got different means of apparatus as they get themselves involved. Confident looking side too. They're top order, but haven't seen enough of Khawaja. He was magnificent with 45. Anything happening in the other matches? I'm keen to know what's happening at goal.
Okay. It's New Zealand O50's 3 for 63 in the 17th. Kiwis winning the toss, electing to bat first, and what's been pretty decent strip across the border in New South Wales, what we've seen over the opening 4 or 5 days of the tournament. Still rocking onto the back foot. He'll find some room, some real estate out there through forward point. Waddington does the job there to retrieve and get it back to the keeper. The other over 50s final today, which has been played at the John Hall Oval, the US, a 4 for 63 after 18 overs. 4 for 63 America, playing Canada in that game. They won the toss and elected to bat first.
Now, are you able to see at the opportune time how our favourite player is going, the captain of the American team, Festivale? He's the one who got 106 earlier in the tournament.
He's 13 not off 30 deliveries, so he's getting set once again.
30 deliveries. Come on, Festivale, if you're listening out now, come on, mate, get on with it.
Hasn't hit a maximum yet, which is unlike him.
No, that's a poor shot and a good result for the Australians. Yep. A good result.
Fantastic effort there from Wade. He continues to be their driving force with the ball. And unfortunately, Skipper's going to go without troubling the scorers. We did mention that he likes to get on with it and tick it over, and he was just maybe a little bit too aggressive there, as we'll get a look back hopefully at that one shortly as the Aussies get into camp there, and things are starting to roll a little bit their way. Waddington was the man with the catch once again. Hardy out for no score. And certainly in the last 10 overs or so, as we get a chance to view now with the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay, just pretty comfortably went to Waddington, who was fielding out there at forward point, and did it with ease as he trots in to the spoils of his teammates. So Australia now just fighting back, aren't they, since that drinks break? Wickets falling at 82 and now 92. Khawaja was out for 45. Ash Hardy no score. And it looks like it's going to be Jason Lavender who's the next man to come through for the A-team. But after such a profitable start, Peter Walsh, they'll need to dig deep here and make sure they can get another partnership going.
Yes. Look, at one stage, look, you can get too carried away when we're thinking about who's doing what, where and when. These partnerships at 52, 82 and 92, so the twos coming in threes, if that makes sense. Try to explain 52, 82 and 92. And good partnerships, but needed to go on with them now. That's where the frustration does exist. And these two teams batting for bragging rights, but more importantly, the spoils of a victory, because one finished on top and finished to be able to beat the side that finished fourth, and the other second beat the side finishing third. It's a bit like when will your Tats Lotto's numbers come up, but it's been a good week of competition with these sides and different players showing displays, and I'm reckoning Khawaja would have to be nominated as one of the best digs that we've seen in a week.
Yeah, he was super aggressive, wasn't he? Got on with it from ball one, really, finding the boundary and certainly putting the questions back to the Australian field and the bowling attack. But Wade once again comes in and plays his role. He has been outstanding so far in the competition, had 7 wickets coming in. He's added an extra 2 to his tally today. Didn't take the new ball this morning, but he's played a very important part of this attack through the middle session. As that one fizzes through to the keeper, Barenka, and that's the end of 18 overs with the score Australia A 3 for 92.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
As we return to live action here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, they're showing us food again, Walshy, as we get close to lunch. They seem to have the habit of doing that, the Be Live boys, just to make sure we're ready to go for a bit of on the fang action.
Where's the food?
Yeah, well, it'll be here. It'll be here at lunchtime. Don't fear.
But lunch is a fair distance away with all these overs to go.
I know.
Come on, what are you doing? You're dangling the carrot.
I am. I was getting a little bit excited.
All right. Well, I had a good meal last night. I went to... Am we allowed to make mention of Subway or not?
Well, you just did, so yeah. I don't see why not.
Very nice meal.
What did you go with, the classic chicken, or what was your...
I went the classic chicken, but preceded by the day before in the next place, I had some nachos.
Oh,
were they good?
Nice.
Absolutely spectacular. I went to a Chinese place, but it has been closed for the last 2 days, so can't give it a plug, can I? If
No.
you can't get in.
No. A few places will elect to close on Monday and Tuesdays, just
Why is
so
that?
they get through the busy weekend period, I guess, and then they can freshen up and then power through the rest of the week. I think that's been something that's come into play since COVID times, I think.
Right, so if you're hungry on Monday and Tuesday, it's tough.
You've got to fend for yourself, that's what we're saying, yeah. No, there's still a few places.
No, there's plenty of some
Yeah.
beautiful eating, beautiful spots to have it. And also to take in the ambience, which is evident for you.
Sharma is straight into his work here, into his third over, 1 for 5. And looking to bring that run rate down even further. Currently 4.97, still 26.5 overs to go for the A-team, so they'd be really instilled to make sure they can get to that 225, 250, maybe even 260, although runs are proving a little bit harder to come by now as the Australians continue to grow in confidence. These bowling rotations, Wade, Bloomfield, and Prashant Sharma. No doubt we'll see Simon Waddington also in operation shortly. Just forced back into his crease there, Maguire, but he managed just to pick up a run into the offside. Also from Anthony Bloomfield to tidy up for the Aussies. 3 for 93. Nearing the completion of this, the 19th over. Just one other score just to touch base with at the end of this over, Walshy, and the other games being played around town this morning. Final day. This 45 over format. Spirit of Cricket World 11 taking on Australia A. That one at the Mildura Senior College. We'll give you an update on that one shortly. As Sharma pitches outside the stumps, we might just see Peter Walsh take a brief break. At the end of 19, 3 for 93. And that game at the MSC sees the Spirit of Cricket World 11 2 for 90 in the 21st over. And they won the toss and elected to bat. So that seems a bit of a common theme across all games today. The team winning the toss have wanted to bat first, post a score on the board to defend in the second session. And our game here is interestingly poised after 19 overs. 3 for 93, Australia A. Wickets to fall this morning. Dawes caught Waddington, bowled Wade for 10. Khawaja was bowled Sharma 45, and Hardy, the last man out, caught Waddington, bowled Wade, no score. Wickets falling at 52, 82 and 92. And we're currently 3 for 93. Started the 20th over. Mark Wade has been the pick of the bowlers. 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 23. And he might well go through his 9 over stint uninterrupted again today. As that one's just angled into the pads and taken into the onside for a single. So Maguire 28, Lavender yet to get underway. It's been fairly evident that the boundaries have dried up a little bit in the last half an hour or so, certainly with the removal of Khawaja. It looks like Kratzmann's going to be reinstated back into the slips cordon here for the new man Lavender. Bowler and skipper just deliberating here. Working their way through the process. Certainly making Lavender wait a long time. Striker's end. Wade's good to go now though. That one hurries past the outside edge of the right-hander and through to the keeper Baranka. Another rest day to follow after finals day today before we head into T20 format mode. And there's some great destinations that can be taken in. Of course, we're really thankful to have both the Wentworth Shire Council and the Mildura Rural City Council as partners this year. And this time, Lavender's having a swing and a miss, or maybe just a fraction of an inside edge. How it didn't hit the castle, I'll never know. And Mark Wade certainly threw his head back, could not believe his misfortune there, but ball does get down towards the fine leg boundary. So Lavender is underway, albeit a little bit nervously. But some great stuff across the border. We've been mentioning over the past couple of days. Mungo National Park, the Kumiala Golf Club. If you want to go and have a round of 9 or 18, the conditions certainly good for golf today. The old Wentworth Jail is also a great one to check out if you're over the border. I'll give you some details on that in a moment. Maguire timing the ball beautifully. It was angled into his pads as he puts it out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So he advances his tally now to 32 from 44 deliveries. Score is 3 for 99 in this, the 20th over. The old Wentworth Jail, you can step inside. The heritage, the history, the atmosphere. It's just a short walk from the riverfront over the border in New South Wales. For everything at Wentworth Shire, just head online to experiencewentworth.com.au. So run rate back up over 5.03. Still a little bit of delay here. They're just making sure that they've got Kratzmann in the right spot there in the cordon. It's Wade's bowling that one into the pitch, and Maguire's rocking back and taking full toll of that one. Another boundary. So an expensive one, that one for Mark Wade. 3 for 103. Still one ball to go, and so far this over has netted 10 runs for the A team, so they've just got the momentum going back a little bit their way. There's Skipper Sharp, a couple of encouraging words in his charges there. What will Wade do here? Maybe look to just mix up his pace a little bit. He's just been a fraction either too full or too short in this over. This time Maguire's driving beautifully, but it's fielded on the ring there by Bloomfield. So that's the end of 20. Australia A are 3 for 103. Winning the toss, batting first today. And this partnership is just starting to get some momentum with the big fella Maguire really starting to hit his straps. 11 runs, 13 balls. Maguire is 36, Lavender just the 1. He'll be looking to continue to turn over the strike. As we see, Prashant Sharma will continue from the 16th Street end here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. As we mentioned, the game evenly balanced at the moment. Lots of talk around the ground about what sort of total needs to be posted. Certainly in excess of 200 is the word. Somewhere from the vicinity of 220 to 260. They've certainly set themselves a pretty decent platform. They want to keep some men in the shed for a bit of a late charge in the last 5 or 10 overs. Conditions very comfortable for the players. Tops of 16 currently. Sharma gets straight on to a line and length. Breeze coming out of the south-southwest. So it certainly has aided the bowlers coming in from that 16th Street end. I'll check the forecast moving forward over the next couple of days as we do get to those T20 fixtures for you in a moment. This one a bit shorter, nicely worked away by Lavender down towards the third man boundary. Work their way through. Nice bit of work by Kratzman. So tomorrow, locally, we'll go to 23, then 25, mostly sunny for day 1 of the T20s on Thursday, then 30, mostly sunny on Friday. So things really starting to heat up weather-wise here in Sunraysia as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale for 2025. As Sharma once again drops it on a 10-cent piece. And Maguire can only just defend back down the pitch. 3 for 104. Midway through the 21st over. Sharma has 1 for 7 in this his 4th. A bit quicker through the air, but this time it's over-pitched and Maguire is finding some more real estate out on the onside. Another boundary. Takes his tally to 40 and the score is 3 for 108 now in this the 21st over. As Peter Walsh has returned after a short break, Pete, and the A-boys just started to get that momentum rolling their way again.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see. This has been a pretty impressive performance. I mean, they don't play all that many games as they qualify for who's going to play off for what is in store for the presentations this evening, but this is a very good partnership that continues to build after 52 for the first wicket, then another 30 added for the second wicket, then just the 10 with the score at 92, the last wicket falling. But this is very, very important, and I must give compliments to the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Had a quick look around it this morning when we got here. Came in with the horse, not the horse and cart, just the horse. And he's the scorer, of course, does a mighty job too. And we had a look around and, gee, it's a beautiful complex. There's no doubt about it. We were here last year, can you believe?
Yep.
And there was some doubt that we might even be able to play a game of cricket here. But those that were in the know were able to say yes, and they worked hard, and that's what's happened. And so congratulations to all and sundry. And congratulations to those that are punching out the bits and pieces. Thanks to Joel and Todd and Callum and Chris and Sonny and all those guys. 3 for 108. That's the score here after 21 overs.
with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
We're back at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. 21 overs down in this O50's grand final at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Australia A are 3 for 108 after winning the toss and batting first. Pat Silcox alongside of Peter Walsh bring you all of the live action thanks to our Be Live streaming team. Of course, you can catch it on SOC TV Live, YouTube and Willow TV for our American Canadian viewers and fans who've been tuning in over the past 4 or 5 days, Walshy.
Yes, and I hope that they're enjoying our coverage. You flick around the TVs back in our hotel room and sometimes you're looking for one of those movies that you said you like to watch in the middle of the night.
Yes.
You remember saying that?
No.
You can't. First ball of the next over pushed away to mid-wicket and there's no run. Don't we take for granted a lot though? Like we come away to a different part of the world, which in my case is from Bendigo to Mildura and your case is from
Mildura to Mildura.
Mildura to Mildura. But at least you don't get lost because you know the streets and their names, which is good.
Yes.
But the people here have been so friendly, all of those that we've been able to have a chat with and where we're staying. I don't mind giving it Macquarie a big plug too because they've looked after us. And what you do at the start of each day, you meet everyone for breakfast. And there'd be about 50 people in there as the boundary is hit to start off for the 22nd over now. It's 21 overs down, 3 for 108 with Lavender and Maguire. How many nicknames could you have for Lavender?
There'd be a few, I'm sure. There's no doubt.
After a day in the field, he could be on the nose.
Yes, yes. No, he's a good man. We had a couple of good chats to him last year, actually, when we were situated at the Mildura Senior College for the T20 franchise games.
Yes, there's some good spots too, and a few of the locals were telling us there's so many good spots to go for a walk too, near the river.
One uppish there, a bit of extra bounce, bit of an effort ball that time for Mark Wade, who just lost his way a bit in the last couple of overs. Certainly had made a good start to this spell, but now into his 8th over, has 2 for 37.
Is he the best bowler, do you think?
Well, he's certainly got he's got the most wickets,
yeah.
so he was instrumental in reeling that run rate in, probably from around about over 14 to 20. But the A-boys have just managed to get on top of him as ball was pushed out to the offside by Lavender.
Should mention too that Grant Milbank and Simon Nish aren't playing for one of the teams, and that's with the Ashley Hardy team. They miss out on Scott McIntosh, who's still got that dicky knee, and Chris Dixon, who went home early with a hamstring strain. And we then pass on our congratulations to the brilliant performance of Jess D. Tarzinski from Mildura. She, of course, is officiating as, and I say officiating, she really is an official, but in a good way. The recovery of those who've got problems with injuries. She's the physio. She has worked as a player. She's played in England. She's been to Lords, to the Long Room. She's a beauty, and hopefully we'll be able to have a chat to her. She's been so good as there's another boundary while I'm waffling on. Off the front foot, that was splashed away on the ground all the way, and it raced out for the fence for 4. Maguire is 40 off 50 deliveries, Lavender 10. This partnership continues to develop. Let's work that out. 8 and 16, 24 runs, 22 wickets, 22 overs gone, and it's 3 for 116. And I really mentioned Jess has been kind enough to say, look, as soon as I'm available, I'll come and say hello. And the reason she hasn't been able to come, Pat, is because she's had so much work to do.
Yeah. No, the boys have certainly been queuing up to make sure they can freshen and be ready for the next day's play. And she loves being a part of the group, Jess, there's no question. Very popular member of this travelling troupe, part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, as we can see leg spinner and captain deep in consideration here for their field placings.
Yep.
Prashant Sharma and Andrew Sharp.
You meet so many people, and Kate Beerworth, who works for the Australians, the Southern Stars, she's the physio, and she's been around the world with them and at World Cups, and seen them play at the MCG. You wouldn't need to meet a nicer person. And she said it's just a massive thrill. Similarly, Shelley Nitsky, we get to know her because of her commitments to the world of women's cricket. They just love what they're doing. And so do the men who are here, and they've kicked on to different age groups, but they're still liking it as much as ever, as is the case with Sharma, who starts another over.
Ball of full length again, deposited out into the onside. And I've got to tell you, Maguire really is pretty useful at finding the gaps there. We did see a bit of consternation between the skipper and the bowler as to where they needed to be on the onside, but he just finds the gaps with regularity, and he continues to tick over his score. Approaching a half century. He's now 44 from 51, and the score 3 for 120 in this, the 23rd over. So run rate heading back upwards near around the 5.5 runs per over mark. Yeah. He's played a great role here, Maguire, hasn't he? Just to get them back on track after that very impressive start.
Looks to be in total control, and as we have reinforced, if you can beat the fieldsman in close on the on and the offside and hit with a bit of power, it's pretty much reaching the boundary every time.
Save your legs sort of stuff here at the MSP.
Yeah.
There's more movement in the outfield as Prashant Sharma just tries to make sure he gets them in the right zones.
Now, next time Chilla comes on air, I've got a very deep question to ask him, Patrick, so please remind me.
Yes.
I know you will.
I'm getting a non-affirmative shake of the head from our good man Jeff, who's sitting to your right.
Yeah, he's suspicious. He thinks I'm trying to set him up. But this is a question that I wanted to ask him last time we were on air, when Les Burdett was about the place. But I'm really keen to punch this question into the system. Jill has been providing us with frivolity right throughout, but more importantly, his knowledge and expertise as an umpire. This ball outside the off stump, and it's wide. And Billy goes into his flying magpie, comes back and almost splits his legs too.
Yes.
Have you seen him do that?
He's well balanced, isn't he, Bill?
Can you do that sort of thing?
Oh, well, when I was a young bloke, I probably could. I wouldn't say I could do it now, but...
Which part of the body would hurt most when you did that? I think I know what you're
yes,
thinking.
Yes, and I can't say, because
Yes, you
this
can.
is a kid's time slot. But anyway, here's Sharma, looking to just bowl with a bit of extra pace, and this time it's whistled away off the outside edge. We'll go down towards the third man boundary for 4. So Sharma's looked to bowl with that bit of extra zip in the last 2 or 3 deliveries, just trying to increase those variations. But, well, our man, Anthony Maguire, just continues to lap it up. He's now 48 from 53, and it's 3 for 125 midway through this, the 23rd over.
And you've got the scoreboard up, which is magnificent because it tells us he's hit 8 boundaries or more. Might even be 9.
It would be 9 now once that refreshes, as this time he's compactly in behind it and pushing it out towards mid-wicket for no run.
That's a pretty imposing score. We're only halfway through.
Yeah.
3 for 125.
Yeah, well, Chilla did say 260, so they are on track for that at this particular point in time with men in the shed. There's another foolish length delivery is comfortably squeezed out into the offside ring. Be interesting to see how long Skipper Sharp continues with this partnership. Maybe he looks to bring one of his openers back in, or Simon Waddington could be an option for him, just to see if they can prize out another scalp here. Short and dragged down and nicely worked away by Maguire. There is a man at the deep point fence, so they'll just get the single. Kratzman, look at the throw, straight back to the keeper over the dollies. 23 done, 3 for 126, Walshy.
That's a big score, or getting to be a big score. In case you've just joined us, we had Dawes out for 17, Khawaja made 45, and Hardy no score. Now I'm saying Dawes 17, that's the number on his back. He made 10.
Yes.
So it's 3 for 126. What I was going to ask Chilla was, and I'll ask him when we get him back on air, was we know that players, when they grow up and they're kids and they want to do things, they want to play cricket, you wonder about what is the level of interest for those who would like to become umpires. Right. Would they be interested in saying, yeah, that'd be good. How do I do that? Where do I start? What's the process? When do I actually get to take a match on as the umpire? And the reason I mention that is because one of our good friends is Bharat Sundarajan, who is out from India, and he is the Indian commentator who, and I always add this, he's got 9 languages, and he, on the weekends when he's away from cricket, when he's not broadcasting, is an umpire.
Is he?
Yeah, at first class level, back in Adelaide.
Oh,
yeah,
fantastic.
And he loves it. Absolutely loves it. We will attempt to, no we won't, Chilla will, attempt to go to Ned Kelly country with the possibilities of the man who's got a beard, looks like the centre-half forward for the Adelaide Crows in the AFL.
Big Riley.
Riley Philpop.
Leith Dawes is the man we're talking about,
Yes.
so more than accommodating to get the South Australian in on the headset, so we'll try and make that work shortly.
No, you're going with the we business. We're not going to do anything. Chilla's going to do it. Don't say we. That's not us helping out. Chilla's going to ask because that's the sort of guy he is. I've got a lot of goss on what he did at the harness racing, and if he doesn't chase that person down, we could have some strife. 3 for 126, 23 down. First ball of a new over, spanked down the ground with authority. And what's
50.
happening? That's the 50 runs. Well done to Macquarie. 50 off 57. How good's that? He's reached the half century. Kawaja didn't. He made 45 but batted so well. But this has been a very impressive performance by this Australian team, the Australian A over 50s, captained by Ashley Hardy. And poor old Ashley didn't score, but he's got his mates out there who are in control. Macquarie not out 50. Next ball outside the off stump and it spins through. This is, well, it's not out of reach, not out of control because the conditions are perfect for batting.
Yeah, and Macquarie just missed out on a half century earlier in the tournament, picked up 49, so he's continued on with his good form this morning here at the MSP. As Waddington just angles down the leg side. Lavender is going to just turn that one around the corner. And nicely worked by Sharma, who was positioned down there at the 45. So Macquarie comes back on strike. 57 balls in 71 minutes, striking at just a tick over 87. Has been very impressive so far. Gets the full toss this time from Waddington. He deposits that out onto the offside. They have got a man stationed at deep extra cover. That's Craig Trindle, so he'll tidy up just the single. And the score continues to tick over here for Australia, Ray. They won the toss, elected to bat first, like what they saw early this morning as far as the outfield was concerned and the wicket square. 3 for 129. As Lavender just trying to find a gap again on the onside. Squeezed down by Sharma, and there's no run.
I should mention too, it's unfair of me to put our third umpire on the spot because obviously Chilla has commitments here, and for me to say, yeah, you can go and get that interview organised for us, well, that's unfair. Leith Dawes was the person we're going to try and get access to before the game's finished. That's the best we can offer because Chilla's here and Chilla has to look after proceedings as the third umpire. So that's the way it works. And he and Suresh Badhu and Billy Bowden are in charge of this game at 3 for 100. Three for 129. Partnership between Macquarie and Lavender continues to build. 3 for 129 now becomes 3 for 130. Ball played down the ground. Just repeating those out. Dawes made 10. Kawaja was out for 45. And Hardy was out without scoring. Wickets falling at 52, 82 and 92. It's now 3 for 130 with Lavender on 11. And it's Macquarie 52. Peter Walsh joined by Patrick Silcox. We're enjoying ourselves here. This is an appeal for LBW, and that's what you do when you are down on one knee. You're either looking as if you want to get the engagement ring out and ask your fiancé or your girlfriend to get married, or you want to appeal for an LBW call at cricket. I think it was the former. Let's have a look as he's getting himself organised. Big appeal from Prashat Sharma. He's the bowler. What's he going to do this time? No appearance, your worship, for the wedding proposal. He's in. And that's a ball that it looked like the flipper. It came through a little quicker, and the attempt to drag away on the onside was unsuccessful. There's no addition to the score, which stays at 3 for 130. I was just wondering what you were doing there, and it looked as if the whole computer was going to blow up.
Just powering up. Walsh, I've got a proposal story that I'll
Oh,
like to share with you shortly.
Now, your wife's listening.
Yeah, and it's about her.
Oh, I hope so.
I'll mention as we wait on Sharma once again. The full pitch delivery, and nicely worked there by Lavender. Just pushes out into the offside. So she's a devout Bombers fan, so too the rest of her family. As you well know, I'm a Hawks man, but the game plan for me was to take her to the Anzac Day game between Collingwood and Essendon, with the ring in the back pocket, and pop it out should the Bombers get up at the final siren. But the only problem was Collingwood won by 90 points that day.
Right. Okay.
So we wait for that.
So there was no love
Sharma.
attached to the proposal. It was just getting rid of some jewellery that you found in your pocket.
So I had to hold that thought
Right.
until later on that evening when we dined out on a very fine Indian curry, and then I gathered enough courage that she'd moved on from the result, and out came the ring, and thankfully she said yes, and here we are.
So what you did was you put the ring back in the cornflakes packet, which is where you found it.
Yes. Something along those lines, yes.
Right, okay. That was very romantic, and I'm sure your wife's name is?
Martine.
Martine. Is
Yes.
there some French in the Martine?
Not necessarily, but her middle name is Rochelle, so there is a bit of French about that.
It'll take her a long time to sign autographs. Martine Rochelle Silcox.
Yes.
Do you,
She just goes
Martine
for the
Rochelle?
MRS she goes for. Keeps it simple. 25 overs gone, 3 for 131 as we digress.
I think we'd better dig ourselves out of another hole, but there's 3 for 131 as you did suggest. And there have been quite a few females and a few partners that have been here and followed the cricket around, which is excellent. A real chance, of course, to do the right thing. And there's people that are waving and giving the thumbs up from the back of the box.
Yes, up and about here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct as Simon Waddington just gets himself set at the Deakin Avenue end of the ground here. Lots of deployment of men in the field. They've been very strategic, haven't they, the Aussies, but trying to get the men in the right spots. But so far, you've got to say the A-team have probably just got their nose in front.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Runs in the bank if you don't mind. This first ball of the next over is pushed down the ground on the offside and there's no run. 3 for 131. Perfect conditions. Well played to all of those who've got together with the Mildura Sporting Precinct, and special cheerio to Chris and Callum, who are occupying positions of authority. They've got vantage points there where the Magpies would be perched on the scaffold from both ends, giving us the pictures, and the pictures that they'll be providing there will be the ball going over the boundary rope for another boundary.
Ooh.
Or is it down there?
Not quite, I don't think.
It's hard to pick out. Is it where we see our...
Yes.
Our, what do you call them? Little
the cones.
Cones of that.
Yeah.
But there certainly wasn't any signal of boundary then. It looked from where we were, it was close.
It was very tight. I think we're just going to get a third umpire referral on a replay here potentially, just to see if it actually did go over the line, although we're moving straight into play here. So next ball. It's been called a boundary. That's what our B Live boys are telling us
Just
from
hang on,
the
I'll
replay footage.
I'll just work forward too, and I'll just talk to Chiller, who just happens to have left his seat.
Okay. He was busy making sure that he adjudicated it in the affirmative there.
They've got two-way radios, and I kid
Yes.
you not, we've been able to have a look at what's going on. Now, Chiller's, he's waving his arms around and doing some weird things there with the two-way radio. So the decision obviously has already been made because we've moved on.
We have.
Yeah, so we'll find out exactly what did happen there. The next ball driven in the air. Let's see where it's gone. Out towards, on the bounce. It went a fair distance in a big hurry. Craig Trindle was down there on the fence and did the picking up. 3 for 136, Lavender 17 and Figuera is 52. Waddington off the second over that he's been bowling is none for 8 as he'll try again. And that is not hit cleanly or not timed at all. It goes back just away from the bowler coming in to pick it up, and it'll be fielded down there by, that is Not sure. I know we haven't written him down, but there's a player out there now that I'll call Not Sure.
Okay. What number did he have, Walshy?
Not Sure.
Oh, that doesn't help us, does it?
No, we'll find out. 3 for 136, Lavender 17, Maguire 52, and we'll get Chiller in a sec too. Just work out what that is too, because it's not to run into the fence where the score is to be decided. It is with the cones that are down there. And we'll see what goes on. That's the end of the over. 26 down, 3 for 136, Lavender 17, and Maguire is 52.
It's almost a line of sight, isn't it, Walsh?
It is,
between markers. It's a gentleman's agreement as to whether it goes across that imaginary line between markers. So yeah.
Well, we've got an imaginary line there, and we've got an imaginary expert commentator who's not there.
I think he's busy just trying to work some magic for us to see if we can get someone to talk to. He's busy on his mobile conveyance. So we see a couple of supporters up high in the vines there watching on. And we can see some actual real work being done there in the vines.
Oh, I wouldn't call it real work,
No.
is it? They're just wandering past. They probably live down the road.
Could be smoko, perhaps. 3 for 136, 26 done. Australia Ray batting first after winning the toss. As we're going to have a look here at a replay that's not on your screen, but it's on ours, just to see if it did get over the line here. That's clearly across that imaginary line, Peter Walsh, from our vantage point.
I think so.
Partnership now 44 from 49. As Lavender certainly got into his stride pretty comfortably. He's 17 from 25. Maguire is 52 from 61.
Isn't it amazing, this game of cricket? If you weren't aware as to the rules and regulations and you were driving past on your way home from a night out in Las Vegas and you went by Mildura, as some of
Just
our
a little bit out of the
Canadian
way,
people
Walshy.
did, you think to yourself, what is this game? What is this game? Because it's not the frenetic action of just grab the ball and kick it anywhere or charge, etc. It's more sedate, but there are so many rules and regulations and numbers on the backs of those, different colours, or in this particular game, the same colours.
Yes.
Because they're two from the same country. And people can clap when the ball reaches the cones. They can walk around with their dogs. They can look through the vineyards and just be involved in a glorious day in September with the sun shining.
One passing through to the keeper, Anthony Barenka, as Lavender just tried to get over the top of that one and pick up some runs on the offside. So midway through the 27th, A-team 3 for 138. Got that run rate up over 5 once again, 5.21. Just wait on Sharma. A leg spinner. Nicely pitched delivery. Again, there's going to be a gap there with the man a little bit deep there at point on the ring. So Lavender goes to 20, score 3 for 140. Sharma has 1 for 27 in this, his 7th over, Walshy. So he's getting through his spell here rather quickly, just pushing through those overs.
It's a good total. It's a good total that continues to build. We're only, with 18 overs remaining, there's got to be at least 200 in the bank, you'd think. This one is a quicker ball outside off stump and dab down towards backward point. Goes along the ground pretty much most of the way. No possibility of a run. It was guided down there, Waddington doing the fielding. And they, out there, the two in the middle, Lavender and Maguire, they'd be pretty happy. But now it's Bill. There's no crazy stuff that's needed because they've got a lot of money in the bank. Absolute.
Nicely flighted again by Sharma, but they will find another gap down the ground. Got their fieldsmen pretty deep set on the ring. So at the end of 27 overs, Australia Ray are 3 for 140.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
This is the friendship capital of Australia. This is Mildura, where if you happen to be wandering past and you see someone like Chiller and you think, I know that man, and they follow him into the big basketball court where we are, and he stands there and I look at him, and I look at you then, Patrick, because I'm thinking, well, you'll surely know he's a local. I had no idea who he was. and he's left the building,
He
probably
has.
never to be seen again.
Maybe not. One of the great mysteries that we've uncorked in the last 4 or 5 days as part of our Soccer TV live broadcast, which is going out across Willow TV as well. Simon Waddington looks to resume hostilities, bowling from the Deakin Avenue end of the ground, quickly around the grounds. Walshy out at Gol Al Chiringa Oval. The New Zealand O50's 5 for 137. That's 5 for 137 in the 28th over, as we wait on Waddington's first delivery. Ball pitched up and hit back down the ground towards mid-off. There's no run. Tied it up there by Skipper Sharp. He looks like he may be warming up with a ball to the man there at cover. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, what else have we got here? The USA are taking on Canada at the John Hall Oval. And after a reasonably good start, the US going a little bit backwards. I'll give you the details on that shortly. As Maguire again hits to cover, no run. The US 6 for 118, 6 for 118 after 27 overs. We'll check your man in a moment. I just want to get to the last game first.
When I put my
back.
hand on your knee, you realised that I just wanted a cricket score.
Okay, 6 for 118 off 27. Spirit of Cricket World 11 O55's. We're playing Australia Ray. Oh, and Waddington getting one through the defences there of Maguire. Wasn't cleanly taken there by Baranka, but certainly the pressure was on. Spirit of Cricket World 11, 2 for 131 after 30. So 15 overs to go there. And the Spirit of Cricket World 11 over 55s, a 2 for 131. That game being played at the Mildura Senior College, one of the great venues taken in this year again for the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. As we wait on Simon Waddington, who so far has kept the runs to a minimum, and I've put the commentator's curse on him because he bowls the full toss and he's deposited out towards the boundary. Kratzmann rolling and diving and reels it in. Fires it back to the keeper. They'll get through for a couple. And more great work by Andrew Kratzmann, who's proving to be one of the fielders of the competition.
And that was Darren Cheek who came into the commentary box.
Ah, yes. Now, I've got some mail on Cheeky. I believe he's going to be doing some work with us during the T20 format of the game.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, well, that's the information that was given to me. He's a bit of a dual role operator, and I won't elaborate on that any more today, but as we roll into the T20s, I can let you know about some of his other exploits off of the cricket field. I'm going to just dive into the match centre for that USA-Canada game for you and let you know how the American skipper ended up getting on. He's still at the crease on 52 from 59 with 3 boundaries and 2 maximums. So he has been the mainstay for the US, hasn't he?
He's a star. Mr. Fazal hits the ball with authority, smacks it all over the parks, plural, and is loving his time here in Mildura.
One of the local clubs might have laid some claims to him. Maybe had a bit of a discussion with him, see if they can get him over for a stint.
Well, you go and see people like that because they are going to involve you in the game. You're going to get to know what a 6 is very quickly and a 4 is very quickly. But the good part about his performance is that he's scoring consistently, and that big 106, one of the best digs that I reckon we've seen because he was in control, and 5 big 6s made us all get excited.
So it's 3 for 143 here at the MSP of 28 overs. Sharma 1 for 27 from his 7. As we can see, the 2 batsmen, McQualter and Lavender, just talking about the slow options that are now presented in front of them. The fact that they're looking to try and get some flight and get the ball above their eye line, just to put them under a little bit of pressure.
I'm just looking at 43 and 9. That's 50 partnership too. 51 runs.
Yep, 51 and 61 deliveries, 42 minutes. So
that's
good time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's people taking advantage of falling asleep at the cricket, which you can do.
Yes.
Which, of course, you can do.
What's the little shaded pavilion just out to our right here, Pete? Which has got some good numbers there taking in the action this morning. In fact, afternoon now, we've ticked over midday local time.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting when we think about the 45 overs. As a youngster growing up in Victoria, it was the 50 overs, of course. And my father asked me one of the most interesting questions of all times when I was ready to catch a bus and leave Ballarat to go to the MCG for a 50-over game. And Dad said, "Peter, discipline today?" I said, "Yes, Dad." He said, "Right, well, I can help you to the bus stop if you wish." And I said, "Dad, if you open up the boot, is there any chance of putting a bath in there?" And he said, No. I said, I need a bath in the boot. This ball is hit down the ground on the offside for no run. In those days, you could fill up a bath with bottled beer and carry the bath into the MCG, which is what we did.
Yeah.
We took a bath, and Dad said, you won't have a bath when you're at home with me and Mum, and that was what happened. In those days, there was no restriction on how much.
There wasn't, was there?
And we took a bath into the MCG, which I'm not really proud of, as this next ball is splashed away on the offside, backward of point, and out to the boundary for 4. 3 for 147, with Lavender on 23 and Maguire on 56. That's the first score in this over. But it didn't matter what you had, if you could put beer in it, because it's a lot cheaper to take the beer than buy it there.
Yes.
So we had 12 bottles of Ballarat Bertie in the bath and took the bathtub into the ground.
Those were the days, Walshy.
Well, everybody did it, though. It wasn't like we were stranger to it. That was just whack the Bay 13 in your GPS and then go there and off you went.
As Lavender once again picking up runs to the offside. Backward of point, Kratzmann goes the dive and roll and fires it back, and he gets the applause of his teammates there for a very good piece of work out on the rope there. But Lavender really is starting to get into his stride now. 25 from 32. Maguire is 56 from 70. Score is 3 for 149. I did a little bit of calculation earlier, Walshy, when the run rate was similar to this mark. Sets them on the track for around about 235, 240. So things are looking good here for the A-team at the moment.
Yes, all positive. And you feel for the boss, the skipper, Hardy, who was caught Waddington bowled wide without scoring. He's the only one to have missed out. Double figures to Dorse, who got 10. Kawaja, 45 with 9 boundaries. And at the moment, the runs are continuing to be produced. 3 for 150. 9 boundaries to, let's just have a look, Maguire, who's enjoyed himself here. But let's also be totally aware of the fact that the ground conditions are magnificent. The outfield, with a bit of coolish breeze blowing earlier this morning, but it's been manicured to virtual perfection. Congratulations to those. And as Les Burdett said, as we had a chat to Les earlier on, all of the ground staff deserve the highest praise. This is in all of those pitches that, and I'm talking pitches P-I-T-C-H-E-S, not P-I-C-T-U-R-E-S, not where you sit down and watch. There's no sitting down and watching by these guys. No. They do the job.
And what we need to understand too, Peter, is it's ahead of schedule for local groundsmen, because the domestic season here in Sunraysia won't get underway until the first weekend in October. So they've had to prepare and get things certainly ahead of schedule, and that conundrum of the end of the footy season that rolls into the start of the cricket season. And this is our premier venue locally, which housed the Sunraysia Football Netball League Grand Final only about 10 days ago. The fact they've got a square that looks like it's been in use pretty much most of the summer is absolutely outstanding.
I've got a question regarding pitches for you, my friend, in a moment, as this next ball is driven down the ground, hit hard, but straight to mid-off and there's no run. In most country places, and I'm considering Mildura to be a big country place, there's usually an over or two where they have turf wickets, and I'll wait for this delivery to be delivered now. Waddington is in, left arm around the wicket, and it's pushed away into the onside. There's no run. You get, when it's a really dirty winter, you get the mud in the middle where the turf wicket is. Does this happen here?
We don't get a lot of rain, Walsh.
No,
that's probably the one thing that we're lucky with in this part of the world. Obviously, down your way in Bendigo and Ballarat, those boggy wicket squares are renowned, aren't they? That sort of carry through to make it hard for curators to get things going at the start of a cricket season. But this time the ball is going to pierce the field on the offside and get through for another boundary. That will be the 10th boundary now for Anthony Maguire as he advances his tally to 61. Lavender is 26. And it's 3 for 155. So all of a sudden, the A-team are back up with that momentum shift. And you start to wonder whether the Aussies need to make a change or two here to see if they can't find an all-important breakthrough.
Well, last week it fell with the score at 92, and it's now 155. Let's work that at 863 it is. And I'll just give you a bit of information regarding an oval in Ballarat that you might find mildly amusing. You might not find it amusing at all, I'll tell you.
Okay.
That ball just outside the off stump, and a play and a miss with Barranca standing up over the stumps. Got the pads on now. and not being able to tickle that away.
We're getting close to a drinks break here, Walshy, so I reckon you just hold your Ballarat story and we'll come back with that in a moment. As Wellington completes his fourth over here. Quicker ball, bowled into the track and defended out onto the onside. Bit of a fumble inside the ring. So you're thinking that the A-boys would have scurried through for a single, which they did. So it's 3 for 156 after 30, and we'll take our second drinks break of the session.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
It's 3 for 156. The partnership between Maguire and Lavender continues to build from the last wicket that fell with a score at 92, at 3 for 92. 1 for 52, 2 for 82, and 3 for 92 with the men out after we had a victory by way of the coin toss, the victory to Ashley Hardy, who unfortunately didn't score, but his mates did. We had Dawes making 10, Kawaja making 45 with 9 fours, and at the crease at the moment, Maguire is 62 and Lavender is 26, 3 for 156. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox here. And I've found some gold.
You have?
Oh, look, I knew it. Not that man looking there.
It's the skipper bringing himself into the attack.
Yep.
Andrew Sharp from the 16th Street end. We could see him just doing some warm-up deliveries to other men in the field a little bit earlier. So we sort of got the vibe that he may well have been coming in to be a part of the action. As we get a special guest who will be set to join us on the microphone shortly. As we continue through this, the 31st over. Maguire 62, Lavender 26. As Sharp thunders that one down into the track. It's pushed away into the onside, no run. Now, Walshy, have you got time to impart some words of wisdom on this great story that you've got there? Or?
No, that'll take half a day.
Okay.
Leith Dawes has joined us. And what about if I give my headphones to Leith? You have a track to Leith, and then I'll tell this story that it's one of the most unusual stories, and I'm hoping that you'll find it entertaining, but you probably won't find it as entertaining now as I hand these cans over to Ned Kelly.
Cheers, mate.
As we see another ball from Sharp, get pushed out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single down to the man coming in off the rope on the deep mid-off boundary. Pat Silcox, Peter Walsh and Leith Dawes from the Australian A combination. Leith, great to have you on the mic.
Yeah, thanks for having us, boys.
Great to have you back in town too. We saw you last year for the inaugural Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Of course, you're a South Australian, so not too far for you to make the trek across the border.
No, just around the corner, mate.
Yeah. So we'll get to a bit of your background, obviously, with your playing days shortly as we get through another delivery here from Andy Sharp. Hit out through mid-wicket there, so it's going to be another single. Played a lot of your cricket up in the hills in Adelaide, is that right?
Yeah, that's right, mate. Yeah, sort of grew up in and around the local hills town of Heathfield, and started my cricket at the local little Scott Creek, one of the most beautiful little ovals you'll ever come across, and developed from there and played with a few different clubs. Obviously, I ducked into town as a young fella at one stage, played a little bit of cricket with Adelaide for a couple of seasons.
Yep.
And then got coaxed back up the hill as a 20-year-old, took on the club captaincy and coaching of a Hills club in Scott Creek Ironbank, when Scott Creek formed with Ironbank.
Yep.
And was there for quite a few years, and as we do with families and so on, your game sometimes gets left to one side, and there was a period of time there where I gave it up for a bit. I'll let you...
Just wait on Waddington, who's fired that one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? A lot of guys do walk away and they come back, and it's intriguing to see the journey. Some blokes will only give it up for 4 or 5. Some will step away for a long time, like 10 or 15. I mean, it must be difficult to come back when you have a break.
Look, it wasn't a forced thing in the sense of family and work and all the rest. Work for myself, so there was a necessity in some sense.
Waddington again. Bowling to Lavender, who's now gone with the cap. A little pace off, so he's comfortable to remove the helmet.
Yeah, we, as you say, a lot of blokes go through those scenarios, and I stepped away from it for quite a few years. I have another bowl here.
Uppishly played down towards long on. Couple of bounces, bit of a fumble, might present an extra run scoring opportunity here. Couple for Lavender. Steve Mace pretty tidy normally, whether he's in the cordon or he's out in the field, but just got a bit of a crook bounce, I reckon, there, Leith. Just got him at the end.
The deck's actually super hard here. It's a really hard ground. Obviously, you've seen the speed of the ball across the ground, but the actual ground itself is really hard. Can mean the ball will bounce around a bit.
Lavender tries to open up on the offside, and the ball hit out towards mid-off. I guess drainage is an important thing during the footy season, so they have that hard, compact base here.
Yeah, look, obviously, and I'm not sure how much footy they do play on the surface. It'll be amazing facility from that. There's a bit of breeze out there.
As Lavender is lofting down the ground, and we'll get full reward for that. In fact, it's going to go out the gates and into the kitty litter there, just waiting on the umpire signal whether he's actually got the maximum for that one. He certainly got the foot down early. Ball was pitched up, and it was in his wheelhouse, wasn't it, Leith? And he just hit through the line.
Hitting with the breeze too, mate, making a bit of difference. I think Watto's ball just holding up a little bit, just short of a length there. Lav's used his feet really well, got to the pitch of the ball and just hit through the line.
As we can see on the scorecard there, it was a maximum, so great work from Jason, who's got into his stride nicely after a bit of a sketchy start on the full ball, which is pushed out into the offside.
It's one of those decks too, just talking about the wicket here, where it is a little bit up and down.
Okay.
We're finding the boys a little bit too paced, and certainly a few balls are staying lower. So it'll be interesting for us this afternoon. We don't have quite the pace attack that the Australian team has. And so there's a good chance that, that off-speed bowling, which is what you're seeing Australia go to now, we may even work to our advantage as we see it. So.
Yeah, well, we saw, as we see the end of the 32nd over, 3 for 171 the score. The pace on early for you guys, with yourself and Adnan really, forcing the issue and hitting the boundaries and putting the pressure back on. But then the stint of bowling, I think Mark Wade was one of the instigators, along with Bloomfield, who just they had the keeper up to the stumps, that little bit of pace off the ball, and all of a sudden the runs dried up a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, look, and Wadey's one of those quick, whippy type action guys. He could get the ball to move both ways. Early on he was having a bit of trouble. It was swinging too much for him. But once he started to get his control, and he's such, it's a skiddy sort of bowl that he'll deliver. So you can't sit back on the back foot too much. You really got to keep coming onto the front foot. So he bowled some good areas and got some good reward, I thought. Built some pressure on our guys. It's pretty evenly poised at the moment. We want to continue to push this partnership a little bit further, see if we can get these guys into the last 10, and we've got some good strikers of the ball in Mogsy and Chief to come. So that last 10, if we can keep turning it over and get into that, we see ourselves being able to set ourselves up with a reasonable score.
Yeah, winning the toss, batting first. What was the sort of target you were sort of looking for, man? Mid 200s, 250?
Yeah, look, that was certainly what we were talking about before we went out there. It's always intriguing, the deck itself looked really, really good from a batting perspective, and is probably proving that. I think that's got to be a minimum. It'll be interesting to see how it plays this afternoon.
Yeah.
If in fact it deadens off a little bit, starts staying a little bit lower. Clearly the outfield, can't get too much quicker because it's absolutely lightning as it is now. So critically will be field placings and just bowling in partnerships if we can tie these guys down a bit.
Been a great recovery for New Blokes, because they towered you up only a few days ago, didn't they, at number 3, and you bounced back strongly today.
Yeah, look, to be fair, and that just misses the off stump there of Labs. It stayed low once again, only probably 3/4 of the way up the stumps. We had a stinker.
Yep.
And you have that in cricket where nothing really went well for us, and the Australian team had an on-day. They took some really good catches, bowled some good areas, and then backed it up in the field. Backed it up with the bat. Maisie obviously getting his ton and the like. So we felt as though we underperformed. We had a really good session yesterday in the nets, and everyone was feeling really good at the end of that and come away with it well.
Okay, so some more runs down the ground. Nice bit of work there on the long boundary to pull that one back in. So we get through 33, and it might have been Wade, was it, down there, who certainly worked strongly, or was it Bloomfield? Beg your pardon.
Bloomy.
Bloomy,
Yep.
It was. So we completed 33 overs now here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, and we've got Australia A on 3 for 174.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Peter Walsh, Pat Silcox and Leith Dawes joining you all wherever you might be watching or listening or doing whatever you know best. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of what we consider to be a very much exciting game, very enthralling scrap going on at the moment, with the score, just the 3 wickets falling, only 3, and those that have scored the runs, Khawaja got 45 and Lavender's 37, but also Maguire got 66, including 10 fours, and there was 1 6 hit by Lavender. So this has been good, and Leith Dawes has been kind enough to join us after getting out there, opening the partnership, and getting 10. Now, I'm being thrown in at the deep end here, so I'm just asking questions that I think you know the answer to. How have you been getting around in your world of cricket? Is it in a Winnebago?
That is correct, mate. Yes, it certainly is. That's how my lovely wife Jack and I get around. We thoroughly enjoy it. When we have the opportunity, the family and the animals all come with us. This trip, however, it's just Jack and myself, my lovely wife, doing it at one of the local caravan parks. They've got some fantastic facilities in and around the area here, so thoroughly enjoying it, mate.
What about pets? What did you leave behind? Who did you leave behind?
Well, we've got a couple of dogs and a cat of our own, and our daughter has acquired a dog as well. So officially we ducked up to Exmouth, halfway up the WA coast last year, and took all 3 dogs, my mum, and including one of our daughter and one of our boys. So yes, we've got 4 children. Our eldest lives up in Exmouth. Our other lad lives locally to where we are up in the Adelaide Hills, and then our daughter and younger son lives with us still.
Right. So you've seen a lot of Australia then from Winnebago?
Mate, a lot. Yes, yeah. We ducked up to, there was a quad series I filled in for the ACT boys in Brisbane going back a month or so ago. We ducked up there and we did have one of the animals with us and 2 of the kids with us in that stage. But no, look, it's a great way to travel. It's a great way to see our beautiful country, and we thoroughly enjoy it. We've been doing it for a while.
Met your lovely wife too. When I've only been here from last year's camp to this year's camp, but she travels all the way?
Yeah, yeah, Jack loves it. She's really engaged. In fact, Guido has got her tied up helping out with photography this weekend, and Facebook's on, and keeping everyone's photos and making sure they're getting up online and all that sort of stuff.
How important is this concept to you? It's not filling in as a social interaction. This is dead serious.
Oh, 100%, mate. Yeah, no, look, it's interesting how much preparation from a player's perspective goes into this. I've continued to train throughout the winter period.
Have you now?
The tricky period or point for us is the Queensland boys are very fortunate in the sense that they can play all through our winter.
This ball, the attempted drag away on the onside, out LBW. The finger, or almost all the finger you can see, as Billy puts it in the upward direction, and there is a wicket. Maguire, who was out for 69, trapped in front off sharp, and the score now is 4 for 177. We'll probably get a look on replay for this one, Leith, just to bear with us for a sec. The players are there, and the old high fives are plentiful.
Yeah, it looked very adjacent, unfortunately. It stayed low. Sharpie's not a tall bloke, so the ball was never going to get a lot of bounce. And Anthony just went down onto the one knee, so lowering his body, which put him pretty much in line.
Here we go. Talk us through this. What did you see, and what do our viewers see as he's into bowl now?
Yeah, he's looking to lift it over the square side, and yeah, it's almost hit him hip height, but of course that hip's down quite low. He knew straight away, unfortunately. We'll have a look at the height here again. Yeah, probably just above the badge on the right hip, and sees him, unfortunately for us, off the deck.
Very well batted though. The score now is 4 wickets down for 174, and you saw in the background there the chewing gum style of Suresh Budhu, who is one of the umpires together with Billy Bowden, and Chilla Charlesworth is the other one. Now, what are we going to get from you now? At 4 for 177 in the 34 and a bit, 44 overs for each of the two sides. What's gettable now from 4 for 177?
If this bloke Mogsy gets going, he's got the fastest hands you'll see in a cricketer with a bat in his hands. His hands are phenomenal. I believe he's got background in hockey.
Oh, really?
And it becomes very evident. Very wristy. Really good eye. I hope for our sake he's having an on day today, because if he can get going, he can change a score very, very quickly in a positive sense for us.
Yeah, fair call. Is he someone, Leith, who you'd like to have as someone on the penalty corner in a hockey game where it'd come off the stick and it would fly very quickly?
Very confidently, mate. If I was picking anyone in either of these two teams, Mogsy would be my man for that. He's got an old stick with a lot of tape holding it together, but gee whiz, he can hit a ball.
Well, he now has the possibilities of getting involved as Sharp comes in and bowls, and he's off the back foot and he punches hard into the onside, but there is a run. They
work.
took off quickly and they got through too. Well done.
No, it's good running for sure. Lav's backing him up well there. Obviously, once again, ball from Sharpie staying pretty low. Not a lot of lift. He doesn't have a lot of height. You know, when you compare him to a Spider who's coming in on, and Spider uses his height really well. Sharpie sort of bowls low, and so he's not going to get a lot of bounce. Boys have got to work it off the front foot here.
Now, you've had some truth serum, so you can't tell any fibs here when the next question comes in your direction. What's it like out there when you're playing against Australia?
Oh, look, it doesn't matter who you play against. We're all competitive beasts. We're great mates, and we want to see everyone have success. But I'm playing for Australia A today, mate, and we're here to win.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. We'll do everything we can to get the best score on the board, and bowl and field as well as we can to make it as hard as we can for these guys.
When you were growing up, and I don't know a lot about your background, but did you ever think, if you fast forwarded your life, that you'd be playing cricket at this age? You'd have your lovely wife in a Winnebago, and you've got dogs and cats, and I think you mentioned guinea pigs at one stage. I don't know. But travelling around and having a wonderful time and enjoying it all. Did you ever think that was going to be part of your life?
Look, mate, I'm extremely blessed and very appreciative of not only the opportunity, but to do it with family. And it's so much more than that, Walshy, in the sense it's the people you get to meet, you boys included, but the guys you're playing with, the guys you're playing against. We often make reference to it as a men's shed for people who are competitive, and that is very true. It doesn't mean we aren't out to get the best out of ourselves. It's not that we're looking to, one interesting one is there's not the trash talk that you get in a home and away season.
Okay.
Everyone understands their ability and where they're at. They want to compete at the highest level they can, and irrespective of age and the like, to be able to represent your country is the highest honour, certainly from our perspective, from a cricketing perspective.
Okay, now there's a slight pause going on here. Not sure what's going on. The two batters are going out and having a chat to each other. They're getting themselves organised. I know Leith's got a few things to do, but a couple of quick questions. When did you last have a shave? Oh, sorry to ask you such a hard question.
I had to think about it because my lovely wife, Jack, she trimmed. This beard was about 4 or 5 inches longer going back when we were training. We had a national training camp up in Brisbane. Mm-hmm. And when I started having trouble catching the ball, I thought it warranted. And so Jack, she got the scissors out and she's lopped about 4 or 5 inches off. It's a lot more manageable, and she actually likes it. It looks a little tidier.
Forget what your wife liked. Do you like it?
Yeah, no, very happy actually. No
do?
Complaints. It was getting a little bit unruly, mate. So
still getting unruly, as far as I'm concerned.
You'd be in the same camp as my mum. She's not overly impressed with it at all. It came about around the COVID time, and it just never went away.
All right.
Sort of stuck.
Well, a final one, because you're from South Australia, and so you'd know Riley Thilport from Adelaide Crows. Do you look like him?
Well, see, I'm a Power supporter.
Well,
but
you
I
can
do
still
know
look like
Riley.
someone.
No. And so Charlie Dixon was
Oh, yes, I know Charlie.
he was probably
Yeah.
the trade-off in Riley's sense. So, in fact, Charlie played in our local league. He lives around the corner up in the Adelaide Hills, but he played with Lobethal this year in the Hills Football League, and they played off in the grand final on the week. He had a good game himself, but they were beaten, unfortunately.
Well, we've enjoyed calling you up here and getting you to come up and say hello. Final question for you, Leith. When this cricket finishes, where does the Winnebago head?
Well, we stay on next week. I'm captaining the team from the Northern Territory for the T20, so the Territory Blasters. So we stay on. There's Moggsy's quick hands.
And he's going to get a couple. Didn't go to the boundary. There was
I reckon
a mitt.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Spider got a hand on that at all. He's probably the only bloke that could have reached. So we stay on for the next week here, and then I think we're back home and back working and preparing, ready to head up to Brisbane for the O50's Nationals in November.
Be very pretty in the hills at the moment, wouldn't it, in Adelaide?
Amazing, mate. No, we're very, very fortunate. We've got a couple of acres out at Longwood, which is about 10 k's out of Stirling. Lot of wineries. We've got kangaroos and koalas around down the back. We're very spoiled, mate. It is a lovely spot, mate. So
good stuff.
Very lucky.
Thank you very much. We're lucky to have been able to have a chat with you and for you to come over and have a yarn in the middle of what's going on in your life, and that is the team that you're playing for is making lots of runs. They're 4 for 187 after 36, with Lavender on 41 off 55, and Moggs is out there on 8 with 4 balls being bowled by him. Lee, thank you very much for calling and saying hello, and all the very best to you for the rest of the game and for the rest of the tournament, when we'll talk to you, because we're staying here in this basketball court area. We're not going anywhere. It's easier to stay here, throw down the sleeping bag, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you in action.
Look forward to seeing you then, boys. Cheers.
That's good stuff. We'll have information sharing of a story I'm really keen to tell you in just a moment. Yes, it's really good too, and I don't know who specifically we should thank. Well, why not just thank the person who came up, Leith Dawes. I think there was some work done there by Chiller, who was able to get access to these players, and really good to be able to have a chat to someone who's a character and fitted in perfectly, batted so well early. The partnership of 52, he only got 10, but he was there, and now at 4 for 187 in the 37th, Lavender 41 and Moggs on 8. This run score continues to build as the next one is swatted down the ground, and they'll pick up a couple. Now, I'll go to you, Patrick, to complete this over, and then I'll quickly get through the story, because I want to get rid of it now or I'll forget it.
You got to let the cat out of the bag.
I know. No, it's something different, and I think those people who like their history, and that's including those that are listening or watching, might like a story about one of those best ever cricketers who ever played the game, and an Australian captain.
Okay, looking forward to that. 4 for 188 in the 37th over. Lavender has got his way now to 41, and Willie Moggs has certainly not mucked about Walshy since he's come to the wicket. Been very busy. Looks like he's rocking one of those old Duncan Fearnley attack with Ian Botham blades from back in the 80s. Got lots of black 100 mile an hour tape wrapped around it to make sure it holds in place. Another quick scampering single there by the A-boys. So they move to 4 for 189, almost completed 37 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Opening session of our Spirit of Cricket Festivale over 50 grand final. It's 12:40 local time, so you think we're going to probably push up to around about 1:30 before we get to the luncheon break. Oh, and there's another wicket this time for the skipper Sharp, as that one just stayed down a little as Moggs tried to get back and across and hit over to the onside. Just clips the middle and leg bails, top of the stumps. So an important breakthrough there for Australia. 5 for 189 now, and this is the 37th over, and Moggs is out bowled Sharp for 9. So great result there for Australia as they try and restrict this run flow here at the back end of the first session. I was talking to Jeff Charlesworth before. He's revised his tally, 252 he's expecting Australia A to finish up with. So he was calling 260 earlier as we get a chance to watch this one back in replay for Enjoy Wine, Char Grill and Bar. Just a little bit late on it there, but we could see the ball certainly didn't get up from Sharp as he bowled it into the pitch. And Moggs just hit over the top of it. Here we go, Walsh. We'll get a better look at it this time. But Moggs has been all go since he's gotten to the wicket. And that one just thundering into that leg stump as it was. And the skipper now has got 2 scalps as Gerard Wyeth makes his way to the middle.
He marches out to the middle as I march quickly through this story that is about W.G. Grace, the grandfather of cricket, who basically invented batting. His stats stand out for the time in which he played. They are basically superhuman. They probably would be better if he had retired younger. But he would do anything, literally anything, to win. Winning at cricket was all-consuming, and he would employ any and all underhanded tactics available to him. I'll tell you the story, and I'll share it with you. At the Eastern Oval in Ballarat, there is a tree that was planted, and the plaque was inserted into the tree, signed by W.G. Grace.
The man himself.
The man himself. And that was memorable because at a sports function a few years ago, R.T. Ponting from Mowbray in Tasmania came there as the cricket captain of Australia for a sports night. And he then regaled with all his stories, etc., and he's a really nice man. And we chatted and chatted. And then the president of the club said, we'd like you to walk around the ground. There's something we'd like you to see. So we walked around the ground, and this tree was right where the sporting people ran onto the ground to play the cricket. It was the best cricket ground in Ballarat, called the Eastern Oval. And so people wandered around, and it was part of the deal. If you went to Ballarat, you went to see Sovereign Hill, but you went to see the W.G. Grace tree.
Right.
Now, the story is, he demanded that an LBW be overturned because the people had come to watch him bat, not the bowler bowl. But the one that takes the cake was, there was an occasion when the ball got lodged in the folds of his clothes and he began to run. Obviously, the opposing team couldn't run him out because the ball was lodged in his clothes. Eventually, they had to physically restrain him and carry him from the ground, remove the ball so that he then could be out handle ball. W.G. Grace.
What a story.
And I'll cut the story off now quickly because we're 5 for 189, and I'll let you take this first ball, and then I can knock the Ricky Ponting story off very quickly.
Okay, here's Waddington bowling from the Deakin Avenue end. It's a very full pitch delivery. In fact, it's called a no ball. Not sure what the rule is with the slower bowler. Certainly a full toss above waist high from the fast man is no ball, but that one was maybe over the shoulders in the end from Waddington. Just didn't quite get the control over it, and I reckon we've got the signal for a free hit from the umpire there. So let's see how Jason Lavender elects to take this one on. It's Suresh Badu, who's a man officiating at this end. Waddington, off-pace delivery as Lavender swings down the ground. He can't be out, of course, but it'll get on the bounce to the man at long on. They'll get through for the single. So unfortunately, they don't weigh in on the opportunity to maybe pick up a boundary or a maximum. Score now, Walshy, 5 for 191 in this, the 38th over.
Yes, well picked up too on that. Let's have a free hit, but it didn't eventuate. So Ricky Ponting is walking with the president of the Ballarat East Football Club, and they walk around to the tree, and the president said, this is the W.G. Grace tree. And he said, oh, it couldn't be. He said, well, it is, but it's not the tree that started growing and then all of a sudden. He said, when it was growing, we stuck the plaque on. All the stats were there. And they said, what would you like to do, Ricky, with it? And Ricky, who was, he's got some Mowbray comedy in his veins as a boundary hit off the next ball, hit hard through the off covers. Is that over the top?
It has. It's gone all the way.
I just looked up and I saw one of our umpires there, and that is umpire Suresh Badhu, and that's gone for 6-5 for 198. Ponting said, "I want a tree." So on that night, they planted a tree from square one,
Wow.
and that now is in the Eastern Oval.
Yeah.
So WG Grace on one side and
RT Ponting on the other.
RT Ponting on the other. So if you're ever in Ballarat, which is steeped full of cricket history, the Eastern Oval is where to go. It is absolutely breathtaking.
Lavender bringing up his 50 with that single out into the offside. He's played a great role through the midsection of this innings. 50 from 61. And the score now 5 for 199. In this, the 38th over. Waddington a little bit expensive by his standards. Almost going at 5.5 and over. As Wyeth is calmly in behind the ball and pushing it back to the bowler. There's no run.
I'm sure our viewers have got their own history about cricket, and particularly those who are from Canada in the team and the United States in the team. Their history continues to build. Each time they play a game or they're travelling as is such and making an impact, that's being, it's being delivered as history, and that's all good. And to wrap that one up, Ricky Ponting visits Ballarat regularly. It's not too far away from where he lives in Melbourne, and goes to see the tree, which continues to grow, but it will never catch the enormity of the tree on the opposite side of the ground, where we have W.G. Grace, considered by many to be the grandfather of cricket. And that was a memorable moment to be seeing that. And each time you go to the ground, for no other reason, you walk past and you pat the tree.
Yeah. Well, he was an imposing figure on the field, and sounds like his tree's even more imposing in Ballarat. So there you go. I like the fact that he tried to overturn the decision because they didn't come to watch the blokes bowl. They've come to watch me bat. I mean, I'm sure we could have probably used that in our careers at some stage to see if that might have paid off for us, if we'd played a bad one across the line or something like that.
He didn't mind that he lodged the ball in his clothes. They had to physically restrain him.
How many do you reckon they got through before they pulled him down?
Look,
the big fella. My goodness.
He had to physically be restrained, and he just argued he couldn't remove the ball because it would have been out handling the ball. So, plenty of stories, and yeah, good stuff. And what a real thrill it was to see Leith Dawes come up and say hello and talk in glowing terms about his life in Scott Creek and Ironbank. There are two places in the Adelaide Hills, and I lived in Adelaide for 20 years. I've never heard of those.
Haven't you?
No.
Okay.
No, have you?
Yes, I have.
Really?
Yeah, I knew a few blokes that played in the Hills cricket competition.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had a bloke who played a little bit of cricket locally here with Mildura Settlers, who also played for Glenelg.
Yes.
Tark Williamson, who played a bit in that part of the countryside, I reckon.
Well, I lived there in Glenelg.
Yes.
Yep.
So it looks like James Morris is going to be reintroduced into the attack for the closeout here for the Australians. Another 7 overs to go. 4 overs, none for 37. He just didn't quite look himself in the opening session this morning. And the A-boys certainly more often than not, it was Adnan Khawaja that really leapt into anything that he just didn't quite get right, whether it was short into the pitch or over-pitched. Jason Lavender in his 50, which has taken 61 deliveries in 87 minutes, has hit 3 fours and 2 maximums. And he certainly has been busy since he's made his way out to the middle. He's had a couple of starts in the competition, but hasn't really got on to build a big score. Today maybe is his opportunity.
Just on that note with W.G. Grace, just getting a couple of messages through to say how did he die and what did he do with Test cricket. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage in October 1915 after suffering a stroke the previous week whilst gardening. He passed away at home a few days later, with some reports suggesting the distress caused by Zeppelin raids in the war contributed to his demise.
There you go.
How sad.
Yeah, very much so. Did it say how old he was?
Yes, I can find that out in just a moment if I can. You just keep talking about something and I'll keep talking about nothing in a sec.
I'll just let the punters know that Morris is just about ready to go from the 16th Street end here of the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Jared Wyeth is on strike. He has 2. Lavender is 50 not. And we are 5 for 200 after 38.
Let's have a look. 1848 to 1915. So 1840, that's 52, 62, 67. 44 seasons in Test cricket, from 1865 to 1908, represented England in 22 matches. Well, there you are. And had a significant beard. How ironic, we're talking to Leith Dawes, and we've got a man with a significant beard. There you go.
Ball pushed out at the offside, no run. Tied it up there by skipper Andrew Sharp. So Lavender looking to continue to build his innings here. He knows that he's the man set, so he needs to start to really get after it now. Wyeth is only fresh to the crease as he waits on this one for Morris. And it's angled into the pads there as he turns the ball away onto the onside, but Stephen Mace is up to the challenge there and flings it back into his bowler. So Morris a little bit more assured here at the start of his second spell. It's the 3 runs from the over so far. Swing and a miss outside the off stump as Morris got in nice and close to the umpire there, and that enabled him a little bit of angle, natural curve away from the right-hander, Walshy.
Yes, it's been a tough gig for the Australians. It's been from, one extreme to the other when we had Canada getting knocked over for 22 and the Australians not having to bowl any more than 2 and a bit overs. It's been totally different today, hasn't it?
Certainly has, as Morris continues here. Just the 1 run from the over so far. We'll get to a short break at the end of 39, 5 for 201. Run rate still up over 5, currently 5.18, which, as we mentioned earlier in the coverage, will net them somewhere around the mid-230s. This one angled into the body, and Lavender tucks it around the corner for a single. And Craig Trindle at fine leg. So after 39 overs, Australia A are 5 for 202 here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct.
Now I've got Fazal Alam, who's on the phone. He's the captain of the United States.
On the phone?
No, he's not actually. I just said that.
Right.
But you moved very quickly.
I did. I was up and about.
Yeah, just wanted to see if he was going to score another century or he was going to get something out of the ordinary, but he might not have made as many as we would have hoped. Only like that because he hits the ball so well. And
he's out, I can tell you.
He's gone.
Yeah. It seemed to be a little bit behind us there. They've only bowled 27 overs in that game at the John Hall Oval. Well, no, maybe they haven't updated there, but 51 off 58 was the last detail that we had, but they're saying now 6 wickets have fallen. We may just need to refresh that one. Walshy will get back to the live play.
5 for 202 is the score. Make it all chance of a run out. Perhaps it's pushed away and they run quickly. Ball flicked back to where Sharp was protecting the stumps. Didn't take the ball cleanly and couldn't flick it back onto the stumps. So it looked to be all exciting, but turned out to be a big fat duck egg.
I think the live scoring's lagging a bit there at the John Hall Oval, so we probably can't read too much into that.
So you've got me all excited for no reason?
For no reason,
okay,
no, that's right. But I can tell you that in other games around town, over at Golgol, New Zealand, 6 for 242 on the 41st, as we get a wicket here in front of us. And gee whiz, the skipper Andrew Sharp is playing a role here, isn't he, through the mid part of this innings, picks up his 3rd wicket. And the Aussies are really starting to lock down the clamps here, trying to make sure that the A-team don't get away from them here at the back end of the innings, as we just sit and wait a watch here of the replay, thanks to Enjoy Wine, Char Grill and Bar. While I was around the grounds, Sharp is managing to restrict a run flow opportunity. Wyeth just a little bit slow coming through for the single, and unfortunately unable to make his ground. As we can see, Billy Bowden just working his magic, getting the stumps back in order. So a run out would be the order of the day as we get the replay here from the striker's end as we look for Wyeth in shot. And he's a long way behind, unfortunately. Tidy bit of work from Baranka. And the breakthrough going the way of the Aussie boys. Score now 6 for 202.
Yeah, that was disappointing. We were starting to get even more excited. The score at one stage, 3 for 177. and wickets have started to fall. They've lost the next couple, 5 for 189 after it was 4 for 177. So a lot of facts and figures being thrown in your direction. I hope you can take them all on board. But it's over 200, which is certainly gettable for the Australians who come out to bat, but also a couple of early wickets, and the pressure is thrown on the favourites going into, like, it's the most important game of the tournament because the winner finishes up not only on top, but is the winner.
They get the trophy. We've seen the trophy.
Absolutely.
It's a nice piece of work as it's Matt Whedon, the new man to the crease, right-hander. Will take his guard, and Andrew Sharp is getting through a really decent spell here. 2 for 17. And, of course, his tight bowling led towards the run-out dismissal of Gerard Wyeth as he fizzes this one down the leg side. And, gee, Whedon not moving overly freely down the pitch. I reckon they'll just end up with a 1.
There's another man who has decided on the bald head. There's a few out there now, isn't there?
What's the way to go, I think, Pete? Once you get to that point where it's either getting too grey or it doesn't grow back enough, you might as well just step aside and do exactly what Sharpie's doing.
It's called the point of no return.
Yes, it is.
That's it.
Exactly right.
Yeah, there's a few doing that. This ball turned away on the onside for 1. We'll wait for the fieldsman to come in and do the picking up, and I'm not sure whether they've given thought to 2. I don't think so. Interesting, when we were talking to Leith, he was giving some good thoughts on just what it was like out there, a little bit in terms of getting from point A to point B, just a bit of softness, but nothing serious.
No.
Nothing dangerous. 6 for 205, Lavender 53, and Weirden 1. Sharp 4.4 overs, and he has 2 for 20. And there's another run, this one pushed to the right there of Prasad Sharma. Gets back in a hurry. Now, did we work out if our mate's got the extra runs there?
I just don't think we're getting any updates on the MV play scoring from that venue. 6 for 148 in the 30th. I feel like they've had a bit of downtime there, that they've slipped behind the other games around town. Well, from what we've got there, he's 75 not out off 71, Walshy. 6 4s and 3 6s, so he's on track for his second ton of the tournament.
Could be. That's
needs some support though, doesn't he? Got a bit from Raheel up the top there with 32, but just haven't been able to get anyone that really could dig in and build a decent score as we move to the end of 40 here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct with Australia A 6 for 207. This partnership between Lavender and Whedon has only just come together, 5 runs from 4 balls. But they've managed to keep that run rate still above 5.18 with 5 overs remaining. They would love to get as close to 240, I reckon, if they can have a couple of really big overs here at the back end. If we get our maths into play here.
No, if you get your maths into play, that's better.
233.
All right. Okay.
We're looking at with that run rate at the moment of 5.18.
But they were blasting away at one stage. They were in a real hurry early on, 2 for 82 or 1 for 82 at one stage. But then it's been a good fight back by the Australians at 6 for 207. Partnership is only just being established, so nothing out of the ordinary yet. And we're seeing Whedon, who's batting outside the leg stump for the first ball. And he moves across his crease as the ball is delivered and plays down the ground up to mid-off, and it's fielded up there by Andrew Sharp, and there's no run.
So Morris moving into his 6th over, none for 39, hasn't been able to find the success that he's certainly enjoyed so far throughout the tournament. Just angling down the leg side, ball hit out towards mid-wicket, and they'll scurry through, but still get the feeling that Whedon is not going that well out there at the moment.
No, as a matter of fact, I think he's done some damage there. He went for the quick single, and he tried to jump out of the way. I don't know whether the ball struck his foot on the way through or not. It's hard to pick up from where we are, but he's certainly limping. He's at the non-striker's end. He won't be wanting to dash through for any quick single. This ball driven down the ground with authority, but straight to the fieldsman who's in deep down there, Brian May, and it bounces back on the return. Let's just have a look at how he gets himself organised to face the next ball. He hasn't shuffled into position. He's ready now. Gee, they're getting through this over in a hurry. Morrison bowls, and he stretches forward and plays neatly out into the point area. Just seeing whether or not they actually went through for a run. I think they did. Just the one. And the score up to 6 for 110. Lavender 55 and Whedon 4.
So Lavender 55 from 71. Continues to build as the ball is lofted out over point. We'll get to the... No, it won't. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. So they'll get through for a couple as Waddington does the work out in the deep. So Lavender continues to tick it over. 57 from 72. Whedon is 4. And Morris, as we can see, Whedon really doing some work on the drivers. Top part of his thighs there. Morris has none for 44. Just about to sign off here at the back end of his 6th over. And foolish ball outside the off stump is played nicely down to long off, beg your pardon, for another single. So Lavender will go to 58. Score is 6 for 213 after 41. So 4 overs remaining. As we just have a quick squiz at some of James Morris's previous work. Walshy 4 for 38 on his first day of operation, then 1 for 16 and 3 for none. But it hasn't quite gone his way so far in this first session of the grand final today.
No, things can change, and when you think about it, they haven't got a lot of time to recover and get themselves organised and get ready to play the next day. And I'd say most of them, and they're all going to be honest, are saying that they've got a few aches and pains. And if that's the case, it's hard to get yourself organised for another game straight away.
So 5.2, they've been pretty consistent for the last half an hour or so, keeping that run rate around about that mark, as we mentioned only a couple of moments ago. That'll net them sort of mid-230s, which I feel like is a pretty good score. And as Leith Dawes mentioned during his chat, haven't quite got the zip of the Australian bowlers, but they've got a bit more of those off-pace combatants that might be a little bit tricky to deal with on a wicket that's getting lower and slower as the day goes on. Skipper Andrew Sharp is really busily working his field placings here, taking his time. He'll continue now as the ball's knocked down towards short third man. And no run, so Sharp 2 for 22, and this is 6th over. Has been a key part of this bowling attack here at the back end of the innings, Walshy.
He's bowled very well as being the bowler. Of course, as that one is on leg stump, it took pad. I think this is going to be leg byes. The batsmen have got through for the second. We'll just wait and see whether or not there's any signal from the umpire. We'll wait and see. I didn't see any signal, so there might have been a little bit
just
of
one leg
byes.
Yep.
Leg byes have been signalled, thank you. I looked across and I thought Joel was rubbing his knee, and I thought, well, that's interesting. He must be wanting something to eat or something to drink, I don't know.
Getting close to lunch.
That's what it is. There's a wide for the next delivery, and that's signalled by umpire Suresh Badhu. Like that name. Happy with that?
It's very exotic, isn't it?
It is.
It's off the tongue beautifully.
Yep. This ball short and wide, came back off the off stump and cut into the ground. It bounces out to the man who will do the fielding, and that's Steve Mason. There's no run. So this has been a good response, a good fight back by the Australian team who have the ball, but they're still going to have to score in excess of 200s. This one is dragged around on the onside. Good shot. Between mid-wicket and wide-ish long on, Kratzmann had no chance to get across. And in the background, when I saw Kratzmann running around, I wasn't sure who the next batter was for the side that's in at the moment, but I saw him up and about. I'd be just doing the limbering up just in case he was going to go out there in a minute and have a bat.
Big guy Randell, I reckon, our man, he's slated to come in next. As this time Whedon is just defending back to the bowler. And there's no run. 6 for 219. One more ball remaining, one legal ball remaining if this is the 42nd over. So we'll have 3 more to go after this. And you get the feeling that Lavender might start to look to go the long handle here to pick up some important boundaries, as Whedon still looks hampered by that leg injury. Manages to get it out towards Sharma there at mid-wicket, just off the cut square, and that's the end of 42 overs with the score 6 for 219. Australia A winning the toss and batting first here today at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, and looks like we're going to go right through the duration here towards the luncheon break with a few technical issues just in the back play here. The boys are right on top of that, so we'll stay through right up until the 45th over, Walshy, so we'll get all the action here on Sock TV Live, of course, through Willow TV for our friends over in the US and Canada that are taking in this competition. And I think we've got a runner in the spirit of cricket. Looks like Ash Hardy, the skipper, is going to do the work for Whedon.
Yes, well, Ash Hardy, who didn't score, is out there. And I'm just wondering how the USA are going over there with that score. Patrick, just whispering to you.
Right, leave it with me.
93!
Oh, we got a glimpse of it, didn't we? He's getting ever so close.
The reason that we're mentioning it is we think that apart from maybe just the Australians, he's the best batter
96
in
from
the
94.
tournament.
7 fours and 3 sixes.
What a performance by the man who got 106 in the match earlier on. And then we've got bits and pieces. That was when we had Jim from New Zealand ringing, wasn't it?
Yes, our stats man who unfortunately seemed to have lost the link across the ditch.
Jim, come on, Jim, lift your game, mate. We need to know how many players as this first ball of the next over is out towards the boundary and over the boundary for 4. So interesting to note just how many players have scored centuries for the United States, or not so much the United States, in any 45 over game. And he's won. And he's 96.
Yeah, 96 from 94. Just waiting on a bit of a refresh. We'll just come back to that in a moment. Meanwhile, here at the MSP, Jason Lavender is starting to ratchet it up a little. He's 62 from 76. Whedon is 8 from 96 for 223. And Lavender goes long, opens his shoulders. It's out to the man there on the boundary. Takes a great catch at long on. Brian May very comfortably just moved his way in off the marker there. Probably came in about 10 metres, got himself into a perfect position, and that's a muchly needed strike for the Australians. First scalp of the day for James Morris, and Lavender has to depart with his score on 62. He's batted beautifully for the A-team, but his day now comes to an end. The hands of James Morris as we get a chance to look back here at the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar replay. The field is scattered around the MSP, but unfortunately for Lavender, he picked out the man on the onside. Got a fair piece of it, Walshy. Timed it well, but May initiated very quickly there. He come off his line as Lavender holds his bat high to the applause of the crowd here at the MSP. And the 7th wicket falls with a score at 2-2-3.
It's a good catch, wasn't it? Very good catch. It took the ideal time after he'd got himself organised to think, right, I can lean forward now. And he wasn't standing up straight when he took the catch. He fell forward deliberately and just gloved it in his hand so well indeed. And that's a good one. As Festivale is 97 for the United States of America, looking for his second 100 in this tournament. 7 fours and 3 sixes. 97 off 95 deliveries in a display of brute force. Now, I can't justify that comment by backing that up with seeing one ball of him in that innings, but we've got the computer who is smoking. Your computer's doing a wonderful job, and we hope by giving you the scores, particularly from somebody who's doing so well for his country, that there's appreciation. It's 7 for 223 here. And it's 42.2 overs down with Randall, the next batsman in.
Guy Randell, face up here to James Morris. 7 for 223. Advances, tries to take him down the ground. Bit of extra pace just did him there, I reckon. So push back to the bowler, no run. 7 for 223. Midway through this, the 43rd. So 2 to go after this. We know that Jeff Charlesworth had penciled in 252 about an hour ago. He's probably looking okay at this point of time. As Morris bowls a full-length delivery, Randell's trying to find a gap on the offside, but look at the skipper. He's right in the game there, on the ring, restricts the single.
He's got a lot to do, you know, the skipper. He's going to have a bowl. He's going to, unfortunately, not get runs, but whatever ticks through the mind, he has to be aware as to exactly what's going on, who's going to bowl, how many overs have they bowled, and are they bowling well enough? What's the field like? We asked Chiller, one of our umpires, about the information sharing that he has to sort himself out. It's the same situation with the captain. There's a lot on your mind, isn't there?
Yes, there is. No doubt about it. He's taken it upon himself today to grab the ball and pick up some important wickets. key moments in this first innings. 7 for 224. One more to go. This the 43rd over. Morris now 1 for 50. Approaching the end of his 7th over.
Well, Billy's just having a chat to one of the fieldsmen out there. We can't quite catch up who is there, or it might be with one of the umpires out there. But he has decided that he's got information that was necessary and he's moved back into position.
Oh, hitting across the line. The umpire has a good look at it. Gee, James Morris, again, not satisfied there. I think he thought he was on a good thing there with Guy Randell looking to try and just go up to his teammate there and just suggest to him that, you know, gee, you might have just dodged a bit of a bullet there. So end of 43, 7 for 224. Get another chance to watch this one here on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar Action replay. It was Whedon who hits across the line. Gee, it looked pretty good from our vantage point. Umpire Bowden had other thoughts though. And we now move into the 44th over. As we see an interesting little set two between Anthony Barranca and Ash Hardy there between the wickets. Just a couple of words exchanged.
Now, where's Hardy gone?
He's the man that's running for Whedon.
Right.
But he's just a bit off camera here, so I wonder...
There's people running everywhere out there.
Yes, Whedon's now going to come across from his post next to the square leg umpire. He's going to now put himself at point on the offside.
I reckon that was Paul Clark who ran across screen.
Could well have been.
How many people? Let's have a count.
We'll do a head count. So 2 overs to go. Run rate still at 5.2. That's nicely bowled again by Sharp, just taking that little bit of extra pace off. And they're unable to... Now, I just did a quick refresh of the US scores, and they seem to have gone backwards. They've got Festivale back at 92, so there's obviously some issues with the live scoring down at John Hall Oval. So we'll get back onto that shortly. Kiwis over 55s at goal, 8 for 259. Walshy, 8 for 259 after 44.
That's
so
pretty good.
Very good score, 1 over to go. Now the other game at the Mildura Senior College, I reckon they're done through their 45, and the Spirit of Cricket World 11 finished with 8 for 205. So that first session is complete at the MSC. The latest update from the John Hall Oval, US 7 for 182 after 38 overs. But we feel like we've travelled back in time a bit with those scores, because Alam Fazal currently sitting on 92 for 95, but we had him a few more than that only a matter of minutes ago.
No, not we, you.
Okay.
We'll get it soon.
Yes.
Don't you worry, we will. We'll get this over rate up to all that's needed in a sec or two too, because we're into the early stages of 43 point such and such at 7 for 226.
So Randell back on strike. Sharp has 2 for 29. A tidy stint from the Australian captain. 7th over underway. Just waits for his field to be set. That one's hit back to the bowler. Hits the stumps. No hand on it from Sharp, so they'll get through for the single. Just bowling a little bit wider of the crease and certainly forcing the ball as wide as he legally can outside the off stump, making it difficult for the batsmen who are looking to probably get him across the line onto the onside.
We can, of course, as we can tell you that Fazal has reached a 3-figured result again. Not to be confirmed yet, but we'll make sure that we can do that for you. 104 unbeaten off 101 deliveries with 7 fours and 3 sixes. The captain of the United States of America, born in India, but living now permanently in the US of A, not out 104. His 2nd century in this competition. What a stunning performance. But we will confirm, because of course we've got scores coming to you left, right and centre, and we want to make sure that they're all proper. And we'll give it to you when we can.
As Whedon just takes it down towards long off for a single. 7 for 228. Not a bad effort from the skipper. 104 out of 187 his team's tally at the moment. 7 for 187 in the 38th over. Bit of a one-man band at the John Hall Oval at the moment for the red, white and blue. Canada will be looking to try and keep them under 220 from this point onwards. Still 7 overs or thereabouts to go. I guess if Fazal can bat the journey, well, they could end up with well in excess of 250.
Well, you're not
the big man.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people we've spoken to, mainly in the breakfast area, at the hotel, the Mercury, where we're staying, are saying they just loved to see him bat and couldn't remember seeing anybody hit the ball harder but straighter. And that's what he was doing there. He was advancing and teeing off and going thwack, and the ball disappearing. Most of the sixes that he hit, they finished up outside the ground down a goal.
Well, he was very traditional, wasn't he, Walsh? He playing the V, not trying to play the cross bat shots. He wanted to hit long down the ground as Whedon just opens up the bat face and runs it through the offside. Trindle comes in off the rope to keep it to a single. 7 for 230. Yep, 7 for 230. 44 done, so 1 to go. 1 over to go. Jeff Charlesworth had gone all chips in on 252. It's going to need to be a pretty large last over, Walshy, for them to hit that mark. He's not here, Chiller, to
he's here.
Ask the question there. He's just behind the back blocks.
He's lurking there, looking to sort of rush out and accept any thanks if we pass on his guess, which was pretty good. No, he's gone.
Just seeing a bit of a bat change there between Ash Hardy and Guy Randell. Maybe he thought the one that Ash had was going to get to the boundary a bit better than the one he had. As Whedon now on strike, he'll be looking to either get to the boundary or get off strike because he's obviously having that issue with using the runner. Just adds to a little bit of confusion, I guess, out in the centre. It'll be James Morris to bowl the last over of this first session as we approach 1:15 local time. We'll take a stop for lunch and then resume with Australia having to peel off a decent tally, Walsh, if they are to win this game.
Yeah, well, this won't be easy. Won't be easy at all.
Down the leg side. Thought it might have brushed a bit of pad, but umpire Bowden says she's a wide. As Morris is actually happy that Baranka managed to get to that. Saved any extra wides going down the leg side. So 1 added to the sundries. And the score now 7 for 231. Still 6 legal deliveries remain. For pitch delivery is squeezed out into the offside. Sharma's got a bit of work to do. You would have thought with Hardy out there as the runner, they would have probably got back for a second there, and I think they have.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. It's, as I said, sometimes with the colours being the same, or, well, at least there's splash of colours on the same 2 uniforms, but there's an extra one for the runner. It makes it a little bit difficult to hang on to. You don't have to hang on to that one because that was hit well, straight down the ground. Good shot. Chase is on there for Brian May.
Oh, my goodness. A miss there from Morris. The non-striker's end as the batsman was definitely going to be well out of his ground. And that was Guy Randell. But unfortunately, James Morris just went with the one Duke and couldn't quite reel it in. So Australia Ray continue on this surge here in the last over. 7 for 235. Again, heaved by Whedon. Man's out there, Brian May. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble, but manages to hold on to it successfully just inside the cones there. So 8th wicket down for Australia Ray now. 8 for 235. And Whedon will depart with his score on 15. Morris picking up a second scalp, 2 for 55. And this is 8th over as we get another look at the very cool, calm and collected Brian May down at long on Peter Walsh.
Yeah, he got himself in a good position. The ball hung in the air for quite a while. He had to look into the sun, then got back, and I could see nearly all the ball disappear into one of his hands. Might just a little bit have come out.
It was high at the top, wasn't it? Not quite in the deep part of the palm where you like them, but he did manage to cling to it in the end.
Not too far away from being a 6 either,
very
was
close. So he was very watchful of where his positioning was there on the ground. There's another strike here for the Aussies. And Whedon departs. So new man coming out now. Looks like Paul Clark in the number 16. So you'll only have to do battle here for 3 or 4 deliveries at the back end. You just want to get bat on ball, Walshy. That's all you'll want to do.
Yeah, 235 money in the bank. Not bad. Not bad. Bit of a chin wag between those that are going and those that are coming. Of course, if you go out there and you don't do anything because you've been out there and you didn't do anything, it's not much fun for you to do that. If you're the skipper who wins the toss, but then you're the one who fails with the bat, well, there's not much you can do about it, is it?
No, not at all. As we see Clark come out to take up his post.
There's some fairly big units in these Australian teams.
Yeah, yep, no question about that. So Clark will face up here. They crossed over while the ball was heading down towards Brian May on the boundary. Oh, elegant sort of stroke around the corner is going to be given by umpire Bowden. Clark was looking to go the lap or the reverse sweep there. Opened up his stance, got himself a long way in front of the furniture there, and he was struck right in front. And another breakthrough for Morris, who continues his wicket-taking spree in this tournament. It's been a little bit expensive today, but now has the figures of 3 for 55, and this is 8th over. And Walsh, we get another chance to watch this one back in the action replay.
Yes, umpire Bowden not having to do too much except look and see that was pretty much going to hit low on the front pad, and he turns around and has a look. Firstly, let's just see where we can see the ball come through. And it was sort of like a bit of a lap sweep around the corner, but no dramas. The wicket falls, and it's now hat-trick ball with another 2 balls to go and the possibility of a hat-trick. And we saw a hat-trick, or we didn't, but we had a hat-trick bowler a few days ago. I'll just find him on my page.
AJ Gariali was our man, I reckon, from the US.
AJ, that's him. Good on you, AJ. You might be the only one that stays with the hat-trick. Let's see what they'll do now, realising that a hat-trick at any level is something to brag about. Will they bring the field all in or what? Well, as much as they can.
You'd hope for the theatre of the situation, Walshy, that Captain Sharp does put a couple around the bat here as left-handed Brett James takes his guard. Not much pressure for him to come in on a hat-trick ball.
No, he's the one that wears the glasses. We talked about the glasses a few days ago. And with 2 balls remaining in this, the required over of 45, Randall is 4, James yet to score. And there's the Dawes family opposite where we are. There's Pat taking the photos. There's a dog I saw too to the right, and everyone just resting. And why wouldn't they be? Could this be a hat-trick? You called the first, you go the last, Patrick. You might be calling a hat-trick.
Okay, here we go. Morris pitches. Oh, and they didn't have a man there on the ring at mid-on. That probably was going to be a catch. Sharma was pushed down on the boundary. So they've missed the trick, I reckon, there, the Aussies. They would have rung up the field. Morris probably picks up his hat-trick, but not to be. As Australia Rail will get through for a couple. James off the mark. Score 9 for 237. I reckon we still got 2 balls to go. Had the wide at the start of the over. In fact, no, probably 1 to go after the couple scored off that hat-trick delivery. So I reckon, even though the scoreboard's not updated, this is the last ball, legal ball of the innings. Full pitch delivery, and Morris is going to do the deed as Randell just took off. Last ball of the dig. Wanted to get the extra runs added to the tally, and he is run out as signalled there by umpire Brent Bowden. And that is the end of the first session here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. And we make it, Walshy, that the A team will finish with 237 from their 45 overs. So Australia in the end getting through all 10 wickets. And James Morris leading the way with his 3 for 57 from 8 overs. Maybe quickly rattle through the card, I reckon, is a good time to do that, Pete, as we'll have a look at the run-out dismissal here again in replay. Man backing up Randell was keen to get down the other end. He left a little bit before acceptances, so he was well out of his ground. With the ball coming back to the bowler Morris, who just clipped the bail and replaced it back to the umpire. But we'll go through the card for you now. First man out this morning was Leith Dawes, caught Waddington, bowled Wade for 10. Then Aden Khawaja was out bowled Sharma for 45. Third to go was the skipper Ash Hardy. Didn't trouble the scorers. He was caught Waddington, bowled Wade for a duck. Score was 3 for 92. Then a great partnership took the tally up to 4 for 177. Man out was Anthony Maguire. What a great innings he played. LBW Sharp for 69. 10 boundaries in that innings of 69 for Maguire. Then the score moved to 5 for 189 when Willie Moggs was bowled by Sharp for 9. 6 for 202. Gerard Wyeth was run out. Combination of Ryan and Baranka for 3. Then 7 for 223 when Jason Lavender finished up on 62. He was out caught. They've got Ryan here. I reckon it was caught by Brian May, Bob Morris for 62. 4 boundaries and 2 maximums for Jason Lavender, who was very impressive today. 8 for 235 when Whedon was out caught May, Bob Morris for 15. Paul Clark was LBW to Morris for no score. Score was 9 for 235. So they've lost a clump of 3 for 2 at the back end. Randell, the last man dismissed with a score on 237. He was run out by Morris for 4, which left Brett James not out 2, and our tally, Pete, after 45, Australia A all out for 237.
And the short bowling figures, you may as well keep going because you're burbling along beautifully, and I can scratch those down and change now from the blue to the black colour.
Strategically done from you, Peter Walsh. So as you click over there, I can let you know Morris, 8 overs, no maiden, 3 for 57. Craig Trindle, just the 3 overs in his opening spell today. No maiden, none for 13. Mark Wade, 2 for 41 from his 8 overs. Anthony Bloomfield also only the 3 overs, none for 13. Leg spinner Prashant Sama, 1 for 35 from his 8. Simon Waddington a little bit on the expensive side today, 8 overs, no maiden, none for 43. And the skipper, Andrew Sharp, very tidy through the midsection, 7 overs, no maiden, 2 for 33.
That's the way we saw it. Players now, and those that are watching, those that have got themselves out of the Winnebago and are moving over here with the bits and pieces. You've just shown me the score of what was happening in the United States of America. Look forward to seeing you at the YMCA. I won't steal your thunder because you've just flicked up the score for Festivale. Is that at the end of overs?
I think it might be. 9 for 235 the US finished with Alarm Festivale 141 not out of 129 deliveries. 141 for 129 with 11 fours and 4 sixes. So they were at 6s and 7s early in that innings, I reckon, the Americans, but somehow they've scratched their way to 235 off their 45 against Canada.
And they've been belted around by the Canadians. A wonderful performance by the US of A, who should win that game. But the disappointment will be, of course, that they weren't able to make the final. But Fazal batting beautifully, 141 not out, an NO. That was pretty impressive. It's lunch break time here from Mildura. We're rolling along and hope you're enjoying our coverage. It's the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, and we're going to continue after the lunch break with the chase for the Australians. Now, the Australians doing the chase, they are the O50's. And they'll be looking at trying to run down the total score scored by the opposition. That was all out for 237 on behalf of all and sundry. We'll return with Sock TV after the lunch break, live from Mildura in sunny Victoria.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh, yeah, we live it up. I know for sure that
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
We are in the ready zone here in Mildura, the ready-to-go zone, and a run chase, which I don't know we would have anticipated it at the start of this game. The red-hot favourites, the favourites that finished on top of the table of 4, but at the moment they face a target of 238 to try and win this game. Peter Walsh joined by Pat Silcox, and we're about to start this run chase. We'll go through the other matches that have been played at other venues as we get going in this game, but as we gnawed on what was there for lunch, I think we were unsure as to what this afternoon might hold. Good afternoon to you again, Pat.
Yeah, good afternoon, Walshy. Yeah, it's in the balance, I think. There's no doubt. We weren't expecting Australia to amass the tally they did. They got off to such a great start, courtesy of Adnan Khawaja at the top of the list. And then some solid contributions through the opening session from Anthony Maguire, also Jason Lavender. So they were able to set a target of 238 for Australia. And I bumped into Steve Mace as we're going upstairs for the lunch, and I said, well, the A-boys are giving you a chance to have a decent hit here, Steve. You've got plenty of time out in the middle. You can put up a big score. And he was pretty confident. He said, sort of pitched that it was going to probably get lower and slower as the day goes on. So get on the front foot and trying to maximise your opportunities.
Were you surprised they did so well with their bat, the opposition?
Well, based on the previous encounter in the round robin series, when they were, I think, rissoled for about 97, absolutely, Peter. But just had a bad day, as it turned out. I think Leith Dawes made reference to that. Sometimes you just have a day when things don't go your way, and that's obviously what happened. But today, they took advantage. They played within their limitations, and they maximised their opportunities.
Well, we're about to see the start now as James will deliver, left arm over, and the ball pushed away on the offside, backward of point. And there's no run. It's interesting that when we were having our lunch and having a talk to the players and the umpires, etc., and just getting an idea as to how it was feeling, there wasn't a lot of interaction between the two sides because, after all, they're playing for Australia and they're playing for Australia. And I'm not repeating my words, I'm just stating that you've got to get yourself into the mode of, right, we're playing against an opposition, which at the moment consists of James, and that's hit back down the ground. Lovely shot, but well fielded.
Oh, my
Shy
goodness.
at the stumps. This could be close.
Very close. We might need a referral on that. Mace, I think it was one of those situations where he probably didn't realise he'd timed it so well and didn't really get out of the block super quick, and then he was under tremendous pressure at the back end there, wasn't he?
Well, I'm reckoning, only from what is going on with the fielding team,
he's gone.
They've got him.
Okay.
Mace has walked to the opposite end. He's having a chin wag with Ryan. We'll have a look at this because that was a direct hit. Superb piece of fielding by Lavender. And we'll just have to wait and see what's going on. We've got our third umpire next to us here, Chilla Charlesworth. There's the ball. And here's the shot. Hit all right. Picked up well. Thrown well. Oh, dear.
Wow.
We can't see from where we are. We will be able to see from this angle. What do you think, Patrick? Talk us through it.
I think he's under a bit of pressure here, Steve Mace. As we see Ryan just get back into his guard. The ball, it's still really quick. I think we need to slow it down a fraction. Hard to tell at normal speed there, but my goodness. He was really stretching late, wasn't he, Mace? He knew he was in a bit of trouble. Thought he might have even put in the dive there right at the end, but gee, it's going to be super, super close, this call, I reckon, and could have a big bearing on the game. An early wicket the first over. The A-balls will be absolutely up and about.
Consternation and dissatisfaction. We wait. Third umpire is sitting opposite us, Chilla Charlesworth, who is having a look, and they'll have a look at the frame. And no, it's not for me to take a punch.
Decision will be coming shortly. Well, I'm not sure if you heard that in the back play, but look at the A boys. They've got the decision out on the field, and it is a run out. Stephen Mace is gone. He was going to be one of the big hopes that Australia were going to build upon at the start of the innings, and he's got to make his way off the ground. Unbelievable. Here's your side-on shot.
There's the one we need to look at.
Bowler got back in a great position there, James, as we see it come in. Yes, the ball striking there, the bails are up, and his bat is just fractionally behind the line. There's not much in that, Peter Walsh.
No, there's not. And I'm not going to talk you through it because Chiller Charlesworth is the third umpire. Are you allowed to say anything, Chiller? I'm being serious. I don't want to put you on the spot, but that was a tight one. You are going to say something, thank you, because our viewers, of course, very keen to know how you make that judgment. It was very close. Just talk for a sec, if you would, Patrick, and I'll flick this over.
I'll do that. We'll let us switch you off so Jeff can get his headset on, and called into action really early in this second session, Chiller. We've only just smashed over the Pastor and the Sultanas, and here we are with a run out in the first over.
Unbelievable. And Pat, it was just a beautiful call by the umpire. He just wanted to check it, and we slowed it down frame by frame. He was probably up by less than an inch.
Yeah, it was super tight. It was a good piece of fielding from Lavender, who did fumble initially at ground level, but he was quick to regather and get the ball back in, and the direct hit probably was the thing that got the decision. If it had gone to the bowler, then the transition to the stumps might have been enough to Mace to get home.
Yeah, perfect. The crew, great camera work. So.
Okay, so an early scalp for Australia, Ray. Thank you very much, Chiller Charlesworth, right on the mark. The third umpire for us in the Spirit of Cricket Festivale O50's Grand Final. And, of course, it's coming to you from the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Pat Silcox, Peter Walsh, and the new man at the crease for Australia is Brian May.
Who would have thought? And here we go to the opposite end of what did happen earlier on. There were 3 boundaries scored, I think, in the first over when we saw the batters go to town, and they were Khawaja, and to a lesser extent, we didn't see Dawes hitting too many boundaries, but that was a bullet-like start, 52 before the first wicket fell. And this is 1 wicket down, a run out, the man out, Mace, run out without scoring. It's 1 for a duck egg. 1 down, May and Ryan are the 2. And anything and everything is happening in this game so far.
Well, just shows you what sort of pressure's on the line here. Both these teams are desperate to win, and a target in excess of 5.5 and over. You just got that sense from the opening couple of deliveries that Mace and Ryan were just desperate to get on with it straight away, weren't they? Tick that scoreboard over. And it's cost him his wicket in the end, Steve Mace. I've jinxed him going upstairs for lunch, said that he's got time to make a big one. He's only lasted 2 balls.
Well, there's 2 slips waiting, and waiting with patience as Ryan gets himself into go mode, stay mode, do anything mode. James in bowls, and that's on leg stump, and it's whipped away out towards forward square. Not fielded cleanly out there, but stopped out there by Wyeth, and they get through for a single. But amazing cricket is, it's just one of those things where 1 ball is bowled, good fielding, Lavender that was the one, and they all thought that it was a wicket. They all got around, and high fives were going left, right and centre, and then the third umpire had a look. And the umpires today, Billy Bowden, Suresh Badhu, and Chiller Charlesworth, having plenty of work to do.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Walshy, in the game situation, when you're on the field, those sort of things happen. If you're close to where it goes down, you know whether it's out or it's not. And as you said, they celebrated straight away. They knew exactly how that was going to fall in the end.
Was he the biggest wicket that they needed? Well, apart from Kratzman?
He's important. Brian May, who's now shaping up, he made 100 earlier in the tournament, so he's a very elegant batsman. As he's looking to try and strike down the ground there, James has made a great start to his opening over here as he operates from the 16th Street end here at the MSP. But no, Mace is certainly one of the key men up the top. But still, May and Kratzman will have their say through the course of this second session, but couldn't get off to a better start, the A-boys.
Run out, first over, who would believe? We believe it's happened.
As May's through the covers, timing that, just made it look effortless in the end. And it goes all the way for 4. So great start for Brian May. As we mentioned, has only played the 1 or 2 games in the tournament so far. He was late arriving, so he missed the first day. Then backed up with his first opportunity, 105 not opening up the batting. So he's just had the one dig as we look through the stats, but that's a pretty impressive way to get your innings underway, isn't it? Just lashing that one through extra cover for 4.
Won't see too many better shots than that for the whole day. Magnificent stroke. Couple of slips waiting for the edge. What'll be the result from this ball? On leg stump, tapped away forward of square. Hit crisply but straight to Ashley Hardy. And there's no run. So some animation from all and sundry. 1 down the over. May is 4. Ryan is 1. Australia required 233 off 44 overs at 5.3 after Australia A bowled out for 237.
So mid-wicket consultation here between Ryan and May. Just taking a little bit of stock. They're sort of up around about the mark they need to be off that first over. 5.3 is what's needed at the moment. Currently sitting at 5s. As we wait and see who will take up the attack here for the Australian A outfit. As they get their field set. Anthony Macquarie is certainly wheeling and dealing there, getting them moving around. Yep.
I wonder how much of this is actually worked out tactically before they go out. About, all right, if we get a wicket, this is what we might do, we might not do, but there's a lot of chin-wagging goes on, a lot of discussions, and not just before they go into the field, but whilst they're out there now, there's still a lot of talking going on.
I've got no doubt they'd have a plan in place coming onto the ground, Walshy, but there'd always be a plan B, plan C to fall back upon on the fly should things change. And I think we have seen Jason Simmons certainly open up the attack for the Australian A team pretty much throughout the competition so far, so no real surprises there. As he's going to bowl to the left-hander, Ryan. And nice bit of angle there, just hitting the pitch and then tailing back in towards the left-hander through to the keeper. Paul Clark looking after the gloves.
Now, what have you spotted, Patrick? You've put the blinds up. We're not broadcasting from our bedroom, but you can put the blinds up if you like.
I'll do my best work in the dark, Walshy. Just checking a bit of more of the field there. As this time Simons, who's coming in from the Deakin Avenue end, will go for a wide. Nice little bit of footwork from Bill Bowden there too, just to make sure the scorers were in the know there.
And as soon as the decision is made and the antics are completed, there is information that's being shared back to the third umpire, who sits beside us, Gilla Charlesworth. This ball over-pitched and hit straight back down the ground. Magnificent stroke for 4. Picked up beautifully. And he hit that one crisply, and it didn't seem to have much power, but it had the placement.
Just had the timing, didn't he, Walshy?
Yes.
That's what the A team did in that opening 10-over stint this morning. Anything that was either short or over-pitched, just down the ground or the square of the wicket, just really depositing it, making sure they get maximum return. So Simmons just a little bit off his normal radar here, just trying to get himself sorted. Breeze has turned out to be a bit of a swirler now after it was predominantly straight down the ground from the opposite end, from the 16th Street end. So a little bit to contend with for the Australian A bowling attack. Oh, that's a pretty decent nut, that one. Short of a length and finding the edge, I believe, or was it just all movement off the track, Peter? But certainly had the keeper going the wrong way. He was heading down the leg side. He ended up pitching just in front of the man at first slip.
Yeah, that gave the impression that there might have been some deflection of some description. We might say that again because that certainly jagged away as well. Called, Patrick. It almost fell into the gloves of Clark, who had to go from one side to the other side. Let's see what can happen with this ball. And that's on leg stump, and he turns the ball around to behind square on the onside. They start for the single, and they'll be able to get through. So it's 1 for 11 with May on 4 and Ryan on 6. Some of the bowlers, the big fella at lunchtime, had a quick chat with Morris, and he was saying that I know he was untidy early, but he said there's a bit in the track, but he said we've got a good, strong batting lineup. We'll be okay.
Okay.
I said, you just go and eat some more vegetarian lasagna and then we'll sort it out. So that's what's happening.
Some pretty decent sangers on offer too there. I managed to scalp up a couple of those.
Yeah, I noticed that, Patrick.
Yeah, just
Don't
three.
worry about
Just
me.
three. Okay.
3 plates. That's good.
Simmons again. As May, ever watchful, allows that one to pass through to Keeper Clark. Prolific run scorer up in Queensland, Brian May, over the years. And I was having a chat to a few people the other day about the fact that I've heard a lot of stories about how good Brian plays. It's almost the label of the Bush Bradman that's got about him over the years. And I'd wonder why he hadn't featured at this level before. But he's only just turned 50 in the last couple of months. So finally he's managed to get his way towards over 50s. And you get the feeling he's going to be a pretty dominant performer for the next few years ahead. So that's the end of the second over. Australia are 1 for 11, chasing that target set by Australia A of 238. It's the grand final of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, live from the Mildura Sporting Precinct. I wasn't thrown to a break. There's still one more over to go, Walshy, so you sit tight.
I'm just going to mention with Les Burdett, who'll be speaking at a function tonight where the presentations are being made for this part of the Festivale. And I was fascinated by the number of people that he would get to know as a curator. And I was a bit unfair because I asked him a question off the top of my head and gave him no reason or no time
preparation
about the players that he'd been with, who had kept in touch and, more importantly, had meant so much in their friendships. And the first one he named was David Hooks.
D.W. Hooks, yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah,
sounded like they had a really close bond, the two of them.
He did some kind things for me, and he was a magnificent human being and taken so suddenly and so unfairly.
So it's Brett James once again for the 16th Street end. And getting a little bit of sideways movement and further off the track through to the keeper.
Now you can tell me a little bit about Mildura, because the function tonight, then we're going to look at some balloons in the sky.
Yeah, I think certainly early spring, a lot of the balloon goers get the night glows going of a night time, and certainly up early in the crisp blue skies. We've seen a little bit of that through the back end of August, early September. So I think Telf has rallied a few of our local balloon goers to put on a bit of a spectacular. Oh, an inside edge from the left-hander is going to beat the diving keeper and go all the way down to the boundary for 4. So once again, unfortunately for Paul Clark, just getting his footwork a bit out of line there, just originally going across to the offside, and then obviously the angle of the inside edge had him going back the other way, but just couldn't quite recorrect himself. And edgy, but obviously important runs for Australia all the same.
True, 1 for 15. Now, be a bit more specific. Do those that are going to watch the balloons, they don't get in them, do they?
No, there'll be certain selected crews that obviously own the machines that will put the display on. You'll just be sitting from the boat watching on, I would presume would be the modus operandi.
You didn't say that with a lot of authority, so we'll just wait and see what happens.
I'm just filling in the gaps, making up as I go, Walshy.
There's so much to have a look at. I know with interest we were giving details about Tammy Van Visser, the one who swam the 2,800 Ks. 2,000.
Mighty effort.
Oh, I can't believe that. I can't swim half a length of the pool. Oh, just extraordinary strength of these people that can do that.
It's more strength in the mind too, isn't it? When you think about it, it's certainly physical what you do, but you've got to be in for the long haul.
Yep.
So we see Ryan hitting down the ground, little up actually, as it gets on the skip there to Guy Randell. He's fielding there at mid-off. And no addition to the score. So 1 for 15, almost completed 3 overs of this second session. The Australian run chase as they try and knock over 238 for victory.
And if you're a Mace character or a Mace lover or a Mace fan, sorry, run out first over for no score. It was 1 for none. And still 1 for, but it's 1 for 15 with May on 4, and that's a wide.
That a wide. Okay.
And then the point from the umpire, or 2 actually, and that was from our friend Suresh Badhu. He's a nice man too. We had a chat to him out there whilst Chilla was working hard with his blue mallet. 1 for 16. Next ball over-pitched, hit hard down the ground and hit very nicely. Actually, it might have taken a boot on the way through, but it's still going to go for 4. That was a very strong blow down the ground, hit with authority, and Ryan would be feeling pretty chuffed after that. He moves to 14, and it's 1 for 20, one ball remaining in the third.
He's come out with a very positive mindset, hasn't he? Paul Ryan, looking to hit the boundary early, put the pressure back on the Australian A bowling attack. So almost a bit of a carbon copy of what we saw in the opening 5 or 10 overs from the A team, where the run rate was up around 7 and over. As he's hitting down the ground again, some work to do for Randell, and he does it just, saving the chance of another one slipping through for a boundary. So 3 overs done, it's 1 for 20 Australia. We're back at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Our man Jeff Charlesworth just giving us a few important details, little tidbits of information. Jason Simmons, not Simons, as I was incorrectly pronunciating that one. That's not a word. I've just made that up on the fly as well. And Walshy, you got a bit of a revision on our umpire from Canada as well. Okay, thank you. That's exactly what we wanted. Oh dear, 1 for 21.
You like to get them right. I'll tell you what, we had one for a long time, and he's going to be in Mildura, if he's not already here, Michael Kasperovich.
Yes.
Now, Michael Kasperovich, when he was playing for Queensland and for early days of Australia, he actually approached the organisation I was working for, the ABC, and said, please, can you get the commentators to call my name correctly? It's Kasperovich. V-I-T-C-S-H. Yep.
Used to be a T that used to sneak in there. Vitz.
Kasperovich or something like that.
Yeah.
And the other one we got is this next ball is dragged away on the onside, and that'll go all the way out to the fence for 4. There's Billy doing it all at boundary. May is 4, Ryan is 15, 1 for 21. And the other one was when you were talking about the South African cricketers. And we were told that they had to be called Springboks.
Springboks.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's what
Not
we call
Proteas.
them. No.
Okay.
And the one, no, look, I'm just going through the alphabet because we were not allowed to call Aboriginal people. They were to be called Indigenous people.
Okay.
And once you got that memo out, you thought, well, that's what I've been told to do, so that's what I will do.
Yeah, that's all you can do, isn't it, really?
Well, you could put it in the rubbish bin, but you wouldn't do that.
No, you would not do that, Peter Walsh.
Someone of substance, but we don't mind because when we find out, well, that's what we can do. Is this next ball is hit down the ground for a single, hit hard away on the onside, runs away very quickly indeed, and they're through for 1. Mog's doing the fielding. You can see the green and gold looking resplendent out there at this magnificent complex, the Mildura Sporting Precinct. 1 for 26. Run rate required is 5 after we had good performance by the opposition getting 237, the Australia O50's, the A's, captained by Ashley Hardy, who unfortunately didn't get a run.
Didn't trouble the scorers, Pete. He would be disappointed with that. Be looking to take the lead here in the field, making some astute field placings, some bowling changes that might lead to the downfall of more Australian wickets, as there's just a little bit of conjecture here to try and make sure they get it right. Score is 1 for 26.
Got a hand signalling going on.
Yeah, there is. There's this one, the come to me, and there's this one to push back, and there's a lot of pointing.
Don't start any Kath or Kim stuff, please.
Just
leave that alone.
We've been there and done that.
No, it's been a good start, apart, of course, from that first over where the frustrations existed as a broadcaster. I wanted Mace to do something, but he did something. He got run out.
He did. As it's taken down on the onside by Brian May. Again, the timing absolutely perfect. Busting through the hands of Hardy, so he gets through for another run.
And I'm just thinking, every time someone crashes to the turf, the alarm bells ring for Jess Tatarzinski because she's going around looking after all of these aching bones and bodies, and as the days progress, so too does her work ethic.
Full ball as Ryan pushes it back to the bowler. Simmons doing some tidy work, just trying to knock the bails off at the non-striker's end. as he continues through his second over. None for 12. And the Australians scoring at a rate of 7.36. Maybe at the end of this one, Walshy, we may just head around the grounds.
Good
and
idea.
See how those other games are ticking over.
Happy with that.
Angling back into the left-handed Ryan. Does well to find a gap on the onside. Ball's a little bit too good for the keeper there, who's unable to hang on to it. He was in a hurry, wasn't he?
He climbed over and he knocked the bails off, but I'm not going to tell you what he knocked the bails off with. It was a bit, it could have been a bit ordinary, but he's got himself together, and fortunately Paul Clark's okay.
So May back on strike. Simmons continuing. Gets a bit of swing from leg to off. Thunders into the pads of May. Nothing doing despite a brief appeal. So that's 4 overs done. 1 for 28 Australia. Partnership 28 runs, 22 balls in 19 minutes. So they're going along at a nice clip, these pair, after the early setback of Stephen Mace being run out without scoring with a score on 0. Okay, let's have a look. Where will we go first? Our Turinga Oval Golgol Walshy. New Zealand made 8 for 264 in their allotted 45 overs. In reply, Australian over 55s, no wicket for 83 after 12. None for 83 after 12, so they are flying.
Have they given us any info on who might be batting?
We'll return to that in a moment as we just continue through. Now, the other over 50s game being played today at the John Hall Oval. America, the USA finished with 9 for 235. Canada, a 1 for 29 after 8 overs there. So 1 for 29 in pursuit of the target of 236. As we return to live action here, Brett James continuing, left arm over. And that one not really bouncing as Ryan tried to get over the top of it. There was a fumble from the keeper who was considering the quick run on the overthrow, but they'll change their mind and just reset once again. And our other game, which has been played at the Mildura Senior College today in the over 55, Spirit of Cricket World 11. Ended up with 8 for 205. Australia A in reply. Bit of a shaky start. 3 for 65 after 12. 3 for 65, so they need another 141 from 33 overs at a rate of 4.27 with 7 in the shed, Walshy.
Looks like some good competitive matches being spread around the cricket venues in Mildura. With, of course, a long weekend coming up. Holiday on Friday. School kids, have you got everything under control?
Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many weeks did they get off now?
2.
2 weeks.
Pretty short. It started Monday, so 2 weeks.
Because they've got to go back to school then, so they can get ready for their school holidays in December.
Well, exactly right. It's a long journey. It's a preparation of 10 or 11 weeks to get you to that point.
Oh dear.
You forget how fortunate we were. That massive break from early mid-December through to February. It's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. Not if you're a kid.
No.
Not
long enough, but it's a long time as a parent, Walshy, on the flip side of that, I must say.
There's so much to do, though, so many things that you can go to, how many sports the kids play and all that sort of thing. So look after your parents, have a D day for dad and an M day for mum, and enjoy your time. So if you're zooming around on their bikes earlier on this morning, and a few walking too, beautiful places to walk here in Mildura. Here's James. He doesn't walk in, he runs in bowls on leg stump, taken off toes behind square. No real power or energy in the stroke, runs along the ground and there's no run. And it's 1 for 29.
Here's our man Leith Dawes, who popped up and had a chat to us a little earlier in the opening session. He's made just rehearses a shot that he may have played to that previous delivery. Looks very compact, doesn't he? Very correct.
He does.
Upright stance. In good form upon his arrival in Mildura, picking up a century back into last week. This time he's allowing that one to pass through to wicketkeeper Paul Clark. No run. So 1 for 29 after 4.4. Let me just quickly dive into that over 55's Australian scorecard, Walshy, and see if I can get some numbers for you. I'll let you know that Puller is 48 off 39 and Jed Mensforth is 35 off 39, so that's a very strong start, isn't it?
There's a good cricket name, Puller.
Be good on the onside, you'd expect, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Straight bat there from May.
Very elegant, isn't he?
He is. Yeah, I was watching him having some throwdowns. Just a nice, free-flowing swing of the bat, showing the maker's name.
Looks like the basketballers are just about to attend their training out
Junior
there at the back
basketball
with a
started
few
early.
long throws for a three-pointer. Got the security guard, Chilla Charlesworth.
He's up and about, isn't he?
Scare them out into another suburb. It's school holidays, Chilla. Give them a go. There's a wide ball outside the off stump, and it's not signalled. Didn't go wide enough. End of the over, 1 for 29. May is 5, and Ryan is 22. And you're still looking at... They're going for the weather now,
Going the
are
weather,
you?
yeah.
Okay.
Just to refresh our fans to let them know once we get into T20 mode from Thursday, temps will start to increase. We'll get to 25 on Thursday, 30 on the AFL Grand Final public holiday Friday, and then 23 Sunday and Monday. So it's looking pretty good over the next half a dozen days or so.
I did a couple of games in Darwin working.
How did you go with that?
Never been as hot in all my life. It was so energy sapping. You just had to walk to break into a sweat. When you got out to where the main venue was, you just stood there. And I remember the Western Bulldogs were up there playing against one of the travelling sides. It might have been Melbourne, but at quarter time they left the ground and went into a fridge that they had brought to the ground because it was so hot. The humidity. Yeah, but still, people who live there love the place. It's a good spot too. That's a ball outside the off stump, chopped into the ground, and there's no run. Do they have rules and regulations in Mildura for the heat if it's too hot to play, say, early in, say, January, February?
Yeah. Well, I think back in the day when I first moved over from Adelaide, there was no degree cut off at all. You just played through. But I reckon it's 43 these days. So 43, anything up to 43. But then there's also a calculation of how many hot days precede that Saturday as well. So if you've had 3 or 4 40s in a row, then I think it comes back to 38. But yeah, there's a few little equations that go into the mix.
Yep.
But I can remember playing a one-day comp game on a Sunday. It was 48. We played through. We're still alive to tell the tale, thank goodness. But 48, it was pretty warm, but it was windy as well, so that probably gave you a little bit of relief. But yeah, it was a tough old day, that one, that's for sure.
Well, I've got a story about weather, which I'll pass on after this ball, which is pushed away on the onside to mid-wicket and there's no run. In Hobart, people get the incorrect thoughts about Hobart. Hobart's cold but not wet.
Right.
They don't get a lot of rain, but they get some very cold weather. And of course, at the top of the capital of Tasmania is Mount Wellington. And you see snow there just about 12 months of the year. They had this game on the cricket. The football was on one July afternoon. And this ball is pushed away, or attempt to push away on the offside. They start for a single, which was never there. And they retreat. And the score stays at 1 for 29. So I got up and got myself organised to drive to the football and turned the radio on. And the football had been cancelled because of the snow.
Cancelled?
Cancelled in Hobart in July.
Wow.
Because of the snow. And the guy who rang me was a guy called Graham Honeybell. And he and his brother were two of the better footballers in the competition. And that's a good shot too. That's played away on the onside. And that's gone all the way.
It has.
That is, and there's Billy. Off he goes. Yes, he's moving into position. Looked like he played a drop punt kick then just at the last little bit. And that sailed over the top for 6. It's 1 for 35 with May on 11 and Ryan on 22. And that game was so cold, they decided, just for the sake of the players, and of course they had under 18s, followed by reserves, followed by seniors, snowed.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's not going to snow here.
No.
It's beautiful.
Not a
beautiful
chance.
conditions.
Not a chance.
Would never snow in Mildura, would it?
I don't think it ever has, no.
No.
We're just happy to get a share or two. That's all we're aiming for.
Not for the next week and a bit.
No, that's
you.
right,
We
exactly.
don't want that.
Yep.
No. 1 for 35.
Timed again beautifully by Ryan as it goes down towards mid-off. No run, and that is the end of 6 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. And the score is Australia 1 for 35. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
What I'm living for, say I'll never waste my time. I'm all you want. Oh. Yeah, we live it up, I know for sure that I'll always
A 1 for 35 is the score. Mayer's 11 and Mayer's 5 off 11, and Ryan is 28 off 23. Just the one wicket to fall, and that was in the first over. A run out. This ball wide of the off stump and hit hard out through covers. They'll get one, and that's all. They'll walk through, and the run will be taken. The score to 1 for 36. Earlier today, the score 237 for the Australian A over 50s. The best with the bat, we had Kawaja, who made 45. Aguirre made 69, and we had Lavender making 62. They were the three best with the bat. And when you're talking about weather conditions, well, you just go out and play. That's about it. And when, of course, the Australians go to the subcontinent, they can play in some pretty steamy conditions in India and Pakistan. And you just go ahead and do it, don't you?
I reckon the boys played the World Cup earlier this year in Sri Lanka, and there were some really oppressive conditions over there. Yeah, absolutely.
This ball from James outside the off-stump. A tickle is there, not quite. And he is frustrated. Ryan flicks the bat and thinks to himself that nearly got feathered off the bat into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Fortunately, that didn't happen. He's still there.
Well, the A-boys would love to get another breakthrough here inside the first 10-over stint. As Ryan shapes up once again. They got that man there at short mid-off on the cut square. It's Anthony McCoy looking to try and put a bit of extra pressure on the left-hander. As James continues. Oh, there's a big shout. Did he get an inside edge there? Umpire is unmoved. Bit of extra effort on that ball from Brett James, really pushing it into the pitch. Maybe just got the top of the thigh pad or the flap of the pad on the way through, but it was noticeably quicker, that one, through the air and off the wicket, Walshy.
Yes, let's have a look and see just how close it was, because the keeper and the bowler were extremely interested in the appeal. Here's the delivery. Well, that kept low too and jagged back, and it might have been between bat and pad on the leg side heading down that way. Let's see whether or not we can't pick it up from here, and that's the next ball, so it's wide of the off stump. But there was a bit of anxiousness too, and I think the batsman or the batter was looking and thinking, keep the finger down, come on. Must have been pretty close.
Yeah, bowls with good zip, Brett James.
He does.
He's been one of the form bowlers for Australia A through this tournament so far.
Isn't it amazing too, because here we have the ability to be able to get the third umpire through our technical people that are there in Joel and Todd to have a look. But in the days gone by, as that one's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, if there's an appeal, it's not out, it's not out. End of story. I know we can take it to the next step with this
technology.
And I don't know, are you a big technical man?
Well, I guess it was brought in many sports to try and avoid the howler. The really bad, you think of AFL or NRL, just to try and avoid the really horrid missed call. But sometimes I feel like we go that route instantly without processing or thinking about making the decision. So, yeah, I'm a bit torn, I reckon, Walshy.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that too. That one's wide of the stumps and through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 36 with May on 6 and Ryan on 28. Now, can I, and I'm being a pain, I know, we just find out the US of A score, what the skipper finished up getting after scoring his second century in the competition, please?
Just leave that with me. I'll pull that up for you shortly. The current score in the game is Canada 1 for 43 after 11, chasing that target of 236. As we just wait for that to come up, the scorecard. And Alam Fazal was 141 not off 129 balls in 183 minutes, 11 boundaries and 4 maximums.
So he's enjoyed himself.
He has.
Heading back to downtown US of A, as we, who are heading for, what street are we staying in? Is it the 8th Avenue?
McHugh, you'd be on your other 8th or Deakin, corner of 8th and Deakin probably, yeah.
I think that's...
or it might be 7th Street, actually, you guys.
Right, so you don't know where it is, and you've lived here 50 years.
I haven't lived here 50 years. I'm trying to visualise where I can remember where the Mercure is. I'm pretty sure it's right on the outskirts of the CBD there on 7th and Deakin.
I think I've been going to the wrong place for the last week and sleeping in the wrong room.
That's why you're having trouble with the key not working. Is that what it was?
It must be the reason.
It's 8th Street. There you go. I'm thinking of the Commodore, which is on the corner of 7th and Deakin.
I don't think you should be thinking of anything now except what's going to happen when we start with Simmons bowling. a fresh over. And that one is hit hard down the ground in the air, and the bounce, just as well he didn't get into any more meat because it went straight to Randall. And for a moment I thought it was going to carry.
I think he backed himself in to just go over the top and downtown, didn't he? But hit a little bit lower on the bat than what he was hoping for. And he was rather fortunate that it actually, as you said, Pete, didn't carry all the way through to the man there at mid-off. As we can see, Simmons just adjusting his marker there. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Ryan. So they've managed to just bring the run rate back a fraction, haven't they, the A-team? 5.14 at the end of 7 overs. Target of 238.
Now they're just over 200 runs shy of what they have to get.
Yep.
There's a few steps in this ladder to climb. Of that there is no doubt. Right arm around the wicket. This one is clipped away well into the onside for 1. That brings the target back to 200. Goes deep into what is a very impressive outfield. Done well. Someone on the mower's got to do all that, have they? Just up and down, up and down, up and down.
Need to reset the blades every time you want to get one of those extra strips. One's a little bit higher than the other.
Have you done that before? I'm being serious. You've been on the tractor or whatever?
Well, not on the tractor. I can remember it at home as a young bloke. I used to mow the strip in the front yard, and we'd get the blade heights adjusted so we'd get the Lord stripes out there.
Okay.
The old man used to hate it, but, you know, it was all about the realism.
Is that right? The next ball is realism. It's hit straight back down the ground on the onside for 4. That was a good shot. Simmons over pitching, and unfortunately for him, he was hit with authority, but most importantly with placement down the fence for 4. 1 for 42, May 11, and Ryan 29. How'd you be if your new boss said, "Congratulations, you're being hired as a curator at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Your first duty is to go out and mow the oval." It'd take a long time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah. You'd probably get a few podcasts in there while you're on top of the ride-on, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in good nick, all right. Well done to everyone. There's Paul Four is forced away down the ground on the offside to a man who's got, now I've got to be careful, are they red or pink shoes on the left-hand side? We'll see in a sec.
Okay.
We've got someone with blue there. That's number 90 in blue. That's Paul Ryan. And most of them have got white.
Pink wheels, hey?
They look like pink wheels.
Okay.
Look, we'll check in a sec. Right. Yeah. He's fielding on the offside, around cover, I reckon. But that's going on the onside, nowhere near cover, and runs along the ground straight to Ashley Hardy. I wonder what his thought pattern would be. 1 for 42 as the acting skipper.
I reckon he'd enjoy a wicket or two here, just to break this partnership, because certainly got going in good fashion here. Ryan 29 from 29, May 11 from his 16. Again, they've got the short man on the offside employed. So that one's allowed to pass through to the keeper. And that's the end of 8 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Australia 1 for 42, chasing the target of 238. An over to go before a break, Walshy. We'll stay live with the pictures here from the Mildura Sporting Precinct. But good partnership on the way here. 42 from 46 balls in just 37 minutes.
And I just saw a flash in front where those red runners or those pink runners wandered through the frame, but then they've disappeared. So we'll pick them up again. There's that much clobber that you can wear, and just that story that was one of mirth, and that was Andrew Kratzman, who was getting himself organised this morning, and then he wandered out. He had those black socks that came up above his knees. I said to him, "Well, why don't you put some tracksuit pants on?" And he said, "There's none in Mildura that are big enough for me." So there was going to be someone go out and have a look. I'm not sure what did happen to that. But he's a tall man, isn't he?
Well, Neville might have done a run for him and see what he could pull in, yeah.
Now,
that's his dad, by the way, for those uninitiated.
Yeah, and his mum is a Queensland tap dancing champion, and she's in her 80s. How's that? That ball's on leg stump, and it's turned around the corner. Neat shot too. They're going to, it might even go for 4.
I think it has. Was Wyeth just very leisurely in his pursuit? Just can't quite pick up where the markers are there.
No, and Wyeth is not helping us too, because he didn't throw the arm out and give the signal.
I think it's just a couple from what I could fathom. We'll wait for that scorecard to update. There we go, 2 on the board.
All right.
It was just a very leisurely stroll by Gerard Wyeth. He was in no real rush to get there. He was just making sure that he backed himself in to get down low and pick it up and throw it back into the keeper.
1 for 44. This ball. He's forward, taps it away on the offside and there's no run. Some of these guys, and I think about some that have played Australian cricket for a long time, they must have that much gear. When they came into the hotel with the checking in time, it was like those big coffins.
Yes.
You thought, please don't open up this, there could be some body in there. But they're massive, aren't they? And heavy.
Yeah. Well, obviously the guys that are batting in the top order have potentially got 2 or 3 sticks.
Yep.
Maybe a couple of sets of pads, a couple of helmets. So it's a bit of luggage to haul around.
Yep. And I do hope this happens, and it probably will. It's the Canadians will swap with, say, the New Zealanders, who might swap with the USA, who might swap with the Australians. I don't know if that's allowable, is permissible, but to take away something like that,
Memento.
that would be, absolutely. Absolutely. 44 for 1. May 11, Ryan 31, chasing 238 for victory. That ball wide of the off stump and no stroke. Are you a collector of people? Not people.
No.
Can I have a look in your wardrobe? Are there any people there?
I haven't got any skeletons in my closet, Walshy. Merchandise, yeah. Look, I've picked up a bit of merch from around the traps over the years. Yeah.
I've picked up a massive collection of something that is of no value to me at all, and also is of no use to me at all, and that's lanyards.
Lanyards?
When you go somewhere, you've just got to have one of those hanging around your neck.
Yep.
And you might use it once or twice, or you might never use it. But going away, particularly working away from home, you had to have it wherever you went, or you didn't get anywhere. And they're very, very popular.
They are. Would you
like to buy some?
Maybe. They would have had your keys or your swipe card to get through the door. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It's like going somewhere without your passport. Oh no, they're the way to go. And even now in the media, as you would with your football commitments, I presume that would be when you're doing your footy, you've got to have somewhere to identify who you are and going into whichever destination you're travelling to. Out comes the lanyard. This ball is driven away down the ground with caution. This is good tidy bowling from James. And that one didn't happen. As that's the end of the over. And the score is 1 for 45. This is the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Australia playing Australia A, and the score is 1 for 45.
It begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Happening here, not too sure what we've got to install for later on. I might leave the building.
Oh, really? Well,
no, it's only because we saw the third umpire come in and scare us off with the possibilities of a special guest. I think all our guests are special.
Well, they're all very special, yes. As we see Simmons continue. Ryan hitting across the line, gets it out into the onside. They've got protection out there, and the ball will come back in from Willie Moggs. He said it was going to be a secret, a surprise. We had to close our eyes.
Good, that's handy. We've got the blind down and we've closed our eyes, so it's good to be able to broadcast doing this. You know who I think it might be?
Oh, who do you think? It's not your friend on the physio table, is it?
It could be Jess.
Oh, no, I don't think it is.
Well,
from that.
Chilla's moved off and smiled
signal
across his face. He's sucking on one of those. What do you call them?
Chopper chops.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Blast from the past.
No, look out.
Here we go. No surprises in store.
What you've got to have is you've got to have a beard if you need to be involved in this program.
That's the criteria today to be as part of the broadcast, is to have some facial growth, which is something that you're going to
No, you can talk.
I'll keep going.
I'll just sit here.
All right, well, you just sit there for a minute. We'll just get Joel just to isolate the headset for us just momentarily as we pass that across. And we measure up for size and style, and that looks to be a winner. Craig Trindle, welcome.
Holy heck, what's going on?
Good to have you part of the broadcast. Gripping stage of this final, isn't it? The Australian A boys, from our vantage point, probably surprised us by the great display they put on in the opening 10 or so overs and put a decent tally on the board, didn't they?
Yeah, they're not going bad for old fellas. They're doing well too. A lot of injuries.
Yeah.
You
10 overs, 1 for 50. Australia chasing that target of 238. This has been a really good partnership, which has now ticked over 50. 58 balls in 45 minutes. You're talking about Brian May, of course, there, Craig, and I had a bit of an affiliation with a guy that used to play with him a bit up in Queensland, Jared Sipple, who played locally with us for quite a few seasons. He always used to tell me these great stories about how good Brian was, and no doubt that he is. And I'd always wonder why he'd never featured at this level, but he's only not long ticked over 50, is that right?
Yeah, mate, he's a baby. He's only just graduated from the 40s, but he's done very, very well. Probably an interesting statistic. He's was averaging going into this game, I think, 558 for Australia this year in veterans cricket.
Hasn't been out too many times then.
No, so he got out the other day on in the other round game for 100, and which gave him an average. So
yeah, he looks he's very pretty to watch. He's upright. He hits through the line of the ball. He's very technically correct, isn't he? Looks like he's got a lot of time. All the good players have got time, haven't they, Craig?
Yeah, and he hates batting. He really does.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? He's upright again as he waits for James and allows that one to pass through to the keeper. You mentioned too, Craig, obviously it's been a busy period for you boys, obviously coming all the way to Mildura, and you've got through 3 or 4 days of cricket with a couple of rest days here or there, but a few aches and pains being carried through along the journey.
Yeah, there's a few injuries, but look, most of us these days are getting used to playing, at Nationals you play 4 games in 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
For those that were lucky enough to go to the World Cup, there's quite a heavy load going on there. Just watch BJ coming in, and it's a bit funny that we are actually
just a squeaky chair. I think that's all that was.
Had a bit of a guest in the studio, but we we know what we're expecting to get, and full credit to the guys that are actually going to stick around, because I don't think I could do that next, for the T20 as well. But we all prepared well. We had good support. We had good training programs that were provided to us. So, but sometimes you just can only just step that wrong way or take off that, and if you don't prepare or recover well, you're going to pick up an injuries. And there's blokes here that are looking fitter than I've seen, and unfortunately they're picking up injuries.
Yeah, we had a chat to Steve Mace earlier in the week, and he's not going through to the T20 mode this time because it just took too much of a toll on him heading towards the Nationals at the back end of the year.
Yeah, and look, it's a lot of commitment to play Masters cricket these days, with time off work, but it's the standard's picking up. It really is. It's
basketball training started early, Craig.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, it's been fun. It's again a bit of a challenge, particularly for the guys that are coming out of season. There's a few Queenslanders that have played during the winter.
Yep.
But you've got a feel for the guys that haven't had the opportunity to field outdoors like and train outdoors like a lot of us have.
James continues, and just going past the outside edge of Ryan's bat. So that'll be the end of his 6th over. Tidy stint so far, coming in from that 16th Street end. Score is 1 for 52 off 11. Craig, we mentioned about it earlier in the process. We'll get Walsh in to have a chat with you at the end of this over, but is it not difficult, but is it a bit of a unique scenario when you're coming up against some of your best mates playing against each other in a final? I guess it wouldn't happen a lot other than playing regionally. When you're playing at the international level, it's something a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, like we had this same predicament last year, and these guys are ready to knock us off, so we know that they're coming after us as well. So it gives us that that incentive to really switch on, and I think it's a great concept to have the A boys around, because it also gives the selectors that chance to have a look at the guys that are either on the fringe or have been there, and I have been selected in this team, but it's really tough and competitive to want to stay in this team.
Yep.
So it's good, really good, and hats off to them. They're doing really well and they're fighting hard.
Yeah, you talked about World Cups, and we'll get to that just in a moment after this ball from Simmons. Falling outside on the off stump. But how many do you take away with that group? You mentioned Sri Lanka earlier in the year, 16, 17 blokes?
I think we had 15.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a squad of 15, and and you do need them. You know, when we went to Colombo, yeah, that's where we were.
Yep.
Yeah, like the humidity wasn't as bad as we probably thought, but the outfields were very much like today, very fast outfields and you know, very batter-centric.
As May gets through that nicely into the covers, but the A team have got it ringed off pretty well there. They're employing that guy at short extra cover there. Seems to be a bit of a tactic.
Yeah, and that's something that you've got to do here. You've either got to be on the one or be, you know, prepared to stop the four, because once it beats the infield, you know, it's runs. But yeah, getting back to you know, that it's very taxing, you know, on the body, the short turnarounds. With again the level of I wouldn't say professionalism, but the level that people drive themselves to be able to compete at this here tournament has increased, because you know, we're getting good physios, we're getting good coaching, we're preparing well. You know, everyone's you know, it's taking it seriously. They're eating correctly.
Yep.
You know, it's
there's lots of moving parts, isn't there? Yep.
There it is, and it probably, you know, may not have been that, you know, 5-6 years ago.
As we see Ryan hitting down the ground, they'll get through for another single. Score goes to 1 for 54, and this the 12th over. Ryan 36, May is 16. Joined by Craig Trindle on the mic. He'll continue with Walshy at the end of this over. So, as you said, Craig, you're just going to play through today and enjoy the festivities tonight. Then where to from you after this?
Yeah, well, we've got, I think it's about, you know, 7 weeks till Nationals that are going to be up in Brisbane, and you know, that's my hometown these days, and really looking forward to that. So everyone will recover properly for a week or two, and then get back in the grind. And comps are kicking off all around the country too. So,
yeah. As you said, luckily the Queenslanders get away with a bit of winter gear and get that earlier jump in all the other states. I know locally, I think air competition starts first week of October, so not too far away. Quite remarkable that we only had an AFL Grand Final on this ground about 8 or 9 days ago, so they could get this sort of square up, which is a pretty decent effort.
Oh, most definitely, and that goes for all the fields. You know, they definitely wouldn't have been able to get on there and aerate the outfields like they'd want to, but you know, every pitch that we've played on and outfield, they've all been very fair for this time of the year, so congrats to all involved.
Okay, so that's the end of 12 overs. We'll take a short break with the score Australia 1 for 55. Peter Walsh to replace me, and the chat will continue with Craig Trindle right after this.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Score here 1 for 55 after 12 overs. The partnership starts to accumulate 55 runs off 70 deliveries. Ryan is 36 and May is 17. Peter Walsh in the chair. Craig Trindle is talking to me and is going to answer the following question, my friend. When you're talking about Colombo and being in Sri Lanka, you said that you felt that the humidity and that sort of thing, you had to get used to it. What do you think is the biggest, not so much problem, but countries that are coming to Australia, what do they face that is an issue? Like your United States, like your Canada, like your New Zealand, what do you think is what they say, we've got to get ourselves used to this in Australia?
Yeah, well, I'll start with the Canadians. The poor buggers don't get the opportunity to play on turf, so that in itself is a big challenge. When we talked out of the game the other day with them, they were asking us for some tips on how to play on the turf, and so I think that's an interesting sort of concept to come off mats.
So they just have mats or Malthord or stuff like that, that's it?
Yeah, that's it, and they don't get to play on any turf, so you can see today from their game, I think they were 1 for 50 odd not that long ago. But, you know, even though they're tired, they're improving already.
Yes. So what do they find when they get to Australia? What's the biggest difference that is? I know they don't play on turf very much, but is it more than just that? Is it to do with the weather? Is it to do with the competition they're against? What do you think?
Yeah, the competition is obviously a lot higher than what they're used to. But they did tell me that a lot of their batters step and hit. You know, they're very wristy.
Yes.
The ball comes on consistently. With the grass pitches, the ball grabs a bit. There's a bit more lateral movement, and you know there's also a bit more speed through the air playing our guys, which is a bit of an oxymoron given how old we are and how slow we bowl. But you know, it's just good to get that feedback from them.
When you play in a country like that, do you learn anything?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you've got to know what your strengths are.
But what are your strengths?
Oh, hopefully, it used to be line and length, but the quicker the outfields and the flatter the pitches, the error for margin these days isn't much. And you know, the run rate you can easily go for a boundary if you just miss your marks. So, being a bit more consistent, you know, that's what I'm trying to do. But the pressure that the higher standard players, a lot of the batters have still got that great, as you can see, great eye contact,
Yep.
move well, and just like Rhino just did then, when they hit the ball hard, and you know, I think the challenge is harder for the bowlers, to be honest.
The timing was there all right with that boundary. Ryan moves to 40, May is 18, 1 for 60, chasing 237. Craig Trindle is with yours truly, Peter Walsh, as we work our way through an afternoon of substance. It's lovely out there now, although what we feel when we go out there, it's a little bit on the breezy side. I want to take you back to when you first started to become aware in your own mind that this cricket itself had something to offer. There must have been a time when you thought, okay, I'm going to drag my body through a bit of extra pain and I might in effect be playing for Australia. When do you reckon that happened?
Well, I was introduced to Masters cricket probably about 4 years ago. I had a few guys that I used to watch, and it was just sort of, it might have been just after the Australian World Cup, but there was guys like Gavin Brown, who's a current Australian selector. I'd played with him in Brisbane for a little bit, not for long, but yeah, a little bit. And then there was blokes like Phil Melville, Scotty Atkinson, who I'd played in different clubs with and against. And I see those boys had the opportunity to play for Australia, and I thought, well, I can't wait till I turn 50 as well to get, try and test myself.
When did you get the nod? Can you remember how the call came, whether it was a telephone or a knock at the door, or when you were then in the mode of, hey, I've just been picked to play for my country?
Yeah, so Nighty was the selector at that time, and he gave me a call and asked me, would I be interested? And I said, most definitely. So, yeah, it was a pretty sobering sort of call to get something like that, because, as most players have said, who had the opportunity to talk to you, it's still a privilege, to play, regardless what age group you play, to be playing with the national side, with people, your peers at your age. It's a good reward for some hard work.
Of course it is. The score is 1 for 65, Australia playing Australia A. May's 18, Ryan is 45 after 13 overs. The target is 238. Tell me, who were your heroes before you were picked to play for Australia, and then you became heroes of other youngsters who were looking at what was going to offer you? But you must have had in your own mind, when you were growing up as a young boy at school, who were your heroes?
Look, any Caribbean cricketer was my hero.
Well, that narrows it down to about 100.
Yeah, like Carl Hooper, mate. I loved his attitude.
He was a spin bowler.
That's it. He came off about 2.5 steps.
Yep.
Yeah, had a wide brim hat, and played a pretty aggressive lofted drive. I like that style.
Right.
Everyone loves the big Viv, and the big Cat. I used to love those guys.
He was just extraordinary, Clive Lloyd. Everybody loved him. And then when you saw Viv Richards go out to bat just chewing gum, you thought to yourself, he is going to excite and ignite any crowd at any cricket stadium where he is on song.
Oh, most definitely. Like, there's a bit of a void or a vacuum of sort of darker players, in the Australian setup. Nice shot.
Did you get the chance to meet any of your heroes? Were you able to shake hands with them and introduce yourself and say, guess who I am, and get to know them by way of a conversation?
Yeah, when I was about 14 or 15, was lucky enough to go to a coaching clinic for Aboriginal kids out at Narrabeen, and we got to train with the West Indies team on the SCG. So,
oh, really?
So we had, Joel Garner was at the end of his time, and that's when Big Kirtley was coming on.
Was Michael Holding there then?
Michael Holding was there.
Yeah. Colin Croft?
No, Crofty wasn't there, but Jeffrey Dujon,
wow.
all the. I think Arthurton was that he was the reserve, but he was again. So Viv, Clive, I got to present Viv with a T-shirt, and Clive Lloyd was there. The best openers, Desmond Haynes.
Haynes was there,
Gordon
of course.
Greenwich,
yeah.
So that was pretty cool, and it's something that you couldn't wish to happen for you, and we just happened to be in the right time at the right moment, and it worked out.
Now the connection with the Indigenous community, Craig, tell us about that.
Yeah, so I'm a Gomeroi Murray from central northern New South Wales, up around Narrabri. So my parents and grandparents are all Gomeroi, Kamilaroi, and I moved from Narrabri to Brisbane, but that's home, and we've got a lot of family from around that sort of Tamworth, Boggabilla and Moree. Mum was born in Moree, so that's all the geographical location where I'm from. Yeah.
And people would be aware of just how much pride you display, like in this chat we're having now, as to when you were growing up as a young one, when you started to get involved in cricket. Were there many other Indigenous lads who were keen too?
Oh, there is. There's stacks out west, western New South Wales, and years later I got to play Imparja Cup, which before the National Indigenous Championships come along, and you realise that whilst you may not be playing grade cricket and club cricket with a lot of of the Aboriginal community, when you play in those carnivals, it's all Aboriginal, and it's fantastic. It's just great to be around like-minded people. There's so much talent out there, and it's, I guess, when you're competing against the football codes that only play for 80 minutes and then you can knock off and go home. It's a hard task, but but there are talented cricketers out there, and it's it's good to see that there's pathways being built, and they're getting into grade cricket, and they're getting more and more opportunities to try and compete in state sides and that. So it's really good.
1 for 69. May is 18. Ryan is 49. Partnership is worth 69 off 82 deliveries. 1 for 69, chasing 237. Do you get back to see all of your relatives, etc., and a lot of them are the outlying areas? But I'm just because of the brief time that I was able to go into Central Australia and get the right sort of signatures on the right sort of form so that I could go and visit, those sorts of things. Do you still have access to, and do you still get to see relatives?
Well, we're a little bit more sort of not as regional and not as remote as up around the sort of Central Australia. So Narrabri is about 2 hours from the Queensland border. It's about halfway between Brisbane and Sydney, but inland a bit.
Yes.
And it's pretty accessible. So we'll actually be passing through in a couple of weeks on our way to Tamworth, where they're holding the largest festival of rugby league in the Southern Hemisphere and it happens to be the New South Wales Aboriginal Rugby League knockout. So we're heading back home for that, and that'll be good. I'm taking my daughter; she's going to have a run, bit of game of football back there, and we've got I can't wait to get back, because there's going to be tens of thousands of people getting together and all doing that on my home country. So that'll be fantastic.
Do you play any other sports?
I try to play a bit of everything, but I'm getting a bit old in the tooth these days. But I'll have a game of touch. I love a game of squash. I'd like to be good at darts one day.
Good at darts. All that I know about darts is when you stand there after you've had a few quiet ones and you say to the bloke you're playing against, "Good darts." That's it. You don't do any more.
Oh, believe me, it's fantastic to watch. Seriously, you've got to get on that KO and check it out.
Is that right?
You're missing out, Walshy.
All right. One final question from me. When you decide to get into go mode, are you a different person when you're involved in a game? Do you switch off, and do you want to be able to concentrate and be by yourself?
Yeah, it's funny. Some days I'm a bit of a people person, but some days I just want to be by myself, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah.
to get into a game. Games like this, you know that you've got to be on top, and it was a bit of a challenge today. They went hard at us earlier on the piece, and you have good days, you have bad days, but look, in general, I'm pretty easygoing. I've accepted that I'm at an age where there's no use being too overly serious.
Yes.
But when you're trying to keep your position in a team like this, you do have to be relatively serious.
Yep. Final one, I'll just give the score. 1 for 70, May 19, Ryan 50. It goes to 1 for 71 now. What's the best thing, Craig Trendle, that you've done in your life in cricket? Is there a personal best that stands out? You mentioned that you'd shaken hands with Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd and Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes and those sorts of people, Roger Harper. What have you think in your own mind has been the best thing you've done for cricket?
Oh, yeah, it's a tough one. I'd like to think that trying to do some coaching with kids. I'm not doing it anymore now. My kids have sort of stopped playing cricket, but that's where I enjoyed it. I enjoyed sort of putting back because I think the game's bigger than us, and it's taken me to a lot of places that I wouldn't have the opportunity to go to. Met lots of people as well.
Well, we are fortunate that you've been able to walk up here and have a chat to us, Craig Trendle. Thank you. The drinks are coming onto the ground here in Mildura. I'll shake your hand and I'll say all the very best. That looks like a pyjama top to me, but I better not say that because it's an Australian top, and you're going to wear that with pride for the rest of your life, are you?
Yeah, we'll go all right. I will wear it to bed too, so from time to time.
Too much information. Thank you. Good on you, Craig. Thanks for joining us, and all the very best too. All the best too.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen.
Yeah, good stuff. We're very fortunate to get these people to have a chat to us and talk to us about their journeys. The score 1 for 75. You're listening to our coverage of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale from the Mildura Sporting Precinct as drinks are on the ground.
We're back at the Mildura Sporting Precinct after the first drinks break of the second session of play in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Grand Final in the over-50s. Australia A batted first today, made 237. In reply, Australia 1 for 75 after 15, going at a neat 5 runs and over. Ryan is 50, May is 23. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh, as we pick up this second session here with Australia, looking to maybe just have their noses in front here, but it's pretty even going so far in this game, isn't it?
Pat, I'm still shuddering and working out what happened in the first over. I'm still going back for the business of me getting into my go mode and thinking, well, I'm going to see a fair amount of flurry and I'm going to see Mace get runs and get them quickly. And he was run out in the first over.
Yeah, second ball. Yeah, it didn't last long. He just probably hit one better than he thought down towards mid-off and scarpered through, and the direct hit coming from Jason Lavender just had him just shy of his ground. There wasn't a lot in it, as we suggested when we spoke to Chiller. Had it been back to the bowler or to the stumps, it probably would have given him enough time to make it home, but the direct hit, and he was just shy of his ground.
Chiller, of course, recognised for having something to say in the latest book released by the past Muhammad Ali. Did you know that?
No.
Chiller, yes. Chiller wanted to know that he was to be recorded as saying, I'm Chiller in the Thriller from Manila. And if he wants to live with that, he can.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
He's away now.
He's flat out on the chopper chop out there just
he
watching.
He can't hear us, so that's all right. I read a book on Muhammad Ali, got to tell you, mate. You've got to get hold of Thomas Hauser.
Yes.
Hauser. Absolutely breathtaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a big reader, but I'm happy to explore.
Oh, look, he was so good. He was so good. And he gave me the contact numbers of anybody that I wanted, and I was able to ring them. Angelo Dundee and all the boxers that he'd fought against. And one of the latest ones, and unfortunately we lost him recently, was Joe Bugner.
Yeah, yep.
But it was just breathtaking. And I remember speaking to his wife Lonnie at the time, before he passed away, of course. And I said, am I allowed to ask any questions about your husband? And this was recorded back in Tasmania.
Yep.
Yes, Peter. And I said, how's he going? I'd just like to know, because everyone in Australia would love to know how he's going. This was when he had Parkinson's syndrome, and he was really struggling. And she said, Peter, he's active. He's fairly active. That was it. And we just kept on talking. Sorry, we kept on talking.
Okay. So ball taken down towards long on with the single there. So score 1 for 78 after 16. Ryan 52. Mayers 24. Run rate's just dipped below 5. 4.88. They need another 5.52 to get the journey done here. 78 in 94 balls this partnership from 73 minutes. So these two look very comfortable together out in the middle, and they're building the platform for Australia to maybe set up a victory here in this grand finals. We can see some work being done to the bat there of Paul Ryan. It looks like Andrew Kratzman is listed on our scorecard, Walshy, to come in next, and this is set up perfectly for Kratzy, isn't it?
It is. Now, I wanted to ask a question too. We were talking the other day, I think it was, and you had a cricket ball with you, and you had it on the table, and you were talking about it, and I thought, I'd like to get you to talk to our viewers about the ball, and was there anything different about the one that you had as opposed to the one they're using?
I had similar to the pink ball, the RJR ball, which was in the box, which was being ready for the second innings of the game that we were covering. As that one's taken down the ground and caught, I reckon Ryan's Roofle back in his crease, thinking that surely that didn't happen, but yes, catch taken, wicket claimed by Gerard Wyeth. And that just tilts the scales a little bit back in the Australian A favour, as we see Paul Ryan on his way for 52, and the score 2 for 78, the start of the 17th over. So really didn't look like much was going on out there. The Australians looked pretty comfortable, didn't they, Walshy? And then all of a sudden, not long after the drinks break, Wyeth has got the job done.
And Lavender's been involved in the 2 dismissals so far, the run out and that catch. And as you said, we're watching and working out where we're going to go as we can see the action replay, and it might look as easy as perhaps it sounded.
Just lost a bit of grip on the bat, I reckon. It just swiveled in his hand, so he didn't quite get the maximum power on the strike he was looking for, and holes out there to the man at mid-on as we see Andrew Kratzman make his way out to the middle. Just back to your point about the ball, the one thing that I did notice, Walshy, during my career, predominantly using the Kookaburra balls, maybe the odd Dave Brown googly here or there, but a very narrow seam on the RJR ball, which I always found narrower seam, the ball did swing a lot more. Because I had a period of time when I was playing locally here that I worked at the local sports store, and so I would get the box of balls and pick out our ball for every game at lunchtime on the Friday before the Saturday, and I always went for the narrower seam and the darker colour of the leather as opposed to the really bright red, because I felt like it would hold and retain its shine a lot more. But there was a season, we're probably talking 15, 20 years ago, where there was quite a few Kookaburra balls that were distributed that were not of the highest order of standard. They had a really wide seam on them, and I tell you, they were very difficult to get off the straight. They just did not move.
Now, when you talk about the stitching in the ball, now, was there any particular reason why the stitching had to be a certain way with the ball? So you couldn't have it different with one ball as opposed to another?
Well, there'd be regulations as to how far the stitch would be apart and how far it spreads across the seam. As Kratzmann is nicking off through the vacant slip cord, and there Wyeth puts his hands to his head, and Andy Kratzmann straight underway with the boundary, albeit a bit of a lucky one, Walshy.
It was. Yeah, we talk about them all the time as to the colours and the shapes, and I'll ask the basic questions. Do they all have to be the same weight?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think the standard weight is 156 grams for a senior ball, 142 for the junior levels. But no, it was noticeable that the RJR ball was certainly a lot narrower across the width of the seam, which I guess for someone that maybe didn't have long fingers to be able to move and position the ball to be able to cut the ball down the seam would be a lot easier than the wider traditional maybe Kookaburra style seam,
Easier for a fast bowler or a spin bowler to use?
I would think it would benefit the faster bowler, as we see a wide there from Wyeth, because the spinner would want the wider girth of the seam to be able to stretch their fingers across to impart the spin. So a narrower one would maybe mean they don't be able to really rip the ball as much. But again, I didn't bowl spin in my time, but it'd be an interesting. Prashant Sharma would be a good man to ask, or maybe Simon Waddington later on if we can catch up with them after the game. I think it begs the question. I think it's certainly a valid point, as we see Kratzmann freely scoring into the offside. Beats the initial fieldsman there, so they'll get back for a couple. Willie Moggs. No, they won't. Moggs, in fact, has reduced that to a single. That's an outstanding piece of work in the deep.
It is. Help me now when you're talking about the balls that are being bowled, etc., etc. When the game is about to start, do the two captains get the chance to look at the balls and say, yeah, we'll have that one, or the other one says, no, we'll have that one? How does it work?
Well, I mean, it could be different at this level, as we see more runs this time for May, just elegantly just up and across over the top of that one, and he hits it out towards the long-on boundary for 4. So a good over for the Aussies there as we get through 17. Score is 2 for 88. Wyeth has 1 for 16 from his 2. I guess regionally, at a localised level, there could be some sort of discussion between the captains. There might be a couple of balls that are presented by the umpire. Maybe one captain gets the choice over the other. I'm not too certain. But as I said, in my time, it was basically me selecting him at the lunchroom table, presenting it to my captain, and out we went. And I think we played in about 5 out of 7 grand finals in that period of time. Not saying that I was cheating, but obviously the ball selection can be important.
Switchboard now lighting up with people who want to speak to you. I don't know what they want to say, but... No, but look, there's all these little intricate details that cricket is. That's what it's all about.
The
cricket,
details.
There's so many questions that need to be asked. And when we were throwing in that little bit about W.G. Grace earlier on as to what was happening in his era when he was playing the cricket, there are so many questions. And one of them was in the first over when there was a question about whether it was a run out. And all we had to do was check the third umpire. Well, I don't know, and I know that we'll have... The chiller will get the information as to when the third umpire was actually brought into vogue, because when it did, it changed the game completely.
Yeah, well, the Aussies were looking to score off those first couple of balls to put it back to the Australian A attack, and you lose a wicket on the second ball of the innings. Makes you take stock a little and just dig in a bit deeper and harder. Make sure you can get that partnership then to come through as Randell bowls to Kratzmann, who's hitting into the gap nicely again, and it's going to take a while for a fieldsman to get to that, so you'd expect they may have just got through for a couple. As we got some more information being passed forward, Walshy.
That's from Joel.
Yeah.
Joel, who plans on having a shave before Christmas, which will be good. The first test match to use a third umpire was in November 1992 in Durban, South Africa, during the South Africa v India series. The first player to be given out by the third umpire was Sachin Tendulkar.
Wow.
On November the 14th, 1992, for a run-out decision. Well done, Joel, on that. That's amazing. November 1992, and the third umpire was, I can't believe this, Charlesworth.
No, it wasn't, was it?
Chiller jumped on a kite and flew back immediately. Player dismissed Sachin Tendulkar, the run-out decision where the on-field umpires were unsure if he was short of his crease. And look, thank you, Joel, for that, because in all honesty, those sorts of informative bits and pieces are so vital. Like the one example for me is when the centenary test was on, and Australia got bowled out very cheaply for 129, and we were there, and my dad drove me down in the Holden GKD 601, and he said, right, you understand, I don't have a beer until there's a wicket.
Right.
Which was good. Well,
he was he wouldn't have gone home thirsty after the first day, I wouldn't have thought.
No, first session they lost 6. I had to drive home. But what we had to do is, and I'm speaking in glowing terms of Joel and Todd and Chris and Callum and Sonny, because they provided us, via the views on television, of what it was all like looking at replays. And Lily got who was the guy out for? I'm just trying to think who the English batsman was. But we thought he was bowled because we were square on, but it was the edge in-off onto the stumps. And it was just magnificent that we could look. And that's why we ask all these questions. And so I hope we're providing you with all the answers. 2 for 90 after 18 with May on 4 and Kratzman on 7.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
And we're back here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, second session of our grand final in the over-50s, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Australia Ray batted first earlier today and amassed a tally of 237 from their allotted 45 overs. And in reply, Australia 2 for 90 after 18. Brian May is 28, Andrew Kratzman is 7, and the run rate is an exact 5 runs per over. The partnership has yielded 12 from 11 balls in 7 minutes, so just in its infancy at the moment, but these two, you'd feel, part of the powerhouse Australian batting lineup here, they may well just be able to get things really rolling over the next half an hour or so as Jared Wyeth looks set to resume. And May just pushing down the ground to the man on the boundary at long on, picks up the single. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh with you. Walsh is just dealing in some history from 1977 and the Centenary Test. You've actually dragged up the card from that game. Now, who was the man you were talking about? Wasn't Bob Warmer? No. Just having a look.
First innings, so it wasn't Warmer, it wasn't Brearley.
Underwood was the night watchman. Then Derek Randall.
Randall got amongst them. No, it might have been Randall.
Yeah, it could have been.
I think it might have been. But isn't it amazing? We can jump on and have a look and find out what's going on. And of course, the memories of that one are that the result was the same then than it was 100 years earlier on.
Unbelievable, really, when you think about it.
But it's cricket history is just breathtaking. It really is. I think I might have shown you if I can get it out here.
Yep.
I got a book sent to me in the mail by a friend from Ballarat, and it's a book on Bradman.
Okay.
And I'd never seen the book before, and it's called Brightly Fades the Dawn.
Okay.
And I looked at some of the pictures, and you thought, how in the heck did they take pictures back in those days that look so spectacular?
Well, the boundary there for the Aussies as Kratzman gets that one away. And they are moving along nicely now. They've cracked the 100 mark, 2 for 100 midway through the 19th over.
Yeah, and look, this is mine to keep and read because I have never read that one.
Okay.
And you used to read a lot of cricket books, but they age so quickly because next test. It's like women's cricket at the moment. You think Australia made 400 overnight, and then there's 2 more games have been played before you realise they're all at it, full stop. Away they go.
I can remember as a young fella having those World Series cricket review books. So basically had the whole campaign in review. You could look back and get all the scorecards, all the pictures from the super tests and the International Cup games. And that was, of course, when the coloured clothing first really came into play. The Aussies wearing the very light yellow. Of course, the World 11 wearing their sky blue. And the pink of the West Indies.
The West Indies.
I still wonder to this very day, Walsh, as we get through the end of the 19th over and the scores continue to build here for the Aussies. Do you reckon that Clive and the boys ever really officially signed off on wearing that kit, or were they forced into it by Mr. Packer maybe somewhat along the way?
I think Kerry would have had a significant
influence
role, without question. And I don't think that there'd be too many West Indians who would have put those away in the clobber and then taken them out to auctions. They were different, but look, it saved the lives. When I say saved the cricketing lives.
It did.
Of a lot, because you had players from particularly Queensland, Ogilvy and McLean and Paulson and Jeff Dimmick, all those players, and John Maguire, those players who would never have continued on, but they had the chance.
Yep.
Yeah, that was all good. All good. Cricket's done some wonderful things, and there's been some wonderful stories told, and the characters there. And Dougie Walters was here last year.
He was, yep.
And I think I told you, and this is a bit sad, the story, but Doug used to carry in his pocket, he still does, a beer coaster.
Okay.
And on the back of the beer coaster, he had written down players from Australia, test players who were still alive.
Okay.
And then the call came through, Keith Stackpole passed away. Of course, we lost Shane Warne, we lost Andrew Simons, we lost Rod Marsh. And he'd ring up and he'd say, there's another one I've crossed off.
Yeah, right.
And that sounded very sad, but he said, look, I'm just one of those people that I like doing that.
Okay. Paying his respect in his way, I guess.
Absolutely. And I wasn't going to be involved in any consternation with someone who smoked 4 packets of Benson Hedges and drank 2 boxes of VV Stubbies quite regularly. But that was his way of remembering. And, the one final thing I'll say was remembering when Tony Gregg came on to bowl and David Hook struck him for 5 4s in a row.
Yes, yeah. Oh, you never grow tired of watching that vision, do you? The young man just making his way as a young South Australian.
Yeah. Yeah, very sad, very sad. What a player he was. And, 2 for 104, Peter Walsh joining Patrick Silcox here in Mildura.
Paul's worked down the ground again by May, who's really starting to get on with it now. The boundary takes his score to 34. Score is 2 for 108. Almost completed 20 overs. One of my greatest memories of Hook, Walshy, is that amazing 4th innings record-breaking 100 against Victoria when Graham Yallop refused to declare to make a match of it late on day 3 into early day 4. So Hooksy just went out there and said, stuff ya. I'm just going to put you to all parts, and that's exactly what he did.
He could play so well, and very much parochial South Australia, and then he finished up working in radio in Victoria.
He did, yeah. Did he have a bit of a stint with Victorian cricket for a period there?
I think he did.
So I know, obviously, Lehman and Nobes had crossed over and back during the journey around about that time.
I remember Greg Shippard was coaching at the time, and little Shippy.
Coming across from, he was a Tasmanian man originally,
he was,
wasn't he?
Yeah, one of the smallest, we talk about tall wicket keepers earlier on, but one of the smallest batsmen, and he just loved his cricket. Pugnacious, went out there and they were firing darts at him all over the shop, and he just stayed there. Didn't score really quickly, but I think he's still involved in the super games, that they get involved in around Christmas time.
Yep.
Still in the cricket. And this one now, well, not all of a sudden, the last wicket fell with a score at 78, and it's 2 for 108 now of 20 overs. Run rate required is just 5 and a bit. Kratzmann's moved to 18, and in a hurry. This partnership, 30 off 23. And what do you think about May? 34 off 43.
Yep. So new bowler was going to be Whedon, who looked like he was carrying a bit of an injury and had the runner when he batted in that opening session today, but he maybe have had the recovery to be able to get himself through and ready to roll here for this second session. As Walshy, I think you're not far away from having a very special guest. We maybe get through this over. We'll take a break for drinks, and then we'll get Jess Tarzinski in for a chat. Walsh, I know you've been pretty keen to get Jess in. You've got a lot of questions
for an hour.
She's been. You've had a lot of questions backing up over the past couple of days, so we look forward to that. As Whedon bowling his leg spin, still looks to be hobbling a little bit as he pops it out there onto the offside, and Kratzmann is working the way through as we have. Quick changeover, Walshy. I'll step out here, so we'll get you to have a chat to Jess because you've been so desperate. So here you go.
Yes, nice to hear you, Jeff. How are you? I'm desperate. Oh, it's lovely to officially welcome you because I've got nothing but praise for the assistance that you've been giving to these teams, plural. And I've got to get this right. Jess Tarzinski from Mildura. How's that? Tarzinski. Can I call you Scooter?
You may call me Scooter.
And your father is the wheelbarrow?
He certainly is.
Okay, well, we've sorted that out. And if you'd like more information on Jess, give Bunnings a call because they have all of those bits and pieces available and on sale and on special. Thank you for coming up and saying hello. Now, officially, do you have a title? Is it the physio for everyone, or is it the physio for anybody, or is it just you being a good person?
No, I'm a medical massage therapist who has been contracted to work with Cricket Australia this week.
Just this week. What about what you do in other bits and pieces of your life?
I'm a medical massage therapist in other bits of my life.
And that's in Mildura?
In Mildura, yeah, that's
right.
correct, at Redcliffe Physio Centre.
So where did you get locked into the sport of cricket?
Very early on. My dad, Wheelbarrow, was a very talented cricketer.
Was
and
he?
He was a big captain here local for Mildura Settlers Cricket Club.
Okay, yeah.
So grew up playing cricket all my life. He captained 7 premierships in a row.
7?
7
what
premierships.
Was he, an all-rounder or what?
He was just a great cricketer. He had all the abilities. So he just knew how to win premierships was his ability, I would say.
So did you then get in your own mind the thought that you'd like to play cricket when?
I was in primary school.
And you wanted to play then?
Yeah, I was one of the first females playing primary school here, cricket in Mildura.
How old?
7 or 8, I reckon I was.
And you played in a team?
Yeah, we had primary school teams at the time.
That's interesting.
What a slide and dive there. Did he save it?
He did, I think he did.
Just saved that one.
Now, so when you were 7 or 8, you had obviously a lot of your girlfriends that wanted to play cricket as well. There wouldn't just be one.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a bit of a laugh, isn't it? No, I was the one of only woman playing cricket here.
One? That was it?
Yeah, the only woman playing cricket in primary school. And then I got to club cricket and... yeah.
Well, how did you cope? And I'm being serious here. The one person, did you find that there was encouragement from your friends who wanted to do other things rather than watch you play cricket? How did you... Well, your father, for example, was he thrilled that you were doing it?
Absolutely. It was a passion. When you're passionate about a sport and where you want to be at, that's what it comes down to. So I just loved being out in the field. And I had a younger brother who's 6 foot tall now. But it was always handy having a younger brother who'd stand behind the stumps, and if any of the boys tried to intimidate me on the field, he'd stand up and have my back, and so would the other 10 other boys on the team.
I'm being serious about this question. Did you have any issues? Were there times when you thought, why am I doing this?
Absolutely not. I've never had any issues. The only thing I probably would say, I was playing under 16s, and at that age, being a girl, you could play 2 years older than your age bracket.
Okay.
So that gave me a little bit of an advantage on that side of things. So the boys took advantage of that and said, well, you can open the batting, because they were too afraid to face the opening bowlers. So I just had to go out there and face the pace bowlers.
So you started opening batting?
Yeah, I was an opening batter sort of thing. So that's how I learnt to get used to the pace on the ball.
Now, you said your brother was over 6 foot?
Yes, he is now, yes.
So what are you? And I have to ask this question because I need, from a television point of view, I need people to know just how tiny you are.
I'm about 160 centimetres.
Right, so you could have a race. You could be but seriously, you could be a jockey, couldn't you? No, I'm not being honest.
No, I could not be a jockey.
Well, your weight would
My
be
weight,
okay.
maybe I'd be under the weight to be able to be a jockey, yeah.
So how did you get to know then other girls in women's cricket where you thought to yourself, this is good, I'm enjoying it?
It didn't happen until high school, and I went down to Melbourne and I played in the Victorian schools competitions to trial out for representing Victoria.
So you had to put your hand up to do that, or were you picked?
No, I had to go and find it because there was no women's specific team here. So it was only myself and one other girl that went down to Mildura in Melbourne to go for the trials back in the day.
So what happened?
In what way?
Well, you went for the trials. What happened at the trials?
Yeah, no, that was the... I got to represent Victoria in under-19s cricket over in Tassie.
How old were you?
At the time would have been 18.
So you went to Tasmania. You would have went to Hobart?
Correct.
Yeah. Did you do any work in Launceston or in Devonport? There's a lot of cricket in Tasmania.
No, we were just over there for an under-19s championship over there.
How did you go?
We did well. We played well. The team, I think, came second against New South Wales. But I got the opportunity, the team, we had Ricky Ponting and Belinda Clark down there at Tassie.
Wow.
So we had a team photo, and I've got a photo individually with Ricky Ponting and Belinda Clark. So the two Australian captains at the time, got a photo with those two. So it's a pretty special moment to be down in Tassie with those two pretty famous names.
I bet. Now, all right, that's to do with Ricky and with Belinda. But when then were you really, hey, I need to do more in the world of cricket as a player?
As a player, I think I had to move to Melbourne. Once I'd finished my schooling here, I moved to Melbourne, played Premier Cricket down in Melbourne with Brighton District.
All right, yeah.
Yep, down in the time. And played there for maybe 5 years. And
It's
then,
a long time to be away from home.
Look, that's what you do in your 20s. And then I made a choice. I was like in the Victorian squads and trying to figure out behind the scenes before Big Bash even started.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a choice of staying in Australia or deciding to go over to England. And I always had a passion to go play cricket with a white little picket fence and a few castles in the background. So that's when I made the choice to go and play some county cricket over in England for a few years.
Did you always have the support of your parents and family?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't thank my dad enough when I was growing up. He would drive 6 hours, leave at like 4 o'clock in the morning for me to train down in Melbourne for 2 hours, and then we turn around and come back and drive 6 hours back. A lot of the girls would be like, oh, why is your dad asleep during that 2-hour training session? And that was just his little recovery time off being on the road.
Was he like a coach to you as well?
He was. I had quite a few coaches growing up. My dad... Well, there's someone else you'd know locally here that was one of my coaches. Anthony Telfer was one of my coaches growing up.
Telfer's?
Yeah,
right.
he was one of my coaches growing up. And Jamie Siddons.
Gee, that's some good work there.
Yeah, so I was very lucky growing up, having those boys helping me up in my cricket career. And there was one other fella called Gordon Casey, and he always taught us how to play with a straight bat. And he'd say, better to play $100 shots than $10 shots, which is all across the line.
Did you then get to the stage where Mum had a clothesline where you could put a ball in the stocking and get out there and just go, go, go?
Absolutely. Mum and Dad had a acre block of land at the back, so my brother and I...
This is in Mildura?
In Mildura, yeah. So we always had a cricket pitch mode in the backyard.
Okay.
So we were able to, always have a permanent turf wicket in the backyard growing up, so... Very lucky, and the clothesline was well used when either of us was too tired to bowl or bat. So there was always a clothesline to hit the ball, and had the old Hills hoist in the back, it was always filled with I don't know if they were clean or dirty whites because Mum always had to. That was Mum's famous claim to fame. She always used to look after our whites and keep everything on track for us to get back on the pitch.
Did they see you play much? Were they able to travel or get and have a look?
Absolutely, yeah. Dad's been my biggest advocate all my life, so he's been across to England, and I was very lucky to allow him to play a family practice match over with me in the UK, and I had my dad, my brother, and my uncle. So there was 4 out of 5 of us on a fun day over in England. So to have 5 or 4 of us out of 5 players play cricket in England, and it was pretty amazing.
Jess, all we've done is talked about, and when I say all we've talked about how you've done your work, you've done your studies, and you're playing a lot of cricket. But the reason that I bumped into you being in Mildura was because all I could do was I could see this flash of Australian colours zipping from point A to point B, throwing bodies on the ground on beach towels, and then in you went for your work as a physio with recovering and assisting players. How did you manage to do all this or get involved in this?
I was here last year helping the New Zealand team, and then the Aussie team. Oh, that was close. What's just happened there?
No, you just keep talking.
Sorry, what was the question?
No, when you made the decision, what you were going to do was, all right, you wanted to be a physio. There must have been a reason why that would have in some way hindered following on with your cricketing career. You couldn't do both.
No, I have been able to do both. I've been very, very lucky. My hands travel with me everywhere I go. So I can treat and look after, all the players while I've been able to work and play cricket myself. So I've been very lucky on that side of things. It means travelling across to England and playing cricket, and also playing cricket locally as well.
We're just watching the possibility of a run out, but it looks as if there is not going to be a decision by way of yes. We're waiting for the third umpire to come in and have a look. With the score of 2 for 132, May is 45 and Kratzmann is 22. That's in reply to a 237 made by the opposition. And my guest is Jess Tarzinski. How's that?
Tarzinski, you're on it.
Tarzinski. I'm working hard, that's all right.
I'm very happy with what we're just watching there with the run out, because I've been working with May, looking after his body this week, so then keeping him fit and healthy on there. So the boys are running hard and looking like they're still doing all right out there.
He looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does look really great, doesn't he? He's holding his own out there. There's been this week with the injuries, we've been working really hard to look after the boys and keep them all fit, fighting fit on the field. All
right. Well, we don't expect you to go through every injury, but when you say that someone's got a sore groin, or someone's got a dicky hamstring, or someone's got a calf injury, what are the ones that you've had to treat most?
The start of the week, we all start with a lot of hamstring strains to begin with. And then as the week gets on, a lot more tightness in the calves and the quads. Definitely they're starting to get, the last few days we've had a lot more tightness in quads.
How do you prevent that from happening, or how do you try to? Is there any way of doing any different exercise?
We use a lot of hot-cold therapy, so I've had ice baths set up for the guys at the night game, so they had their recovery after the game. We're doing some P&F stretching, and we've been doing some group stretching as team to look after the boys, so keeping them working to learn how to look after themselves is a really big part of it, rather than just me putting my hands on skills, treating them. I'm just starting to educate them how to look after themselves during the game.
Well, do you find that cricketers normally would look after themselves?
They do, yeah, I think they do. They sometimes like to jump on the beers a bit too quickly after the game, but at this level, the boys understand that recovery is more important, so they listen to our advice and they have to follow what the protocol is that we're setting out for them, and making sure they're stretching, recovering, ice, is part of their routine after they finish, and they're all listening to us, and they're all playing today. They wouldn't be out in the field there today if they weren't looking after their bodies.
I can't ask you to be specific and talk about who the biggest challenge has been, but have there been some where you've looked at a person's body, or you've started scratching around and doing what you're doing with the Denka rub, etc., or whatever you use? What has gone through your mind if you thought, this is going to be a possible point of no return, this guy's not going to play anymore?
There's only been one out of 4 teams. So there's been 2, there's been 2 major hamstring strains that they haven't been able to return back.
And one went home?
One's had to go home early, yeah, and the other one's staying back for the T20s afterwards, so he's hoping that he'll be fit to play next week.
And that would have been disappointing for you when someone has to go, because you'd regard everything as a challenge in your life.
Absolutely. I would absolutely give them the opportunity to try to get them back fit and healthy, but sometimes when the injury is too bad, we can't recover them in this short period of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a couple of quick ones, and then I'll hand back to Patrick, because the score starts to build now, getting towards the end of the 24th over, 2 for 129, partnership of 51. With Kratzmann on 27 and May on 46. And we are going to keep going for a little minute, because Jess has been kind enough to join us. Now, you played cricket in England.
I have, yeah.
How did that happen?
I'd made the choice to go over to England, we're looking back in 2010. And I approached a few clubs before I left Australia and saw what was available out there, and I just wanted to move close to the city of London. And I played for Surrey for a few county matches down there for the 2-3 seasons while I was over in England.
Right,
yeah.
How do you look at trying to get a job? When you say you approached a few clubs, do you go to state level to see whether or not they're looking for someone like yourself?
They have only a certain number of international players that they can have. So they're only allowed to have 2 international players in each club or county over there. So, I'd have to check to see if they've already got the quota who can play, so that I can make myself available to be selected in each of those counties.
What's your Mount Everest? What would you like to climb? Well, you may have already climbed it. What's the goal that you would set? Everyone has challenges, and also everyone knows this could be the pinnacle. What's yours?
Oh, look, there's always goals, isn't there? Like I've really enjoyed this week working with the Masters. It's been a fantastic challenge, and I'm hoping just to stay within the Masters network and help work with them. There may be other opportunities, work in the IPL. I love cricket, I love treating people, and I love working as a massage therapist. So I'm looking at just working with cricket full time, and that's my decision this week. I love my job.
Yeah, well, obviously you do. Now, with the spirit of cricket, is everyone behaving themselves? Do you hear much untidy talk, or do you hear ranting and raving, or do you hear any squealing when you start rubbing someone's hairy hamstring and you're supposed to be trying to fix them up?
Look, I can inflict pain
Oh,
when
I bet you
required. No, all the players have been fantastic. They have a great spirit. They've played cricket long enough to understand the rules of the game and the spirit, and they know that I'm around, and they're hard get. Once they've stepped that white line fever, the white line fever kicks in for all the players. But once we're off on the ground, I think there's all fun and games, and everyone's really good banter. And I've really enjoyed my week here because everyone's just wonderful. We've got so many great players.
And you'll be here until the end of this competition. Then, of course, we've got the other 8 teams that are here. You'll be here for that as well?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, come on, Jess. What's going on? Where's your commitment level?
There might be a twist of the arm later on. We'll see what happens. You're
going to wait and see.
Yeah.
So what happens now between when we finish this chat and the end of this game? Where do you go now to look for your next patient?
Yeah, so, I'll just give you an example of today. I've already been to this game this morning and looked after both teams. And then I ran across to the senior college and looked at the other team there. And I've been to Goal as well and helped with a few players there. So I think I'm here now. I'll have a look at the boys here, see if there's any concerns that we need to look at, injuries, just watching how the boys are running between wickets, if there's anyone that needs any extra treatment before they go out to bat, to make sure the Aussie boys are all fit and healthy. But I'm very proud of the Australia A boys because they've probably had the most injuries this week, and seeing them out in the field and the runs that they made, they've done very well because we've had a few injuries in their team and they're all out there and still walking, which is great.
Did you see the USA captain get 100 at goal? Fazal?
No.
He got another 100. He's second 100 in the tournament.
In goal today?
Yeah, USA playing against Canada.
No, that wasn't at goal.
Wasn't it? I thought it was.
No, the goal's Australia A and New Zealand game.
Oh, well, he scored 100 somewhere. Patrick is in the background and he's just going to give me the details on that game. It was against Canada and it was at John Hall Oval, thank you.
Yeah, Mildura West's Oval, yeah. No, I didn't get to see him. I haven't been over to that game yet.
Oh, what's wrong with you? Come on, haven't you got any more minutes to spare?
Sorry, did I mention I was contracted for Australia?
Yes, you did.
But I have been helping out a few of the teams along the way. So
that's wonderful.
A few of the Kiwis have been looking at me, giving me a few dopey eyes, needing attention.
Oh, well, it's a real thrill for you, for us to be able to talk to you, and I thank you, Jess. Keep up the good work. Thanks for coming over too. I know there's a lot on your plate, and you said you'd come and say hello, and you did. So you look after yourself, and
thanks,
it's a pleasure having a chat to you.
Much appreciated.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Two for 132 after 25 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. It's the grand final of the over-50s in the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. As we look at the equation, 106 off 20 overs at 5.3. That run rate, Walshy, has stayed around about that 5.5 mark now for a good hour or so. So they're keeping well on track, aren't they, with the pace required?
Yes, but you do get the feeling that there could be some blasting going on whenever. And a quick fire over that gets you up around about double figures. All of a sudden it swings the occasion and swings the equation as well back in the hands of the team doing the run chasing and looking pretty chuffed. Gee, I love the way in which Jess was able to come over for a start, but then talking about May, she's thrilled about what he's doing, and he's 48 off 57 with Kratzmann, who hit a boundary off the first ball he faced. He's 29 off 35. It's a pretty imposing 2 for 133 off 25.5 overs. Looks pretty good.
This partnership is really starting to build some momentum. As Kratzmann looking to Blaze away on the offside, just lost a bit of balance there. Ball goes through to keeper Paul Clark. They've really spread the field far and wide now, haven't they, with Guy Randell in operation, plenty out on the boundary. And his 7th over, none for 26. It's been a pretty tidy spell. He'd love to pick up a wicket or two here at the back end and just ask more questions of that Aussie batting lineup, Walshy.
Well, they might ask questions, but I think all the answers are being provided, like, for example, the shot we've just seen, which has been cut backward of point, sweeping in and taking the ball on the boundary. That's all right. The fielding was good, but still a couple of runs. And Crashman, an imposing figure out there with number 71 emblazoned on his back. He's 31, May 48. The man who missed out was the man who was run out. And he went in the first over for no score. That was Mace.
This time Kratzman is hitting expansively out into the offside. Calling Brett James into action once again. He's very athletic in the field. Kratzman moves his tally along to 33. Mayer's 48. That's 2 for 137. In chase of that target of 238, almost completed 26 overs. No run off the final ball, so it remains 2 for 137 after 26. Mayer's 48, Kratzman is 33. And they continue the chase, Walshy. They're just, 101 behind. Partnership 59 from 59 balls in just 37 minutes. They've really got going, haven't they?
They have 1 for none and 2 for 78, and now 2 for 137. May and Kratzman at the crease, looking the goods. I'm not too sure what can happen, as we had Jess telling us. What a remarkable job she's doing too with all of the players seeking details about their bodies, seeking details about what can we do to get ourselves organised. But you did a lot of distance running and had a lot of fun doing it, and only had I had a few arthroscopies with knee trouble, but one calf injury.
Yep,
one.
And
it felt like someone had shot me in the back. It was extraordinary.
So they say. I've never pinged a calf. But
well, I don't go all that fast, but I was running and I considered it. I was running reasonably well, and it felt like someone had fired a shotgun at me.
Goodness.
Yeah, but I worked through the pain, as you would have known. You know that.
Yes, you're a fighter. Toughed your way through as the ball comes out to Leith Dawes, who sends it back into the bowler's end.
And I must tell you a story here about Cliff Young. I visited Cliff Young in Beach Creek. This is the year after he won the Sydney to Melbourne Marathon, the Westfield Classic.
Yes.
What a guy he was. What a guy. Didn't sleep. Just ran all the time.
No, he's a machine, wasn't he?
Oh. And every country has got someone who likes to run a lot of distance. For what reason, I have no idea. They don't make money out of it. They usually raise money for charities.
Yeah.
But they do it.
As May advances and finds a gap in the onside, that'll bring up his half century. May goes to 50 now from 59 deliveries. 5 fours in his 112-minute stay, striking at an impressive 84.75. So continues his good form from the back end of last week, where he picked up a century. There's Lavender trying to push that one through. There's a misfield by the man there in the covers, so they'll get at least 2 here. Desperate effort on the boundary. Good work there by Willie Moggs as the skipper Hardy gets it back towards the bowler.
Willie's on the move, doesn't he? He's got a lot of athleticism
very
in his
mobile.
body.
He's very mobile, absolutely. Kratzman 36 now, May 50, 2 for 142. And the Aussies really starting to look dangerous, aren't they? Australian A, we're just finding as time goes on, that attack is just lacking the penetration to get the breakthroughs they're needing, when they need to go back to the opening attack and see if they can't prize one away here. But both May and Kratzman, Walshy, are looking super comfortable at the end of 27 overs. The score is 2 for 142.
Aussies are pretty happy. Well, when I say that, I've got to be careful because they're all Aussies out there. But Special K, Mr. Kratzman. And I should say also that we had a chat to his dad. The two Kratzman boys are there and Dad's there. And he's just having as much fun as they are.
Yeah, we had a good catch-up with him after the semi-final over in Golgo on Sunday, didn't we? Good catch-up.
Yep. Just a wonderful man. Neville. Just loves his sons and drove all the way down. That's the second year in a row that I know of. And of course he'd come along with his tennis racket and his tennis balls and he'd join in his kids. How good's that? I wish my dad was still alive.
Like Andrew's going with those black socks that you were talking up earlier in the day as well.
Yeah. Did you find a tracksuit bottom for him? Or did you look?
No,
Okay.
I did not.
Okay.
I thought Neville was in control of that.
Oh dear. Yes, it's a time where Moggs is going to bowl. He's around the field. He's busy, isn't he?
He likes to be invested in the contest. There's no question. He's going to bowl some off breaks quickly into the wicket there. Gets a reasonable start, but Kratzman's up to the challenge. Picks off the single. So the score 2 for 144 in this, the 28th over now. They're just ahead of the curve. 5.3 they're striking at the moment. They need 5.27 to continue on to victory. So they're pretty well placed, Walsh, you'd have to say.
Yep. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. They haven't had to do anything that has been drastic. They're just pushing and running the ones and twos and hitting the occasional four. And with the score at 145, their target's 238, so they're under the three figures for the 100 anyway, and they're looking to, well, make sure that they're ticking away, only ones in this over so far, but enough to get them on target for that reachable 238.
Pretty much scoring at will at the moment, aren't they? They're finding plenty of gaps in that Australian A outfield. As Moggs continues. He's advancing, looking to try and find a gap on the onside. Nicely stopped there by Jared Wyeth. There's no score. So Moggs is really hustling through here. Pitches that one up. May advances. This time he almost gets it past Wyeth, but Jared had a bit of extra work to do this time, which allowed May to get through to the non-striker's end. So he takes his tally to 52 now. Kratzman 39. Score is 2 for 147 as we get close to the completion here of the 28th over. Kratzman this time is finding a gap on the offside. Brett Jones comes in to tidy up. So 28 overs gone. Score is 2 for 148. Australia chasing the target set by Australia A of 238 for victory in the global spirit of cricket. Festivale O50's grand final as the BeLive crew have come up with some sugar at the most important time of the day, while she just to keep us rolling.
Well, mine's just broken in half, and I'm not too sure where it's been, actually. It looks like it's been in someone's sock.
Oh, that come on. That can't be the case, can it?
You're trying yours, or do you want me to?
No, I'm going to go. It's a bit of a pineapple.
No, you start eating, and then I'll ask you a question if you like.
Go for it. Very tasty.
Yeah, that was well done too by Gomez Adams.
Oh,
the man with the moustache.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was all right, though.
Was it?
Yeah, Gomez is all right, isn't he? Well, better than Pugsley.
Well, it's one of the Adams family that I did know, that's for sure. As the balls are dispatched out into the outfield there. Extra cover, Ash Hardy's the man. As he pings it back in. We actually caught up with the final two episodes of the Netflix series with the kids on the weekend. So
Which one?
Of Wednesday, it's called. It's a new adaptation of the Addams Family, which has been made for telly on Netflix. Yeah.
Are they cartoon characters or real characters?
No, real characters.
Right.
Yep.
I quite fancied Morticia.
Yeah, she was. I'm trying to think of the famous actress who played the role in the TV series. It'll come to me in a minute.
Oh,
Catherine
yes.
Zeta-Jones.
Goldie Hawn.
Catherine Zeta-Jones had the plum role. Yeah.
Oh, well, there you are. What made us think of that? But now we've got no idea what's happening with the cricket now after that's been signalled as wide.
The pineapple snake has just totally put a fork in the road for us, but we'll see if we can recover. Yeah. Thanks, Joel.
Yeah, good work, Joel. That's good. My teeth are stuck together, so I can't open my mouth now, so that's probably a good thing for the listeners. It's a good thing.
As Mays finding a gap down the ground once again. Picks out Leith Dawes on the long on boundary, beg your pardon. So the run's coming freely for the Aussies at the moment.
And the hardest thing for us to do, and this is making complaints already, and I don't mean to, but it's how many of these players that have played in this competition will stay for the next competition with the 8 teams. Will there be so many who go home? Have you organised that yet?
I think we're going to have a review for a leg before, as Andrew Kratzman just got himself across his stumps a little bit there, trying to get the ball to the onside. Now, Kratzy's not sure what the story is. Jeff Charlesworth is going to come and have a look. There's lots of conjecture, lots of players around the wicket square.
Now, Kratzy's leaving his crease, which is unusual because this is the spirit of cricket, so let's just see what's going on. Kratzy is number 71. He is the one who's facing us, and the one is his teammate, number 87. That's Brian May. And there's a bit of hand clapping going on down there. And now there's a drink they're looking for.
Maisie wants a drink. Kratzy's just going to head across the wicket square to wait for the decision to be relayed to our central umpires. But as you mentioned, Walsh, I thought the A crew there in the huddle looked to be pretty confident about how it might play out here. Watching it live, I felt that Andrew did get a long way across his stumps trying to hit it onto the onside, which may have had him positioned in line. But we'll wait for umpire Charlesworth to have a good look over the replays as we take a little bit of a pause in the action here. That might give us an opportunity, Walsh, to head around the grounds. Now, in the other over-50s game, which is being played at the John Hall Oval, Canada putting up their best fight of the campaign so far, 2 for 138 after 33. They're chasing 236 for victory against the USA. In the over 55s, we have Australia 4 for 215 after 38, chasing 8 for 264 set by the Kiwis. So that one's going to go down to the wire. And we've got a decision, Walshy.
Well, I'm not sure. Kratzman's walked back and he's in his crease. Now let's have a look again. It did appear to take him on the leg side.
I think he was contesting there was an inside edge there, which
yes, well,
a little bit hard to tell from the vision, but there's not much in it. Lavender, as I said, made him work his way across his stumps to find some real estate on the onside.
Oh, they looked like there was a bat, didn't they? Yeah, it's hard from where we are.
It's tight, but Kratzman looks like he will remain. So 2 for 151 after 28 and a half overs.
I'll just get the third umpire in. Chillers here. He's been able to have a look at the bits and pieces provided, which is all good. And so just bear with me 1 minute and I'll hand it over to you, Chiller.
I think Jeff's picked up the headset. He might have lost the phone in the meantime. Or was that Walsh? He's lost his conveyance. But anyway, in fact, it was the walkie-talkie, the all-important walkie-talkie. So just wait on this delivery here from Lavender, bowling to Kratzman. Nicely fielded off his own bowling now. Chiller, that was a tight call, that one.
Yeah, just a little bit of bat. We're happy that there was some bat on there, but otherwise I think it would have been out, for sure.
He certainly walked a long way across his stumps trying to just hit it across onto the onside. Just stayed down a bit, didn't it? He didn't quite pick the bounce.
Yeah, Suresh has been great today. Had a really good game.
Ball is hit out towards the extra cover boundary for 4, so it certainly hadn't stopped Andrew Kratzman in his pursuit of runs here. He's away with another boundary. Score is 2 for 155 after 28.5 overs. So the equation, 83 to win, 97 balls remaining. So it is starting to tighten up a little bit. The balls, Chiller getting ahead of the runs, but they've got wickets in the shed, haven't they?
Yes, they have, mate.
Okay, so we'll just wait for this last one from Lavender as he continues his stint here from the 16th Street end to the MSP. Pitching up and giving it plenty of flight, and then he's aggressively forcing Kratzman back into his crease with a bit of mirth between the two players, and that's the end of 29. Score 2 for 155. And the game's been played in great spirit, hasn't it, Chiller? It's been a really entertaining spectacle for everybody here today.
Yeah, most definitely, Pat. I know Kratzy really well, and if he hadn't hit that, he was walking. So,
okay, yep.
Definitely a bloke that wouldn't stand his ground, and yeah, very honest guy.
Comes from the Adam Gilchrist school. Once he knows he's out, he's on his way.
100%.
Okay. So we're not far away from our second drinks break, coming up at 30 overs, so the boys will look forward to a bit more refreshment. Starting to warm up a little bit out there, isn't it, across the afternoon?
Yeah, it's beautiful in the sun out there, so the boys are lapping it up. They haven't got the jackets on that off yet, though. So.
No, they haven't, as we keep an eye on that. Billy's still got the zip up right up and underneath the chin, as we see some more runs this time from the bowling of Moggs.
Yeah, Billy's still not well, so...
Okay, he's been carrying it a little bit, hasn't he?
He's had a bit of a
got to
cold, so yeah.
Come on, Billy, as we wait for Moggs, short into the pitch, Kratzman upright and heading out into the offside. Can't pierce the gap. He's keen to peel off another 50 here, Kratzy. One of the premier men in this Australian batting lineup, isn't he?
Definitely is. A little bit about Billy, he's even funnier off the field than he's on.
Okay. He comes across as quite the character. We've seen a bit of him on the socials in recent times. He's been up and about and he looks forward to these sort of events, doesn't he?
He loves it.
Is he sticking around for the T20 gear?
He is, and he reckons he's going to do another 5 years coming to Mildura.
Oh, I love
he
it.
promised me.
Fantastic. As we wait for him once again, he's trying to hustle through this last one before the drinks break, as Kratzman this time gets a little bit more separation and hits it out into the offside. Gee whiz, I'll tell you what, Brett James has been busy out there on the left arm as he fires it back in. So 2 to go before we get a drinks break, as signalled there by umpire Bowden. Moggs into his second over, none for 7. As May faces up and comfortably hits down the ground. A little bit of a tighter single, but he'll get through. And looked pretty comfortable in doing it. He's quite fit, isn't he, Maisie? As Craig Trindle alluded to us when he chatted earlier, he's one of the pups of the group. He's only just come up from the 40s into the 50s, so he's probably got a little bit more fitness on his side.
How good is the word Bowden at the Spirit of Cricket tournaments?
It really is something special. It's a privilege to be in his company here. We're enjoying it, and he's been really good fun, hasn't he, at the drinks breaks and the tea breaks. We get to have a bit of a chat with him. Certainly loves talking about cricket. As we get to the end of 30, that's a drinks break as signalled by Brent Bowden. Australia 2 for 159. Sheila, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to your position.
Thanks, Pat.
Every moment captured in real time. Wickets, boundaries, bowling, batting, all brought to life. Vision AI turns data into visuals for analysis, streaming and content. NV Play. Vision AI. The future of cricket is here.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
And we are BIT. Do you know what that is, Patrick?
Back in town.
Correct weight.
Thank you.
Correct weight. And we're sort of not rolling towards a predictable end, but at the moment, unless there are wickets to fall, it is a predictable end. The score at the moment is a very healthy run chase that's being supervised by Kratzmann and May in the chase for 100 and for 237 to at least reach the target, and then one more to get over with it. But it started up for the first ball after the drinks breaks, and Kratzmann on the drive pushes out towards cover where it's fielded there by Hardy, and there's no run. Pardon me.
They've returned Brett James into the attack, the opening left armour, who was, I thought, pretty impressive in his opening stint. They realise that now's the time to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, you feel that May and Kratzmann will just bat their way through to that target of 238. What a great partnership this has been. 2 for 159. As this time it's Kratzmann just hitting around the corner and picking up the single there towards backward square. So I'm not sure if Joel's on comms or not, but whether he can hit the magic button to get our NV play overlay back onto the screen, that would be absolutely magnificent. Just a touch of a button is all it takes, Walsh, isn't it magic?
No, it's a touch of a button and 4 yellow snakes to be put into the oral cavity.
I'll go another one of those, actually. They were quite nice.
And they disappeared. They slithered. And that was good. Yep, one stuck in my throat, but that's okay. Okay, wide of the off stump. That's a short, wide delivery, and it's chopped down to third man, and they will go through just for the single as the rolled arm return comes in from the deep. And I think that was Jason Simmons down there.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
It was.
Maybe loosening up to come back and also take his stint at the bowling crease for a second time as they strive for the breakthrough here. Australia A. 76 to win, 87 balls remaining, 8 wickets in the shed. So even though the balls are slightly ahead of runs, wickets in hand are going to be the key here for Australia batting second.
Yep.
As May watchful gets in behind it and pushes it down the ground.
It's the trombones. It's the 76 of them, and that's it then. Kratzmann, right from the word go, hitting a 4 off the first ball, and he thought, oh, geez, keen, but 48 off 58, and May, he's been going along nicely. And I'll tell you one, I'm getting a bit tired, but I just want to get rid of this one so it's gone. There was a guy called Peter German.
Played at North Melbourne, didn't he?
That's correct.
He was a Tasmanian.
He was. And
Wore number 29 from memory, am I right?
He was, yes, the blue and whites. And he was coaching Bernie Hawkes.
Right.
And at three-quarter time, he was giving the three-quarter time address, and we sent out our roving reporter, Bruce Greenhill.
Is this in the NTFL?
This is in the TFL.
TFL, righto.
And Bruce got out there and listened to the three-quarter time address, and then we crossed and we said, what did Peter say? Because the team was about 3 or 4 goals behind.
Yeah.
And Bruce had to be serious, and he said, Peter was very circumcised when he gave the troops the three-quarter time address.
That's unfortunate.
And I thought, now, I'll go with that again because Bruce surely knows what he said. And
did he give you another bell?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Oh,
I
fantastic.
said, now, Bruce, could you get that across again? Because how Peter projected to his team, the Bernie Hawks, was most important. Walshy, I've done this job a lot, and I can tell you I've never seen anyone so circumcised as Peter German for these troops that he did speak to. And I said to him, whilst we were still on air, I tried to dig him out of a hole. Circumcised, was he? Yeah. Was he circumspect as well? Back to you.
Well, there you have it. 74 to win from 14 overs at 5.29. Score at 2 for 164. This partnership coming together with a tally at 78. So it's nudging the 100 mark region now. And they've just done it so effortlessly and easily, haven't they?
Yep.
Just ticked it over beautifully.
It looks like, and I'm hoping that in any way I'm not embellishing too much, but Kratzmann looks like he's standing there with a toothpick in his hand. The bat looks so small.
Well, he hasn't got a long blade, that's for certain.
No. And he wears number 71. He, of course, is Andrew Kratzmann, and Mark Kratzmann is the other brother. And Neville is the dad. And the mum is involved in tap dancing.
Yeah. Do you think the 71 signals the date of birth? 1971?
For
Andrew?
I don't know, but Hawthorn won the premiership in that
They
year.
did, yeah. That would
I
make
don't
him. That would make him 54, would it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's reasonable merit to that. That tale, I would have thought, but I guess we can find out later on in the sheds after the game.
We'll do the necessary diggings. 2 for 164, 31 down, 74 required off 14 overs at 5.29 per over. And that's wide of the off stump, and Kratzmann plays the ball beautifully off his back foot, just wide of backward point. And there's a tumble out there, and there might be some work to do for Jess.
It's Brett
Is
James.
that Brett James, I was
Yeah.
going to say. He gets to his feet and he wobbles away. Jess, in case you missed the interview with Jess, a delightful young lady who was born in Mildura, Ditazinski, and affectionately known as Scooter, but looking after all the bells and whistles of the players in this frenetic action as this ball is punched away. And they start for a single and run, or do they?
No.
They have a look and go back.
Almost a catch there. It's a short cover. It was certainly humming off the bat of May, and it was Anthony Maguire who was in the hot spot there. Was unable to cling to it in the end. But yeah, wicket here just puts a bit of interest back into the contest, doesn't it? Fresh man at the crease, he's got to come out and score at in excess of 5 runs and over straight from the go. And Simmons continues, 7th over. As May again lofting through the covers. That's a beautiful shot, picks the gap, and it races away for a boundary. And May now into the 60s. He's 63, Kratzmann 49, one away from a half century, 2 for 169 now, Australia. Midway through the 32nd over.
Who's batted the better, do you think, Kratzmann or May?
I just think, look, May's just made it look really easy, hasn't he? Like, and that's no disrespect to Andrew, who's been busy and got amongst it very well. He has just been really elegant to watch. Very upright stance, hits through the line of the ball down the ground. And I guess there's still enough runs available to him to pick up 3 figures here. If he can back the distance here, we'll have to wait and see. This time he's just getting his foot down the track and pushing the ball down through on the offside.
Hasn't tried to do anything out of the ordinary.
No.
The shots, if you've got the guidelines to how to play a perfect cover drive or without too much risk, well, he's got the book.
Always showing the maker's name, isn't he? Just very fluent. Doesn't try to overhit them. Hasn't really taken a lot of risks so far in his innings either. This time he just flails it down to the man there just on the ring, on the onside, Jared Wyeth. They get through for another single. And that's the end, I believe. Oh, we've got one more to go. I thought it was the end of the 32nd. Billy's still holding his position out there in the middle. So one more to come from Jason Simmons.
I might ask you, if you don't mind, just to check how that chase is on to see whether or not Canada creeping towards what would be a wonderful victory for them to finish this tournament, to see how close they can get to the United States of America.
They're going to give it a pretty good nudge. 2 for 172. The ball's hit back to Simmons. Couldn't quite field cleanly, so it allows Kratzmann to get through for a single and raise the bat for his half-century. So Andrew Kratzmann has been one of the more consistent performers at over 50s level for a long time. He had scores of 37 and 37 not coming in today. And he's added 50 to that equation. So what a partnership this has been now. 93 from 96 in 65 minutes with a 67 required for victory from 78 pills. 8 wickets in hand. But let's go back to that scoreline at the John Hall Oval. So the US made 9 for 235 in their allotted 45 overs. Canada 2 for 172 off 38. They need 64 from 42. So it's getting away a little bit from them, but they still have 8 wickets available.
Do we know who's there at the moment, Patrick? Sorry to be a pain, but I'd be loving to see who's been scoring runs.
Skipper, Kaiser, is 81
him.
off 122.
Yep.
This partnership between he and Harry Harahan is 71 from 75.
Now there's a name you'll never forget.
No.
Harry Hanrahan. And look, this is not being a patronising comment. This is good for business. This is exactly what you want when there's one side that got knocked over and without, look, I was going to say humiliated.
They had a bad day, Walshy. They had a bad day.
They did have a bad day, and they knew it. And they were talking about trying to resurrect, and that's what they're doing today.
Yeah.
And good on them for doing that, as that one is short outside the leg stump, and it's lifted down towards fine leg. Not too much contact. They'll only go through for 1. And just going back to that Canadian score, 2 for 175 off 39. United States of America over 50's got 9 for 235, and their captain scored an unbeaten 140.
Must be a decent track there. We've seen some good scores being made at the John Hall Oval.
It's good ground there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beauty. As we wait here on Brett James, who's probably been a bit unfortunate because the ball has really followed him around in the field. He hasn't had that much time off away from the bowling crease. As May this time gets it out into the offside, they'll get through for another single. So score 2 for 173. We're midway through 33, so we'll take a break at the end of this one. James into the last over of his spell, none for 39.
I reckon what I might do tonight, I'm doing some work with the presentation of trophies in this competition, but I might do some Googling to see if I can come up with some highlights of the Kratzmanns when they played tennis.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen them play tennis for Australia, have I?
I can recall as a young bloke watching Mark play some doubles. I don't know if it was maybe Davis Cup potentially. But yeah, no, certainly not Andrew. But yeah, we were talking to Neville, of course, the other day over at the border in Golgo, and said that Mark basically finished up his tennis career at the age of 28.
28,
which you would have thought is quite young, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You see a lot of the pros, the superstars, the Federers and the Nadals getting into their mid-30s.
And when you talk about the height of sports people, which we've been able to do in the last few days, well, Andrew is fairly tall, isn't he? There's a big shout for LBW when he's out.
It was a late decision, wasn't it? Because he sat back and tried to process. James gets the breakthrough as he hugs his skipper. And Kratzmann at this stage is on his way for 51 with a score at 173. I'm sure they'll just potentially check the front foot to make sure it's a fair delivery. But Kratzy, as I think we heard from Chiller before, is one of those sort of guys, if he thinks he's gone, he's on his way. He's not going to wait. And Peter Walsh, take us through the replay here. Let's have a look.
Well, I saw him as he walked off. He bashed the bat. This ball takes him on the leg side. He shuffled across his crease. He was on the move all the way. It's a very tough call for the umpire. And the big call was, yep, he's trapped in front. We just have to check to see that it was a legitimate ball. And the players concerned are slurping their drinks, and Kratzmann is leaving the ground. Trapped LBW by James for 51. Earlier Ryan was out for 52. And Mace out without scoring.
It's going to be a case of the front foot, and obviously the previous LBW shout, he was saved by an inside edge, so I guess they may well just check that as well.
Yeah, well, it's being checked now, and we've got the third umpire who's not far away from where we are, Charlesworth. And this is the part of cricket where you've got to have it if you've got the facilities to check.
Yeah.
You don't want to hurry it through, but as I've said, the big call, the big decision, and Kratzmann walked off immediately, and they're all looking towards the dressing rooms. I don't know what they're seeing over there. And I can't hear exactly what Chill is saying.
We might get a side-on shot.
It wasn't a no ball.
Looks like it's all clear. I'll just wait here to see the fielders resume at their positions.
Yep, here we go again.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the side shot potentially. Left armour.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just a smidge of heel behind the line. Not a lot in it though.
Yep.
So Kratzmann is stripping off his gear now on the other side of the rope, and it looks like it's going to be the Aussie skipper Andrew Sharp. He'll come out to the middle. He's batting at number 5 today. 3 for 173 Australia now in the 33rd over. Of course, Sharpie was impressive with the ball today. Took it upon himself to probably dig the Aussies out of a bit of a hole, because they were under the pump, weren't they, early? And he managed to pick up some important breakthroughs through that session. As the Snakes are on offer once again, I'm going to go for a raspberry number. Walshy, what do you think about
I was
yourself?
going for a raspberry. Oh, it stuck to another one. Oh,
You're going to end up
nearly
with 2.
3 came out then. Just the 2.
They've been on ice. They're nice and cold, which is probably how they're best enjoyed.
Yep. Thanks, Joel. Just handing over my bank card to pay for these, so it's all right.
Just stick it on your invoice, Walsh.
I know, that'll do. Here we go. We're waiting now to see in action the skipper, Andrew Sharp. 65 remaining runs, balls remaining 73, wickets in hand 7. Could be a good finish, you never know.
Yeah, they're still fractionally behind that equation, but still with 7 wickets in hand, you feel like a couple of good overs will see them right back in the mix. As Sharp, watchful in defence, as we can see the A team bring in some men into the cordon to put a little bit of extra pressure on the Aussie skipper. So that's the end of 33 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, with Australia 3 for 173, needing a further 65 runs to win off 12 overs. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on Sock Live TV, and of course our friends at Willow TV. We're back after this.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
And we're back at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Grand final day for the over-50s in the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Of course, from today onwards, we move into T20 format mode. And we'll bring you the first of those games Thursday from this same venue, the MSP. 10 o'clock start. Looking forward to that. And as we heard from our coverage so far today, Walshy, some new franchises into the competition this year, which will bring some new players to Mildura and plenty of excitement, no doubt.
And of course, the biggest change, of course, without question, is 20 overs. So when they go out and they go whack and slap and tickle and off we go on 1,000,000 miles an hour, hard to even think about what could be a reasonable score. But the one thing that is the guarantee is there's more action that you will see.
Yep.
And that's what people want when they're watching a sport. They want to see action. And you only hope now that with the influx of players coming in, that's one thing that you'll have to do in your spare time after the birthday of your son tonight, is find out how many new players are moving into the new teams, their ages, their occupations, their dates of birth, and what they do for recreation. Can you do that?
When are we playing? Thursday? I think I might just be able to squeeze that in. As we wait for Simmons once again. He's back into operation from that Deakin Avenue end here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Getting a few light tower shadows, just starting to head across the ground as we approach 4:45 local time. As Sharp is working this one nicely away into the onside. He's timed it pretty well. He's going to go close to getting to the rope. It's a decent chase. My goodness. Thought he might have maybe had feet over the line there. It was a good effort again by guess who, Walshy? Brett James.
Yeah,
he has had a lot of the play come his way today.
He's done constant fartlek, up and down, backwards, forwards, you name it.
Yeah.
Yes, he has got himself organised. And when we talked to Jess, the physio, earlier on, the one thing I wanted to ask her but didn't get around to was, what's the best way of getting yourself rehydrated when you leave the ground after a long day? As that ball is on leg stump, and the appeal for LBW was the throwback could be a chance of a run out.
Taking the pole out of the ground there, big fella, Clark.
Well, that ball came back quickly, but I think that the safety aspect would have been by way of Andrew Sharp. He was a little bit slow in the turn, and then when he came screeching back, no one thinks there's any issue. So the green and golds plus the blacks, the two blacks are the umpires, and the green and golds are the Australian teams, plural. Now, what are they doing?
I think they're going to just have a look at the vision, because I think initially that leading edge, which went aerial back down past the bowler, there was the chance for the catch at mid-off, and that's why I think the batsmen are a little bit hesitating in their movements, and hence why Sharp really had to get on his bike as he was heading back up towards the 16th Street end of the MSP. And we'll get a chance to have a view of it shortly, but gee whiz, this would be a pretty impressive double strike from the A-boys if they can pick up another scalp here, especially the skipper.
Yes, we'll have the action replay. I don't think there's enough animation to be shown by the fielding team to think that they've got this out. Well, we didn't really...
I think we're at the wrong end on that particular shot. We may well get another chance here. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is the one we want. So May was on strike and then just tried to turn it on the onside, got the inside edge. Let's have a look here as we slow it down. Oh, no, I think he's pretty comfortable, isn't he, in the end? Yeah. So no dramas for Andrew Sharp as he looks to just reset himself once again. Left-hander. Looking to steer his side to victory here in this grand final this afternoon. This time he's trying to force away into the offside. And no run. As we put another request into our boys for the magic button, and they know what I'm talking about there, so we'll get that overlay back up for you in a jiffy. There we go.
The magic button.
The magic button.
This magic moment.
3 for 178 Australia. We're in the 34th over. May is 67. Sharp is 3. Sharp is just lunging and forcing out into the offside. Ash Hardy comes through with a difficult one to retain by the keeper, who's taken a reasonably heavy hit on the deck there, so it'll take a little while to brush himself off. That's looking to be the end of 34, I reckon, Walshy. So score with that single should tick us along to... No, one ball still to go. 3 for 179, so still one to come.
Clark's just wiping some of the dust off the body. He went tumbling away trying to take that errant return from the deep. And it's 3 for 179. 59 off, 67. Simmons straying and paying the penalty. Whip behind square, good shot, 4 runs. Down leg side. And that was money for Jam, and that was hit comfortably out to the boundary. And says he, with a selfish statement to follow, I'd like to see May get 100 now, if that was possible.
Well, there's time, isn't there? He needs another 29, and there's 55 runs to win. So if he can manage himself through this, he's got every opportunity. What a thrill that would be to make 100 in the final and steer your side home to victory.
He's looked very polished out there. Doesn't look as if he's had too many issues to deal with. And he's batting well. He's 71. Sharp is 4. 55 remaining off 44 off 66 deliveries. They're spinning it around. I better make sure I'm spot on there. 3 for 183 is the score. And the presentation tonight to the winning team. And I just wonder whether or not Canada continues to creep. I'll wait till Patrick slurps some more water and then has a look to see whether Canada could surprise with what would be, oh dear, Dear, oh dear.
They're in the mix, aren't they? 4 overs to go. 3 for 202. Chasing a target of 236. They need 34 from 24. Plenty of wickets in the shed. And they are going to give it a fair old shake, I would have thought.
Cassier's on 96.
Yeah, we could see 2 centuries in the one day out there at the John Hall Oval.
That's a big performance by the side that have been struggling throughout the tournament. They've been the first to admit it. And what a way to finish if they were able to defeat the United States of America. They have bragging rights for a while, wouldn't they?
They would. As we wait on Jason Lavender, who's back into the attack now from the 16th Street end. And he throws that one straight down the leg side, which will be signalled as a wide. So 3 for 184. And that runs to win balls remaining equation is starting to squeeze up a little in the Aussies' favour. This time Sharp has had one thrown up outside his off stump. He tried to find the gap in the offside ring, but the A-team have got the spaces covered for the time being. So Sharp unable to get that one away. This time he's flashing his Kookaburra blade across that one, heading out to the man on the fence. It's Brett James patrolling the extra cover boundary, so single for Sharp. And we've got some live footage coming in now, so it's 32 to win off 23, Canada versus the US.
Kassir is 98.
Yeah, he's giving it a real nudge, isn't he?
What a performance. Was he? We've interviewed him a couple of times. He's been injured. We've had some problems with his body. I'm reckoning that's him.
Got himself up at the right time, Walshy.
Yeah. It's 3 for 185 here. 53 off 63. 52 off 63. May is on 72, Sharp on 5. So despite the fact that that game being played between Canada and the United States of America, that's not going to make any decision as to who's going to fill the placings, but what it's going to do is it's going to give Canada a chance, and it might even give Kassir a chance. He's on 99, Singh is on 9, Canada 3 for 205. They need 31 off 20 with 7 wickets in hand. And Singh is the man on strike. The TV boys doing a brilliant job because we've got access to vision from that venue. And the US of A, write your own ticket about the side they're playing against, that's Canada. USA very much to the fore in terms of being favoured to win. And Singh on 9. Steps away and tries to turn it away. Hits the leading edge and goes out on the offside. And they go through for a single.
Oh, there's overthrows, Walshy.
There will be one, which isn't a bad thing to happen because that's the second last ball of the over. And they get back for 2. So 4 off the over. 3 for 207. Is that the end of the over or is there one left? 2 for 1 to go.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're through 35 overs here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct. Australia 3 for 190. May is 72. Sharp is 9. 48 to win. 60 balls remaining. So that's certainly looking to be in a good space for the Australians. Just need to score at 4.8 runs per over. And as we mentioned, they've still got plenty of wickets in the shed.
Yeah, they run 1 run off the last ball of the over. So that will mean that Singh moves with that single to 13. Kassir, the captain, is on 99, but at the non-striker's end, it's 3 for 208, 28 to win, off 18 balls with 7 wickets in hand. This could be a double whammy. It could be a century to the captain, but it also could be a win to Canada. Boy, oh boy, would the Mercury Hotel rock and roll tonight if they got through this one.
Yep, we'll come back to that in a moment as we resume here at the MSP with Jason Simmons. Bowling to May, who's pushing down the ground. They've really condensed that field in now, haven't they? Got the ring, but still, May's good enough with his athleticism to get through for the single. So 3 for 191, it's the 36th over. And no doubt the A-team really desperate to get another fresh man out at the crease. May would be the one they'd be keen to remove, because you feel as long as he's out there, Peter, the Australians look like they're going to get home.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that would be the case. Field still being adjusted, standing tall and ready to face the next delivery. Sharp on the leg side, well taken down the leg side by the keeper, but it was errant in direction, and there's one extra. So it's 3 for 208 at the venue away from where we are, with Singh still on 12, and Kazir will get the strike now because they score a single off that run. So Kazir on 99, he is ready now. And I'll tell you what, the record books need to be taken out, and we need to flick through all of the Canadian performances. Kazar, who now waits off the back foot, cuts hard, and he's going to get his century.
What a great bit of work. Canada 26 to win off 16. We'll come back to that one in a moment as we feature in here now on the Aussies. 44 from 57, and already 4 runs in this over, which has been of decent profit from the team batting at the moment. That's the Aussie boys. Sharp is just defending out into the offside. The man at short cover misfield. Sharp looked like he was going to try and squeeze in the single there, but he's forced back behind his crease. Some nice glove work there by the wicket keeper Paul Clark. So 3 for 194. Beautiful day weather-wise locally here in Mildura. Tops in the early 20s. Lots of sunshine. Had a bit of breeze to deal with early, and looks like it may have freshened up a little bit here again this afternoon. As Sharp is bowled, Simmons got one through him as he's looking to hoik away to cow corner, and he may have just dragged that back off the inside edge, but there's still hope for the A-team. An important strike. The Australian skipper, Andrew Sharp, is out bowled Simmons for 11, and that will now give us a scoreline of 4 for 194 as we watch the replay here from that Deakin Avenue end. Simmons full and straight on the stumps. And if not the inside edge, it's certainly data back off the track, but I think there was a bit of bat involved there. We'll get another look from side on. As Sharp just starting to feel that perceived pressure, feeling that he needed to lash out and hit a boundary. And there it goes. It rattles into the stumps. And he's on his way.
He's gone. He's gone all right. 4 for 194. That match still pulsating because 44 required with 55 balls remaining. And it looks as if we have a centurion. We have Kazir 100 not out for Canada, who were 3 for 213 and heading towards what could be a real surprise, a real victory of substance. Knocked over for such a paltry sum yesterday. They had a day of horror, but that's all over now. This isn't horror. Kazir is 100 with 4 fours and 1 6. And the score at the moment is 3 for 213. They chase 336. How many overs now, please, Patrick? Have they got it there?
Just about the end of 43, so 2 to go. 2 overs remaining. 23 off 13 is the current equation. So they need a boundary or two just to tighten it up a little bit more. Lots will depend on Kaiser. If he is dismissed, well, then that might just turn the scales back in the USA's favour. So exciting run to the finishing tape. The John Hall Oval, very much similar to what we've got in prospect here at the Mildura Sporting Precinct, because the Aussies are going well, but they've just had the fall of a wicket, which has brought Anthony Bloomfield out to the middle. So he's a fresh man. He'll need to look to try and turn the strike over as he's edgily getting his way through backward a point. Goes out towards the third man boundary. They should get back for a second. Might be Ash Milton potentially that's out in subbing at the moment there for Scott McIntosh in the number 21. So 36 gone here at the MSP, and Australia 4 for 196.
Oh, you can't look in any different direction, if that makes sense, because Canada have just lost the man who was knocked over the 100 mark again, 103. Kazar out, and he was run out the next over, and the score builds towards 236 for a victory, but we have 1 over and 5 balls remaining, and they're 3 for 216.
Be tough now, you think.
I think
the established man on his way, fresh man at the crease, will find it difficult. They'll bring the field in, they'll put him under pressure, but it's been a gallant performance from Canada. When you consider that their last game, they were dismissed for just 22.
Yep.
They bounced back beautifully as we watch Lavender continuing. Bowling full there to Bloomfield. He just hits it out to the covers. Nicely patrolled there by Ashley Hardy, the skipper. And, gee, if you feel the A-boys can remove May here, Walshy, then I reckon she's game on.
Well, they're playing for the win in the competition.
Absolutely.
That's what it is. It's a big W. Tight finish coming up. That ball hit back down the ground. There might have been some fingers on it as it rolls deep into the man with the beard who rushes out, picks up and returns with strength. That's Leith Dawes, and the score goes up to 198 for 4. May is 74. Bloomfield is 3. This ball from Lavender is stroked very impressively out through the covers. Gee, that's a good shot. He worked out exactly where it had to go, and he didn't fly at the ball with the bat. He just angled the bat into perfect position and caressed it through the covers. And there was no hope for anybody out there. In particular, the run was going to be chased there by Moggs, who decided it wasn't worth the effort. That's a boundary. 36 off 49 required, 4 for 202.
As May takes strike once again. A foolish ball as he works it again with timing out into the onside. They have got men out there this time. Looks like it's Brett James. Fires it back into the bowler. So that looks like will be the end of the 37th over. It is. Australia 4 for 203. They need 35 to win from 48 deliveries. So they track down that target of 238.
Now Canada have got 8 balls to have a look at and 13 runs to not just have a look at but hit for runs. 4 for 223. Kazar made 103. He's out. He was run out. But there's still a chance. I'd like to have a tie or something like that. Would be good, wouldn't it?
Be a great finish, wouldn't it?
It would. You just keep eating there,
yeah,
Patrick.
I
That's
am.
okay.
Got to keep the sugar levels
You
up.
stay with the discipline there, but that's good. Don't worry about the party for your child today. Just eat now and then say you won't be able to eat any birthday cake tonight.
Just getting a taste for it, Walshy. get my eye in.
Now it's 4 for 224. 7 balls remaining. 12 runs to win. The wickets are not a problem. I've got 6 left. But the runs are Singh is not out 16. Ali is not out 7. And whilst that's going on, the other game we're looking at is the one we've been at all day, and that's the Mildura Sporting Precinct venue. And the man who's at the crease at the moment is number 87. Let's have a look and see. Brian May, who is in control. He is 80 now, still 34 to go. I still get the feeling that because he's batting with such intelligence and he just tries to whip the ball over mid-on, missed, and not a shout. I shouldn't say that because there was no significant animation by those around the bat, but Bloomfield wouldn't be all that chuffed at that shot.
Rush of blood as he saw one in his spot. He might be stumped here. Nice bit of work from Paul Clark behind the stumps. Throws it down in a bit of disgust, but I think there might be another wicket to fall here as Jeff Charlesworth is called upon to do the third umpire duties just to our right here. And we saw the ball before Bloomfield try to loft one towards the basketball stadium and failed to make contact. This time he tries to advance Wyeth, who very wisely just held the pace back a little bit on it. And he was well down the crease, and we've only got the front on shot there, so we'll get another squiz at it second time around from side on, but you get the feeling he might be in a bit of trouble here.
It looked like for a minute he bowled him. Oh dear, what do you reckon?
It was quick. I wonder whether his foot might have still been in the air, albeit that it was over the line but not grounded. But I reckon we'll get a slower motion view of that, but not a lot in that one at all. But I'm not sure what the cold call was out on the ground. Did the square leg umpire give him out or throw him straight upstairs? That's the big question.
Well, the stumping was so quick. Clark was exquisite there, getting the ball in the gloves and then the bails flying in the air. So Bloomfield not out 3. We're waiting now for the call from the third umpire. It's a tight one. Very tight indeed. Singh is 17. Ali is 7. With 6 balls to go, 11 runs to win for Canada over the United States of America.
The hat-trick hero, AJ Garriali's got the responsibility of bowling out the last 6 pills.
They're pretty happy out there. At this venue, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, we're just waiting for the adjudication. Umpire waiting on the feedback to come back from Jeff Charlesworth. Lots of banter out there on the wicket square. The two Aussie batsmen are just standing side by side. The Australian A-boys they're getting the claps going. They're getting really pumped up there. They feel like they've got this one. It's going to go their way. But it's a really tough call to make in a tight game. Let's have a look at the vision here.
Have a look at that.
That is as tight as they come.
As tight as you know what,
yes,
I'll tell you.
It's just a matter of, is there any portion of the foot that's actually behind the line? That's the question. On the line's out, as far as I understand. Here we go. I can't say, but again, I guess it's just a matter of, in the NRL sense, it would be a case if it's thrown up as a try, there's nothing, a no try, there's no reason you can overturn that. But I reckon he's in a bit of strife here. We'll wait and see.
Oh, it's too tight for us, and that's why we pay the big money at Chiller. He's going to have to make the call.
He's on the walkie-talkie now, so let's watch the reaction here of the A-boys out in the middle. As we got Cheeky on the wave again. Once again, he's ready to rock and roll.
It's hard to know what's going to happen, but we'll be told by Chiller Charlesworth.
He's given, I think they're going to go with the fact that the foot was on the line, and that is out in every sense of the rules of the game. And Bloomfield, stump Clark, bowled Wyeth for 3. And it's 5 for 204 in the 37th and a half over. We might get the chance here to go across here to Jeff Charlesworth, who's been certainly busy in the broadcast position today. Chiller, they don't come much closer than that, mate. That was as tight as it gets. But as we watched a couple of times that slow motion side on replay, we just felt there wasn't enough foot behind the line, and that's how it turned out to be.
No, what I saw was the popping crease. There was a bit of a bubble in the white, but there wasn't just enough behind.
Yeah.
On the line is out. So.
Yeah, and you could see the A-boys, they got together in a group and they all felt reasonably confident that they had that one going their way. So that's an important strike. The Aussies look like they're going reasonably comfortably, but a couple of quick wickets has opened the contest right up, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, mate. This is going down to the wire now,
yeah.
I think.
Good on you, Chiller. That's Jeff Charlesworth, who's popped in for some special comments here. Walshy will be back with us in a moment, so just stick with us for a little second there, Chiller, as we'll just wait on this next delivery from Jared Wyeth, who's bowling to wicketkeeper Anthony Baranka. We saw a bit of him in the game Sunday, opening up the bat against Canada, so he didn't get much chance to get a look in. Now he's in the hot and cold thrust of the mix here. He needs to... Oh, they're going to try and hustle through for a single on the misfield. They'll do that. And he's off the mark, Baranka. He moves to 1. Score is 5 for 205. Almost completed 38 overs here at the MSP. Peter Walsh. It's 9 to win for Canada from 4 balls remaining. Another wicket's fallen there, it looks like.
Singh's 23. Kumar is the incoming batter. And with 5 wickets in hand, it's 5 for 227. We have 9 runs required with 4 deliveries remaining in that match.
What a shot from May as he just turns that around into the onside so effortlessly, and it goes for the boundary. Absolutely fantastic work from Brian May, and he is really orchestrating this Australian performance, isn't he, as he continues to find the boundaries when they need them the most. 5 for 209. He's 84 from 86. What a dig this has been.
Outstanding. Let's see if we can find another game to broadcast at the one time, because there's some excitement going on. And who said this competition was going to fizz on the final day? Not the case We're watching Canada working hard to try and pinch a victory as they run through for a quick 2 runs right at the very much precious time, and the anticipation starts to build even more. They have 3 balls remaining and they have 7 runs to get, 5 for 229. The United States of America, their captain got a century. We had the Canadians, their vice-captain got a century. A stunning game, and in this game that we're watching, a fair distance away from that venue, 5 for 210. Barranca and May are the 2 that are batting at the moment, as the next ball that's being bowled is being hit into the deep for 1, and that's all. So we have 2 balls remaining, 6 runs for victory, 6 runs to win, and 5 runs for a tie.
You were calling for the tie, Walshy. That's what you were hoping for. They're going to need a boundary, aren't they? Certainly, if not this ball, the next ball. As we return to Lavender, as he bowls to May, and May's again just gliding that one down the onside to the man coming in off the rope at long on. That's Leith Dawes. So May advances his tally, and the Australians continue to tick them over here at the MSP as we watch a swing and a miss from Canada. They're going to try and hustle through for the single. They'll do that, and that'll make it 5 runs to win from the final pill.
I should get the captain of the United States team go out into 6. Oh, what a thrilling game for this one. Canada, in all sorts of bother, digging themselves out of a massive mineshaft, and now with 1 ball remaining, they need 6 to win. In this game, we're seeing Barranca and May fighting hard for the Australian team as the last ball will be delivered in the clash between Canada and the US of A. We're waiting for the Canadian batter to get out there, stand tall, and see the white picket fences in front and hope to hit them over. There's the ball.
Oh, he's
hit in the air.
Had a crack at it.
Now, where it's gone, we're not too sure. It's out of our vision. They've got 1, they've got 2. They've just got to keep running and hope for a run out. They can go again if they want to, but they won't. And that will be the completion of the game. They ran 3, so in effect, there might just be a 3-run difference in that game between the USA, and there's a Canadian batter who has fallen forward. He's all right, he's not injured. I think it's the spirit
the
of what has gone through.
Yeah.
And the US guys are going over and saying, well done to you. Who would have thought, after they'd batted so poorly the last time they were there, well, they've outscored that total by 200 runs in excess, 211 runs better than their last score, and they've narrowly fallen shy of the mark. They are 5 for 233, and the Americans win that game in an absolute thriller. More from there later on. 2 centuries being made. Captain of the USA, he got the ton, and the vice-captain of Canada got the ton. Here in this game, we've got Australia A versus Australia, and at the moment it's Australia A who made 237, and Australia at the moment 5 for 213, 36 balls remaining, 25 runs to win, 5 wickets in hand, Patrick.
6 overs to go here at the MSP. Gerard Wyeth will continue from the Deakin Avenue end. And the A-team looking to try and find a scalp here, and this one would be the one they would love. The number 87, Brian May, who has been simply sensational, timing his run to perfection. And there is still runs available to him to get to 3 figures, should he survive, as Wyeth and May just pushes it through. Was there a chance drop there in the covers? Gee whiz, it looked like it might have been uppish off the bat initially. And unfortunately, it might have been Willie Moggs there. He may have got a hand to that, but May living a little dangerously here, but he ticks over the scoreboard. And they continue to chip away here, the Aussies. 5 for 214, start of the 40th. Anthony Barranca now on strike.
And you could tell with Moggs too, there was some frustration there. So in effect, he might have got close to it. Hard to pick up where we are. But in the next ball that's being bowled, they'll pick up a couple.
They might get 3 here.
They could do. It could be the first 3, as there's good work there in tandem back to the man there, Ashley Hardy, who throws back, and strength is being required and provided. And they get a couple. So it's now 21 runs required, 34 balls remaining, 5 wickets in hand. May is 17 shy of what could be second century in this tournament. Barranca is 6. And repeating, the USA have beaten Canada in a thriller. They won by 3 runs in an absolute beauty. More details later. This one, still too close to call, Patrick.
Well, you feel as long as May is there for Australia, I think they can get home. But he's certainly the key scalp that the A-boys are looking for, but he just continues to tick the scoreboard over. Now goes to 89 from 92 deliveries. 5 for 219 as we edge closer to the end of this, the 40th over. As Joel's got to ask permission to eat his own snakes. That's what sort of tension we got going on here in the box. As we wait for Wyeth, short into the pitch, and again Barranca just gets over the top of it and glides it down towards backward point. Leith Dawes manages to pick it up comfortably, and we'll underarm it back to the bowler. So 5 for 219, 19 to win, 32 balls remaining, 5 wickets in hand.
And we should really push the information that needs to be shared. The winner wins the lot. That's it. It's no good finishing second in this competition. The winner is the winner of this competition. The favourites going in unscathed and so strong and powerful. They were the Australian team, led by Andrew Sharp, and they at the moment are 5 for 219. They need 19 off 31 with 5 wickets in hand. This ball outside the off stump, cut in the air, no one at slip, a run, a chase. It needs to be a chase in a hurry.
It's a boundary, Walshy.
Dawes can't get there. He ran quickly, but the ball was taken off the edge through the vacant slip cordon, and they were able to hurry through for the first, come back for the second, and watch it roll across what was necessary, and that's where the field said, yep, 4. It's 5 for 223. Let's have a look. It's 15 to go with 30 balls remaining, just 15 runs. Barranca on 7, and let's have a look. May is on 88. May on 88. Barranca on 7. May's gone to 92 now, so It's 15 runs required off 30 balls, Patrick.
Righto, here we go. They desperately need to remove the Queenslander to the Australian A team. Lavender comes around the wickets. The left-hander Barranca, again, he's trying to find a bit of room down towards the third-man boundary. Partnership has quickly rattled along. 19 runs, 15 balls in just the 9 minutes. Lavender really working hard to come up with a result here. Bowls to Barranca. That's going to be a wide, and it's not taken by the keeper, so they'll get through for extra runs on top of that as well. As Barranca was considering a second option on the miss after the wide, but I'll just take the one, so that certainly counts in the Aussies' favour, doesn't it, Walshy? Runs on the table and no balls remaining coming off the equation either.
Yeah, Lavender was extremely disappointed. It looked as if the ball slipped out of his hands when he came into bowl. That one is hit down the ground, and the run is there as they take it off the single, just driven down to deep. Dawes comes in and cleans up with no issue whatsoever and gets the ball back. But in doing so, another run, 12 runs to win with 28 balls remaining. May is 93 and Barranca 7. And Barranca has the strike again. That one is round the wicket, and it's pushed back along the track to where the ball is fielded cleanly and flicked back and takes the bails off the stumps at the non-striker's end. And they'll readjust the castle and look at what it is. 5 for 226. May 93. Barranca 7. And Barranca with 3 balls of this over to go. Outside the off stump, and it's cut off the back foot for 1. May wants 2. He's thinking about it. Are they going to go? They are. Good return is on the bounce to the bowler, but they get back for 2. And Barranca with that 2. He's going to move up to, let's just see if it's been adjusted as yet. The score with 10 to go, 10 runs win, and 26 balls left. May 93 and Barranca 9, 5 for 228. Let's see. Getting close to the end of this game, which there's been a thriller, but we've had another thriller at another venue as well, so it's been good. That's wide. That's not a good ball.
No.
Not a good ball.
No, Lavender's just lost the radar a bit in this over under the pressure. And they'll cough up the extra one, courtesy of the miss by wicketkeeper Paul Clark. So now we're looking at an equation of 8 runs to win, 25 balls remaining, 5 for 230 Australia in this, the 41st over. As Lavender looking to complete his set here. Comes back over the wicket. May gets into a great spot as he hits it out into the onside. They've got a man out there at backward square. It's Jared Wyeth who throws it in nicely to the keeper. And that's the end of 41 overs. Peter Walsh with Australia 5 for 231.
And there are 7 runs required, and the man who is on strike will be the man who sits close enough to reaching the 100. How about that if we can have this May man? May in September, 7 off 24. If he can be elegant or do what he needs to do, he's got the strike. He needs to score from 94 to 100, 6 runs with 7 required.
Maybe 2 boundaries. We've seen him score freely on both sides of the wicket. He hasn't gone the long handle with too many big ones to clear the ropes. He's got the 10 boundaries so far in his innings of 94. Maybe he just glides a couple through the covers to go to 98, they're 102, which would obviously wrap up the game as Jared Wyeth is the man caught into the 11th hour here for Australia Rays. He has a chat to his skipper, just get some clarity. 7 off 24 as we approach 20 past 5 local time.
He bowls off the front foot. It's hit deep in towards the cover area. It's rolling for 1. They'll get 2. They should. They turn and they run and they get back to complete 2. 5 to win off 23 deliveries. But more importantly, May is 96. Can you remember? Number 96.
Number 96.
You used to watch that all the time, didn't you?
I think I was only about 3 or 4, but I can remember Mum and Dad watching it, that's for sure. But can May do this here? 96 from 96. I'm sure the 100's the furthest thing from his mind. He wants to make sure he guides his team home to victory. Once the team spoils, what will Wyeth do? Yeah, as he looks to take it into the onside, strikes it with good vigour, and it's heading out to the boundary. It's going to make the rope, and that will bring up the century. What beautifully positioned timing from Brian May. He waited to the death of the game to get to his 3-figure mark. His second ton of the tournament. He's 100 not out from 97, and now it's just 1 run required from Australia. With 22 balls remaining, it's been quite the performance from May to guide them to victory.
Extraordinary finish to this game. May just so complete, calm, collected, and he works the ball, the next ball down the ground. They go for 1, they run, they keep on running. There's a chance of a run out, which will not eventuate. And that is the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale game completed. You've got 45 overs per team. And this one, we finished up going into the 42nd of those overs, 5 for 238, with May not out 101, Baranka not out 9. That was in reply to the visitors, call them what you like, but those who got very close to doing something out of the ordinary and got 237. A wonderful game. Perhaps Patrick just quickly through the major highlights because we want to wrap up our coverage here. The score here, in effect, a win to those that were 1 for none in the chase. And when we saw Mace out run out for no score and 1 for none, we thought, oh yeah, we might have something out of the ordinary. We did. May got a century, and the score of 5 for 238 was enough to see them win the competition with 21 balls remaining. And a good strong victory by the side that, in all honesty, were the best side for the competition.
Yeah, I agree, Peter. Unfortunately, the game's disappeared from my game day stats, so I'm not sure if you've got a little bit of stuff down on your notebook there just to quickly refresh some of the top scorers from the first session. Of course, we saw the great start from Adnan Khawaja and had good support from Jason Lavender and also Anthony McQuire, but a tally of 237 was a really decent effort from the A-boys first up.
True enough. Yeah, Khawaja got 45. Earlier on, we saw Dawes out for 10. Now, Maguire got 69. A performance there a little bit further down the track from Lavender, who made 62. So the score of 8 for 235. And we saw Morris got 3 for 57. And we saw Sharma got 1 for 35. They were the 2 best with the ball. And the score there meant the total was always going to be hard to get, particularly when we saw Mace out run out without scoring. Ryan made 52, Kratzman 51, Sharp 11. Baranka was there at the finish, and so too was May. May was not out 100, and 101 and Barranca not out 9. And with 41.3 overs bowled, it was 5 for 238. And a good strong game by both sides, who now are together and feeling the spoils of what was a thrilling game. You've got the other two results, I think, before we close it down here, Patrick.
Yep, it was the United States of America in the other over-50s final today, 9 for 235, defeating Canada 5 for 233. Absolute thrill of that one as it got down towards the business end. We've got 55s games going on around the traps as well, which have just disappeared off my screen momentarily, Walshy, so I haven't got any information about that. But what I can tell you is we look further ahead to T20 action, which gets underway at this venue, the Mildura Sporting Precinct, from 10 a.m. on Thursday. We'll be having a look at the RJR All-Stars and the Phoenix Firebirds.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Of course, presentations take place tonight. We'll have all the details when we are next saying hello to you, my friends. A big day of cricket. They've all been good, and this one was particularly special because we had a few luminaries who decided, yep, it was time for us to step up and do the right thing. And can you believe it? I'm just thinking about it. We had 3 centuries on the one day.
Yeah.
3 centuries.
So good.
Captured by Chris and Callum, our 2 photographers, and the assistance given by Joel and Todd and Sonny. We appreciate your efforts, fellas. It's been a good day. We've had the windows down. We've had the blinds down. At times I felt like we're in the bedroom, but the other times I've felt like we have seen it all. It has been magnificent cricket. Combinations put together by the countries around the world and by Australians in the global spirit of cricket Festivale. It closes it down for tonight. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage and join us again when we continue with the sport of cricket from Mildura. Good afternoon to you all.